A disillusioned Bai Li immerses herself in live streaming to find happiness. The moment she feels completely emptied. Ding. The rich system is at your service. System, dear host, Little How is here to serve you. Spend money on attractive individuals with a score above 80, and you can get cashback, increase intimacy, and even draw big prizes. The extraordinary life of the unnoticed Bai Li begins at this moment. For the unnoticed Bai Li, life is powerless, hollow, and filled with sorrow and resentment under the dark torrent. 5 years later, when Bai Li looks back, life is a vast wilderness, a golden sunset filled with champagne, a warm embrace beneath falling snowflakes, standing on clouds, overlooking all beings, and the relaxation after realizing self-worth. Bai Li has withdrawn from the world for many years, yet her legend still circulates within it. Chapter 1. Playing the voice hall. Money is justice in the scorching summer of July. The blazing sun is blocked by heavy curtains. The dim light of the phone screen illuminates a thin layer of sweat on Bai Li's face. Even with the curtains drawn and no air conditioning, the room is still stuffy. Bai Li has nearly exhausted her living expenses. Turning on the air conditioning consumes too much electricity, and she fears she won't be able to pay the bill. This is her punishment for herself. A punishment for being reckless and spending money carelessly on her good brother. At the same time, it is also a punishment for hating herself for being too weak, unable to help her good brother. On the phone screen, her good brother is battling in the hall competition. The hall competition is a PK between two voice halls, where singers on the mic can earn votes through gifts from the audience. The voice hall with a higher total votes wins the competition rewards. Her brother is one of the male singers in one of the voice halls. Clearly, it is the moment when her brother needs her the most, yet she cannot accompany him and can only hide outside the live streaming room to watch secretly. Bai Li's heart aches like being cut by a knife. Chapter 2. The invincible Little How shines on stage. Hello? Are you there? Is the signal bad? You can hear me, right? Hello? Speak. Don't tell me you're crying like an idiot. Hello? Talk. Don't make me beg you. Don't be a fool. Foolish host? No. Don't let the world fall apart at the start. A child's voice suddenly speaks in her head, and Bai Li feels troubled. Is this scientific? Bai Li cautiously asks, Who are you? Woo, great. The host isn't foolish. You finally acknowledged Little How. Ahem. Let me introduce myself. I am the famous rich system. Rejoice, human. From today on, you are under my protection, but due to your recent neglectful behavior, this system has decided to punish you. From now on, you may only refer to me as the world's best Little How. Bai Li is a bit confused. She knows about split personalities. Oh dear, has she just manifested her alter ego? Little How. It's the world's best Little How. But all right, world's best Little How. Can you please go back where you came from? What? You don't want me? The being calling itself Little How fell silent for a moment, and Bai Li thought it was over, but the voice came back from her mind. Chapter 3. Winning beautifully and losing miserably in this hall battle. The director has been monitoring real-time data backstage. Originally, he was in a good mood, welcoming a wealthy big sister who could boost the hall's traffic, thinking they might start to get rich from today. He had already sent Qinxing to quickly maintain the new big sister. Qinxing, the kid, is quite sensible. In no time, he had already added her on WeChat. However, who can tell him why Bai Li's Jian Shui is not from their hall? How did it end up on the other side? And it has spent so much money over there, sucking all the traffic away. The director immediately called Qinxing to question him. What's going on? Qinxing was also confused. How could Bai Li spend so much money? He wanted to ask that question more than anyone. Qinxing smiled bitterly. It must be because I sang her crown song without her consent. Director, is this your first day in the voice hall? Are you crazy? Qinxing tried to defend himself. I saw she wasn't in the hall. Director, forget about the other people's crown songs. Do you know how much Bai Li spent on the other side? How do you usually maintain the big sister? Haven't you figured out her bottom line? The director was so angry that he could spit from one end of the phone to the other. Qinxing, you've been around for a while. How can you act like a newbie? Chapter 4. False feelings. Real money Bai Li. Smiling Bai Li. Are you happy collecting money? Qinxing, don't be like this, sister. I was wrong. Qinxing, punish me. I'll agree to anything. Qinxing sent several voice messages in a sorrowful and pitiful tone. He knew very well that at this point, no explanation would work. He could only apologize. Tang Guo was just a coward. Seeing Bai Li's fierce demeanor, he thought he couldn't win, and after listening to the fight, he lost face and ran away. He had made a fool of himself and returned like a drenched dog. He had only Bai Li left. She hadn't broken his fan card yet, so there was still hope. Qinxing could only play the pity card, betting that Bai Li still cared about him. Bai Li's heart ached for him. Dogman. No money, no feelings. With money, they stick close. When she first met Qingqing, he took the initiative. She called him sister eagerly. Late-night phone calls, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Have you eaten? Sharing video accounts, sharing rooms to watch movies. Cheap concern and companionship. But was the only warmth Bai Li experienced. Bai Li only felt a devil stirring inside her, angry, using feelings to make money. A low-end tactic. But she fell for it. If it weren't for Xiao Hao today, she would have to swallow her grievances silently. Chapter 5, A Pearl in the Sea. A fight to the death. Bai Li woke up from a nap, and it was already dark. The first thing she did upon waking was check her bank account balance. Account balance. 10,432, 112 yuan. There were both odd and even numbers. Steady, very reassuring. Everything turned out to be true. She really got a god-level rich system. She had slept for a long time, feeling energetic. Normally, at this time, she would have to get up to work at the convenience store. But with a god-level rich system, who would still go to work? She opened the live streaming software, and the backstage private messages were like they were about to explode. All unread messages. Previously, some people had sent her homework. Doing homework means the singers in the voice hall sending private messages to the boss, asking for attention, asking for gifts. But suddenly so many people wrote her little essays. Bai Li had never experienced this before, and she was quite interested in scrolling through them. Triguo. Waiting for a blooming rose. Can you give me love? Oh, the screen full of bright red roses almost blinded Bai Li's eyes. It was the kind that moms would like, but unfortunately, she wasn't old enough yet. Skip. TRKK. Although there's only a 1% chance. I will use 99% effort to strive for your reply. Chapter 6 Father and Son Game. Shi Shui had never competed in a PK, and the system randomly assigned him to not-so-strong streamers, which led to Bai Li easily winning 6 matches in a row before finally connecting with a somewhat popular streamer. The opponent was dressed in strange clothes, wearing gold and silver. Behind him stood 2 people with a banner, saying Song Bai Hu Wang. Song Bai Hu Wang squinted slightly. Hey, aren't you going to turn on the camera? Shi Shui. I'm a singer. I can't turn on the camera. Song Bai Hu Wang chuckled, revealing a big gold tooth, and understood. Oh, I see. You're from the voice hall. Since you can't show your face, the punishment will be lighter. How about this? I've been collecting adopted sons all over the internet lately. If you lose, you have to add the suffix adopted father Song Bai Hu Wang to your name. If I lose, I'll call you dad. Shi Shui didn't speak, probably thinking it over. After 2 seconds, he asked, how long do I have to keep the suffix? Song Bai Hu Wang frowned, his tone displeased. Until you can beat me. What's wrong? Are you scared? If you're scared, don't come out to do PK. The audience said, streamer run. This Hu Wang is notorious for targeting small singers from the voice hall. The audience added, half of the suffixes in a certain voice hall have turned into adopted father Song Bai Hu Wang, and they aren't allowed to change them back. Chapter 7 Celebrity Ship. The Celebrity Ship was built by the world's #1 cruise company over 10 years, with the initial design concept aimed at breaking world records. From the currently disclosed data, it is undoubtedly the most luxurious cruise ship in the world, weighing a total of 400,000 tons, equipped with 10,000 crew members, and capable of accommodating 20,000 passengers. This voyage is the first trial operation of the Celebrity Ship, and also its first public unveiling. This voyage will pass through the best viewing point for this century's largest Leonid meteor shower, which is the last meteor shower of the Leonids in this century and will be your last chance in life. If you miss it, you will have to wait another 100 years. Tickets went on sale and sold out instantly, hard to come by. A romantic journey with light, a century-old promised trip. It is already the world's #1 luxury cruise, and with the meteor shower's blessing, this voyage has a special significance. Bai Li couldn't find a reason not to go. Moreover, maybe she could find an opportunity to upgrade Xiao Hao on the cruise. Xiao Hao mentioned that system upgrades require 3 different types of affinity levels to be above 20 points. Bai Li worked hard, but now, the internet live streaming beauty filters are so strong that it was tough for her to find male streamers with a beauty score above 80. Chapter 8 A Romantic Journey with Light. You cannot imagine the luxury of the rich. The hidden personal reception room and private boarding passage are just the beginning. They even have a whole exclusive logistics team, including sanitation, security, top chefs, and round-the-clock support, and even a personal steward, tall, handsome, and charismatic, ready to serve at any time. Jing Yi squatted down, and Bai Li comfortably leaned back on the sofa, listening to Jing Yi introduce the itinerary details. His voice clear and gentle. From Bai Li's perspective, she could only see the fan-shaped shadows under Jing Ye's eyelashes and her even deeper eye pupils. As she got closer, Bai Li could see more clearly. Jing Ye's pupils were blue, and she had a high nose bridge. So beautiful. Bai Li's expression was cold, only nodding occasionally. If someone saw her, they might think she was in a bad mood. In fact, Bai Li was struggling to hold back her laughter. She was afraid she would laugh out loud, but she still tried her best to suppress it. If she laughed, her image would be ruined. After all, her current persona was that of a VVP who could sit in the top-tier cabin. She absolutely could not be infatuated with mere beauty. After Jing Yi finished introducing the itinerary, she respectfully stepped back half a meter to wait. This is the main content of this trip, Ms. Bai. Do you have any questions? Chapter 9. The journey of a century-long promise. The next day, when Bai Li woke up, she received a system notification from Xiao Hao. Wuhai favorability level 1. This stingy man. What does it mean that the favorability level only increased by 1 point? Bai Li changed the note for Wuhai in her phone to stingy. 99-man Wuhai's avatar was quite good-looking. Bai Li clicked to take another look. Outside the window, heavy snow was falling, and inside was a roaring fireplace and an empty rocking chair. Although it looked warm, there was an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Bai Li shook her head, feeling she was overthinking, and pressed the call bell by the bed. Waking up to a sumptuous breakfast served by a handsome butler in bed was too decadent. Bai Li scolded herself but ate heartily. She noticed that the fruits in the last course were all her favorites. It must be that she had eaten those specific fruits from the fruit platter yesterday, and Jing Yi had noted them down. Also, the hangover soup from last night was prepared in advance. Jing Yi was really a thoughtful butler. Bai Li grew curious about the butler's work. Jing Yi, what else can you do? Jing Yi paused in making tea. It's quite broad. The core responsibilities of a butler include coordinating daily household affairs and resource management, as well as specific household skills and services required by the accompanying butler. Chapter 10. A frozen moment in time in the dimly lit private room. Bai Li comfortably sprawled out on the sofa, raising an eyebrow and saying, "So what?" Her tone was full of indifference, barely lifting her eyes. She didn't need to socialize for business. Her way of making money was by spending it. Spending 100,000 daily. She earned millions a year. Meeting handsome men could earn her even more money. The moment she obtained the godly rich system, she had already transcended the ordinary logic of survival that applied to most people. Her biggest gain from this trip was meeting Jiang Mingfei from the MCN organization. Bai Li was already very satisfied. Unexpectedly, she also gained favorability from Jing Yi. Moreover, there was the mysterious Wuhai in front of her. Hearing this, Wuhai paused, as if Bai Li's nonchalant attitude had caught him off guard. But in an instant, he returned to normal, his eyes sparkling with cunning light. He quietly walked to the wall, deftly fiddling with the lighting control panel, and the room's light dimmed as he wished, until only a few faint glimmers remained, making his figure somewhat blurry in the dimness. While operating, he spoke without turning his head. Observing meteors doesn't require equipment. They are visible to the naked eye. But you need to adapt to the dim environment first to see them more clearly. Didn't your parents tell you this before sending you here? His tone was leisurely, tinged with a hint of teasing. Chapter 11. The music master back home. Bai Li counted her gains from the cruise. Meeting people offline was indeed easier for increasing favorability. First, the favorability levels of her 3 target males had all exceeded 20 points, and Xiao Hao could finally level up. Xiao Hao happily celebrated. Host, you now have a daily limit of 1 million. We're amazing. Next, there were 40 draws for the All Things Will lottery. Bai Li saved them to draw together. Surely, with 40 draws, she would get gold. Bai Li clasped her hands together. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Unfortunately, the first 30 draws yielded no gold, only some scattered attribute points. Most were health attribute points. Bai Li, how unhealthy am I? While complaining, she still used all the health attribute points. If the previous health points had eliminated all the ailments and excess fat from Bai Li's body, this time it was like rejuvenating her entirely. Her vision became super clear. She could see faraway objects distinctly. Her hair was glossy and smooth. Her teeth were straight and white, and her nails were shiny. Bai Li believed that if she went to a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner now, she would be praised enthusiastically. All her organs seemed to revert to their brand new state in an instant, and Bai Li now felt powerful all over. Able to run 800 meters back and forth without any problem. Chapter 12. Encountering the tiger again after contacting the landlord. Bai Li received a message from Shi Shui. Shi Shui, Sister Bai, are you home safe? Bai Li just got home. Bai Li, what time are you on the stream today? Shi Shui, I'm in the next segment. Shi Shui, expression pack. Obedient cat Bai Li. Okay, I'll come accompany you later. Bai Li had been on the cruise and had no time to accompany her during the streams, but now she was free. LV49, Bai Li enters the live broadcast room. As soon as she entered the voice hall, she was noticed. The public screen filled with welcomes for Sister Bai returning home. The host, familiar with her, said, Sister Bai, you came so early. Please wait a moment. The management is bringing Shi Shui up to speak. Bai Li's current level made it hard for her to go unnoticed. Especially in recent days, entering the hall meant being bombarded with 100 big carrots, rockets. Without saying a word, they just threw them and left. Because of this particularly extravagant behavior, a fan-made video was created with the title in the Jianghu, I'm Sister Bai. Ruthless and few words. The video spread widely, leading to Bai Li gaining a bit of fame in a voice hall. Countless people wrote assignments for her daily, but she had never reviewed any. She only gifted to Shi Shui, and as a result, Shi Shui had also gained some popularity, with the traffic also radiating to their hall, showing signs of revival. Chapter 13. The Life and Death Game previously. Bai Li would directly gift at the carnival or with rockets for convenience, but there were still many gifts in Shi Shui's gift exhibition hall that hadn't been lit up. Certain gifts needed to reach a specific quantity before they could be lit up. Bai Li began to gift according to Shi Shui's exhibition hall. White pear pan-fried snow, sending time water pearl in hand 3. White pear pan-fried snow, sending time water flower sea boating 8. White pear pan-fried snow, sending time water private jet 5. White pear pan-fried snow, sending time water luxury cruise 5. The live streaming platform surprisingly has so many beautiful special effects. And after white pear sends a certain number of specific gifts, the ordinary gift effects turn golden, momentarily illuminating the live streaming room. Cute but wow. Is Sister White Pear inviting everyone to watch the gift effects? And Moeen, I just came back from the other side. They're so serious about sending tickets over there. Advanced 20 or 30. Sister White completely disregarded the other side. She has already started to play. Fly. Speaking of which, Sister White is giving Little Water a gift exhibit, right? It's about to be filled up. Since White Pear started sending tickets, the PK bar gradually surpassed the other side. Halfway through PK time, Tiger King knew it would be too late if he didn't send tickets, although he knew the strength of the other side in advance. Seeing White Pear easily catch up made Songbei Tiger King grit his teeth secretly. It seemed he could only bleed a little to give the big brothers and sisters in the live streaming room some benefits. Chapter 14. In the midst of prosperity, yet hidden in the market, White Pear finished a rental period with the landlord, paid a small, inconsequential breach of contract fee, and hurried to the Magic City. The new home is hidden behind a street-facing archway, located in the city center, yet concealed behind sycamore trees. It's a beautiful garden villa. Before coming, White Pear searched online. This old district has been renovated by the government, and buildings within several kilometers are not allowed to be raised. All old-style Shikumen houses have been rebuilt into Haipai-style villas, and the prices of these villas can't even be found online. White Pear could only compare by looking at the surrounding housing prices and found that properties around the old district easily cost hundreds of thousands per square meter, attracting many wealthy people and celebrities. Several well-known stars are said to live in communities on the outskirts of the old district. However, these bronze plaque villas in the old district are inaccessible even to celebrities, with only a few sets released in decades. Truly a case of having a market, but no price. The tall buildings gradually receded, leaving only the sycamore trees on both sides of the road and the new-style small villas. The traffic is restricted here, with no public transport passing through, and exquisite luxury stores, boutiques, coffee shops, and small bookstores scattered along the street, where luxury and artistry are equated. Chapter 15. Visit to an MSN institution. Jiang Mingfei smiled mischievously, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, revealing a hint of cunning. She leaned closer to White Pear and whispered, Didn't you say last time that you wanted to come to my company to see handsome guys? I'll take you upstairs later to have a look. I never said that. Don't make things up. White Pear waved her hand, her eyes showing a hint of expectation. When are we going? White Pear secretly thought. Who would believe it wasn't tea for her love of handsome guys? She has her own reasons. If Little How could level up, it would not just be a 1 cashback, but a 110 cashback. That means spending 1 million a day could yield 10 million back. How exhilarating would that be? But this time, the conditions for Little How to Level Up are very strict. It requires finding 10 targets with a favorability score of 20 points. And 5 of those targets must have a full favorability of 50 points. A favorability score of 20 points is relatively easy to achieve, as long as you get to know them, referring to Jing Yi and Wu Hai. However, reaching a favorability of 50 points is more difficult. We're to find 5 high-value handsome friends. White Pear frowned, looking distressed, her head feeling heavy. Fortunately, the current daily limit of 1 million is enough for White Pear, allowing her to plan slowly. Chapter 16 Audition. The script tells a story of a modern girl and an ancient general who, through a bronze tripod that connects the past and present, experience a love story that spans 1,000 years. The general is in a time of war, where the common people are suffering, but he still stands firm at the pass. Meanwhile, the girl lives in a modern society where food is abundant. Even the expired food thrown into the tripod is considered a miracle by the ancients. The script is novel, has exciting points, and combined with the character settings, one is an ancient general and the other is a kind neighbor girl from modern times, creates a sense of fate that transcends time. White Pear gave Jiang Mingfei a thumbs up. This script is really good. Jiang Mingfei pointed to the girl next to White Pear. She bought it with money. The original work is right next to you. Shall we? Introduce yourself. Shall we, wearing large black frame glasses and having some freckles on her face, looks very young. She had been quietly sitting there, and White Pear hadn't noticed her. Shall we blushed and quietly greeted, her gaze shy, not daring to look directly at White Pear. Hello, I'm Shall we. A typical trait of people, they don't look at others when speaking. White Pear. Hello, I'm White Pear. You wrote a great script. Are you the screenwriter? Chapter 17 White Cut Chicken. Although the person in front of her has changed into ancient-style makeup, White Pear can never forget that heavy makeup. This person is Chun Hao, whom she just encountered in the coffee shop downstairs. Chun Hao naturally saw Jiang Mingfei and White Pear sitting in the middle of the audition room. He widened his eyes in disbelief, filled with shock and panic. But soon, he lowered his head, trying to compose his expression, and then began to introduce himself. At this moment, Chun Hao felt deep regret. He never expected that the 2 women he encountered in the coffee shop were not auditioning actors, but interviewers. Generally, interviewers sitting in the front row center would be of what level? Chun Hao felt his mind had turned into a mush, completely stopping his thoughts. It's over. His gaze fell on Director Chun, who was also sitting in the center. Director Chun cast a determined look, which calmed him a bit. The performance began. General, the common people in the city are starving. We can't hold on much longer. The narration slowly played. Chun Hao slightly furrowed his brows, rewrapping the bandage on his chest wound. Chun Hao was too thin. His figure was as frail as a piece of paper, and one could almost clearly feel the shape of his bones. Chapter 18 Easy to digest. When Zhang Yu opened his eyes again, in an instant, his aura suddenly changed. Zhang Yu's gaze became deep and serious, as if carrying the fate of thousands of troops. Also unwrapping the bandages on his body, there was a look of pity on Zhang Yu's face. His brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed a sense of pain for the soldiers and helplessness about the war. This time of defense, the army had fought hard for many days. Although they held the line, the losses were particularly heavy, and even he was injured. The general slightly lowered his head, looking at his wounds, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. The Court supplies had yet to arrive. Having held this time, what about the next? The general's lips were tightly pressed, his eyes burning with anger and unwillingness. His fists were tightly clenched, as if suppressing the anger within. With the narration playing, General, the food in the army is also running out. You must make a decision now. The general raised his head, a flicker of hesitation passing through him. But it was quickly replaced by determination. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. It seemed he had made a difficult decision. His voice hoarse, bring out the war horses. The performance was over, and no one spoke. Chapter 19. A genius's idea after a busy day. Master Bai returned to the hotel and immediately began his incense bathing ritual. He closed his eyes slightly, taking a deep breath to feel the rising fragrance, calming his heart. He washed his hands particularly thoroughly, rubbing them gently, his expression focused and serious, as if performing a sacred ritual. Once the incense bathing was complete, It was time for the much-anticipated lottery segment. Bai Li rubbed his hands together, muttering, "Lord Xiaohao, please let there be gold." Xiaohao echoed, "Let there be gold." The wheel of fortune rolled, responding to Bai Li with silence. Obtained a tribute point. Intelligence 6 Bai Li. 6. Did he feel like he was being mocked? Previously, when his health was poor, all the attribute points were health-related, and now that he was healthy, he was getting intelligence points instead, which just meant he was stupid, right? What does the Wheel of Fortune mean by this? Am I stupid? But Bai Li quickly denied himself, thinking, "I'm smart. How could I be stupid?" Xiaohao said that the rewards from the Wheel of Fortune were all random, just coincidences. Yes, it must be a coincidence. After assigning the intelligence points to himself, Bai Li suddenly realized something. Chapter 20. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Jingye. Help! At the moment he received Bai Li's message, Jingye was lazily reclining in a rocking chair, enjoying his rare day off. The staff of the luxury cruise ship could have a few fixed days off each year, allowing them to temporarily leave the drifting life at sea and return to the bustling land. This was Jingye's first day off this year, but after receiving Bai Li's message, he didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately ending his vacation and heading to the Magic City. For so many years, he had grown accustomed to being alone, and this was the first time someone had actively contacted him for help. The car slowly drove into a mountain forest. It was midsummer, and the forest was lush and green, resembling a sea of greenery. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of light that flickered like golden shards. The temperature here was still pleasant, with a gentle breeze bringing a refreshing coolness. The driver looked surprised. This area was previously closed off. They were near a famous natural scenic area, so he often came here to pick up and drop off guests, but this road was unfamiliar even to him. He vaguely remembered it being closed before. The car climbed steadily, the roar of the engine echoing in the mountains. Chapter 21. Obtaining a character card after Jingye's favorability reached 50 points, Xiaohao unlocked a new feature, the character card. A picture book slowly appeared in Bai Li's mind. Jingye's character card quietly lay in the first position. The character card was actually dynamic. On the card, Jingye wore a well-fitted steward's uniform. His deep blue eyes were profound. His hair neatly combed back, and he slightly bowed in greeting, his movements elegant and calm. The back also had a detailed character introduction. In front of Jingye, Bai Li didn't examine the card closely, feeling awkward as if looking at a fan work in front of the person himself. It wasn't until she returned to her room alone at night that Bai Li summoned the card again to examine it closely. 1. Basic information name. Jingye. Identity. Steward. Age. 27. 2. Personality traits loyal and reliable. Can complete every task with dedication. Abstinent and restrained. Extremely strong emotional management ability. Able to remain calm and rational regardless of the situation. Not easily disturbed by external influences. Elegant and gentle. Polite and courteous to others. Making people feel as if they are basking in spring sunshine. Lacking love and seeking affirmation. Having been an orphan since childhood, he deeply desires love and affirmation. Compliments from others can warm his heart immensely, motivating him to work even harder in return for that recognition. Chapter 22. Ahu morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting strands of light into the room. Bai Li slowly opened her eyes, still a bit dazed, and entered the dining room. Jingye was sitting at one end of the long table that could seat 10, sunlight spilling onto his shoulder, the exquisite embroidery on his Tang suit shimmering faintly. Upon seeing Bai Li enter, he nodded slightly and smiled. "Good morning, Miss Bai." Receiving such a beautiful start to the day boosted Bai Li's mood even more. Her steps were light, her eyes still sleepy, and her voice carried a hint of laziness. "Good morning, Jingye. I accidentally fell asleep last night. Did you carry me back to bed?" Jingye smiled and nodded. "Seeing you sleep so well, I couldn't bear to wake you." Bai Li felt a bit embarrassed, her face reddening as she approached and whispered, "Next time, just wake me up." She then turned to look at the source of the fragrant aroma on the table, which had prepared a sumptuous breakfast combining Chinese and Western styles. A small bowl of chicken soup noodles with cordyceps, slices of ham and cheese, and crispy bread with butter spread to choose from. For Bai Li, who usually just had a couple of buns to get by, this was a bit too lavish. Sitting with her back to the sunlight, the light warmed her hair, giving it a glow. Chapter 23. Promotional photo host. Everyone. The great Huey's book My Bronze Ding Can Connect Past and Present is going to be adapted into a web series. Who understands? I really love that book. The general will always be my white moonlight. Post 3. A script adapted from a novel that can restore 80% is already good. It will definitely be modified. Post 4. I heard that an MCN agency bought the script. Is it reliable? Post 5. MCN agencies seem to focus more on traffic. They might not be able to make a good show. It seems very likely that they will ruin the script. Host. As long as they can make a good show, it doesn't matter who makes it. Post 7. I just want to ask who is playing the main character. Host. I heard it's Chun Hao. Someone revealed they saw him at the audition site. Post 9. Post 10. Can Chun Hao play the general? That's out of character. Post 11. I suddenly don't want to watch it anymore. This forum is a fan forum for Hu Xiaohui's books. After Bai Li returned from the audition that day, she read Hu Xiaohui's original work. Once she started, she couldn't stop. She was hooked. So heartbreaking. So sweet. One book wasn't enough. Bai Li also read several other novels by Hu Xiaohui, getting absorbed in each one. Every day, she held her phone, reading and occasionally smiling mysteriously. She never expected that the unexpectedly shy Hu Xiaohui could write such thrilling, heart-wrenching, and heart-fluttering plots. Bai Li felt that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Bai Li had become a fan of Hu Xiaohui's books. Chapter 24. Online popularity. Many entertainment bloggers and short video editors go to a certain platform to find material. Almost everything can be found on that platform. A variety of funny anecdotes. After a meeting where the Post 00s ordered Honey Snow Ice City milk tea for their boss from the Post 70s, I accidentally laughed so hard that I let out a series of farts. There are also many rumors from the entertainment industry, such as a certain popular male actor having body odor, a certain marketing guru engaging in a fierce competition with an 85 Post 80s Golden Horse award-winning actress on set, and a certain brand changing its ambassador overnight due to entertainment editor Guo Qingqing skillfully opening a certain platform, preparing to plagiarize some existing material, splice it together, and post a few blogs to wrap up the day's work. Suddenly, a post caught her attention. Shocking. The biggest investor in the adapted drama turns out to be a wealthy fan of the book. Happiness comes too suddenly. It's well known that there's always been an irreconcilable conflict between the fans of the original book and the adapted dramas, due to the need for approval. Adapted dramas often make corresponding modifications to the script. For instance, if the original story is about a male-male couple, some adaptations will forcibly break them apart to get approval, even assigning female counterparts to them. Turning a male-male novel into a heterosexual romance naturally displeases the book fans. Chapter 25. Moving into a new home. The new home is finally ready for move-in. Bai Li had already packed her bags and rushed to the new place. At that time, Jiang Mingfei had hired a bidding team, and once the bidding announcement was released, it caused a small earthquake in the renovation industry. A small villa in Huangpu district is rare. It takes years to complete just one. Several major renovation companies took action, each showcasing their renovation proposals. Scandinavian style, retro style, pastoral style, French, American, New Chinese. Besides these companies, many individual designers also participated, offering proposals that didn't fit any of the above styles, but were full of personal flair. With hundreds of proposals, Bai Li was dazzled. They all looked great, and she wanted them all. What to do? Why can't it be like skins in a game, where you can switch at will? Tired of one, just change to another? Ultimately, Xiao Hao's words enlightened her. Xiao Hao, host, don't get tangled up. There will be many houses in the future. That makes sense. She had been narrow-minded. With Xiao Hao around, each house can have its own renovation style. And when she gets tired of one, she can just switch to another. Bai Li carefully selected and finally found a proposal that matched the atmosphere of Magic City, both modern and cosmopolitan. Chapter 26. Creating a new song. Shan Gui was a bit overwhelmed. He seemed to discover that his female boss was a musical genius. She didn't know anything, but learned everything once taught. Shan Gui's incredulous voice came from the side stand. Sister, are you sure you haven't learned any instruments before? Since moving into her new home, Bai Li had been obsessively holed up in the recording studio, hardly seen by others. The only time they saw her was during meals when she hurriedly ate a few bites and hummed an unknown tune, bouncing back to her room. Back in her room, Bai Li placed her phone on the nearby stand, adjusted the angle, and began video teaching with Shan Gui again. Shan Gui had a deep bass voice, pleasant and sweet, like it was wrapped in honey, making Bai Li feel happy. In less than a day, Bai Li learned several instruments, including the electronic keyboard, guitar, and bass. Sitting in front of the electronic keyboard, Bai Li's slender fingers lightly pressed two keys. Shan Gui recognized the pitch, Bai Li was playing a note that didn't exist and responded to Sean Guy's earlier question about not having learned an instrument before. Wow, absolute pitch. Sean Guay felt like he had been struck by lightning, suddenly springing up from his seat, his face full of shock. Chapter 27. Acknowledging the thief as a father after listening to the entire song, Sean Guay still couldn't find it online. He couldn't identify the song by ear. The melody and lyrics echoed in his mind. Seeing that Sean Guay hadn't replied for a while, Bai Li sent a question mark. Bai Li? Sean Guay straightened his body, took a deep breath to calm himself, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, and cautiously asked, "Did you write this song?" Bai Li, yes. I wrote it for you. Can you sing it? When Sean Guay saw Bai Li's text, his heart skipped a beat, as if an invisible hand had plucked at his heartstrings. He never expected Bai Li would actually write songs, and for him, no less. Looking at those words, his eyes felt slightly warm. After struggling in this industry for so long, he had seen too much insincerity, people coming to him when he was at his peak and leaving when he was down. Everyone knew Sean Guay's voice was no longer what it used to be. All the past flattery and compliments had vanished. But perhaps only at such times could one see the purest relationships between people. He couldn't fathom why Bai Li would write a song for a washed-up singer like him. His fingers hovered over the phone screen for a long time, unsure how to respond. Those words that had once been crystal clear in his mind were now shrouded in a layer of fog, becoming vague. Chapter 28. The coffee guy. Bai Li already had an idea about the song's destination. My bronze ding can connect past and present. Didn't have a theme song yet. Bai Li's fingers slid across the phone screen, sending a carefully crafted excerpt of the song to Jiang Mingfei. After listening, Jiang Mingfei was overjoyed. The song seemed tailor-made for the drama, and it was composed by Bai Li. Jiang Mingfei was astonished, unable to close her mouth. Bai Li can compose songs? How is the young lady so versatile, beautiful, and talented in singing, and now she can write songs too? Like a whirlwind, Jiang Mingfei rushed to Bai Li's home, listened to the full version in Bai Li's recording studio, and after finishing, excitedly clapped her hands, her voice echoing loudly in the studio. This is it. She immediately bought the copyright for the song. Jiang Mingfei took Bai Li's hand, sincerely bent down to align her gaze with Bai Li, and said earnestly, "Little one, let us be clear. I must pay you for the song as copyright. You've already put in a lot, so just accept my little kindness." Jiang Mingfei offered a copyright fee of 100,000 yuan. The young lady certainly didn't lack this 100,000 yuan, and Jiang Mingfei understood this. But that wasn't a reason for her to take it for free. Chapter 29. Big gains after sending Jiang Mingfei off. Bai Li returned home and drew the goodwill points she had gained in the Omniverse wheel. Besides the goodwill points from Sean Guay, she also inexplicably received 20 goodwill points from someone named Guan Cha this afternoon. Bai Li suspected it was the guy from the coffee shop, but she didn't have enough evidence. She threw 40 draws into the Omniverse wheel, which emitted a holy light. Bai Li clasped her hands in prayer. "Oh, Omniverse wheel, give me gold, gold, gold." It had been a long time since she last got gold. She had only drawn gold twice. Once was the seamless identity, which felt almost passive, but the music master title was an active skill. Through this opportunity of creating a song, Bai Li finally experienced the extraordinary nature of the golden titles. So she was eagerly looking forward to drawing another golden title to see what interesting skills she could obtain. The holy light of the Wheel of Fortune flashed by, and the 40 draws vanished without a sound, like throwing stones into water. Well, no gold came out. Instead, a bunch of intelligence attribute points were drawn. Chapter 30. The auction for the small crown hiss. That's ruthless. Greentown Group offered 10 billion. The speaker's eyes widened in shock. Next to him, another person stared intently at the computer screen, with sharp eyes flickering, confidently saying, "This location is indeed worth it. Just watch. It will exceed 10 billion. When Greentown Group bid 10 billion, the auction entered the next phase. Only giants could participate in this phase. Other small players who were not qualified had long exited the bidding stage. In front of a small computer screen, it was crowded with heads. They were part of the company's investment risk assessment team, primarily responsible for the company's investment direction. Originally, the small crown office building in Lujiazui was one of their target projects this year, and they had prepared a thick stack of materials for this project. However, due to the high risks associated with this project, it was unanimously rejected by the company's senior management. Allowing them to relax and watch the drama, at this crucial moment tonight. The glow of the screen illuminated everyone's faces, and each person's expression changed with the fluctuations in price. The continuously rising prices on the website elicited gasps of surprise. Chapter 31. Auction results. Bai Li looked at her name suddenly appearing on the screen, blushing slightly, and silently apologized. Sorry, everyone, I have the absolute right to bid. In the last second of the auction, Bai Li bid 20 billion, directly locking in the final auction result. This was a timed auction with strict time limits. Bidders could only compete within the specified time period, and once the time was up, the buyer was confirmed. Others no longer had the opportunity to bid. Even if someone were to bid, few would raise their bid against Bai Li. The estimated value of the small crown was 15 billion, and 20 billion had far exceeded the market price. Those business giants and investment experts, despite having navigated the business world for many years and seen countless storms, all wore expressions of shock at this moment. Who is this Bai Li? Where did she come from? Why had this name never been heard in the business circle before? Moreover, she is an individual, not a company. How could she possibly have 20 billion in disposable funds? In the conference room of Zhonghai Real Estate, the previously oppressive atmosphere was replaced by a stronger sense of shock. Chapter 32. The land of eternal day today is not exactly good weather. The city is shrouded in gloomy clouds. The sky looks like a huge gray curtain, stifling and suffocating. However, at the very top of the small crown, the conference room remains spacious and bright, with sunlight pouring into every corner of the room unobstructed, the golden light dancing on the smooth marble walls, refracting dazzling brilliance. This is a world above the clouds, an eternal day unaffected by cloudy weather, independent of the mundane world. Bai Li signed her name on the contract. From this moment on, this would be her personal asset. Bai Li walked to her office, pushed open the door, and was met with a huge floor-to-ceiling window. As she approached the window, her view was filled with the vast white clouds. These clouds were layered and boundless, covering all the noise of the city below. This was a pure white world, as if time had stopped here. Also above the clouds were a few towering building spires, sailing like giant ships in the sea of clouds, lonely yet magnificent, as if only the top captains could navigate them, each carrying something. Chapter 33. The interview. Su Yakin had been deeply involved in the entertainment operations field for many years, witnessing the entire process from traditional film and television dominating the scene to the rise of new online communication models. At her age, she rarely changed jobs anymore. One reason was that she had already reached the pinnacle of this industry. It was merely repeating work in a similar environment, making substantial progress difficult. Moreover, for someone with her qualifications, her cost-effectiveness was not high for companies looking to recruit talent. The money spent to recruit her would be better used to hire a few obedient college students who had lower salary demands, were easy to manage, and could meet the company's diverse talent structure needs, also known as political indicators. However, Su Yakin still came for the interview. There was no other reason. The conditions offered by the new company were too good, even making an old bird like her feel excited. Su Yakin's interview was personally conducted by Bai Li and Jing Yi. It was said that this Su Yakin was a veteran in the entertainment industry, having produced several popular variety shows and trained several star agents with deep qualifications. Therefore, the company placed great importance on this interview. When Su Yakin arrived at the company, she was first shocked by the company's location. Chapter 34. Unexpected news. Bai Li opened the live streaming software and accidentally saw a private message. Yuan Shan Yi, sister, do you still remember Shi Shui? Bai Li certainly remembered Shi Shui. Previously, in the voice hall, she had known Shi Shui, who had a beauty score greater than 80. So she spent all her money on him. Moreover, Shi Shui was the first male to donate money after Bai Li obtained the godly rich system. Although Bai Li was busy, she hadn't forgotten Shi Shui. It's just that she hadn't opened the live streaming software for a long time and hadn't received any messages from Shi Shui either. Bai Li remembered that when she left, Shi Shui was doing quite well on his own. Could something have happened? Bai Li Jian Shui. I remember. What is up? Yuan Shan Yi. Yuan Shan Yi immediately replied with an exclamation mark. She didn't expect to receive a reply from Bai Li Jian Shui. After all, this big sister hadn't appeared in the live room for a long time and should be in a state of retirement. But she had no choice but to think of sending a message to her. Yuan Shan Yi. After the hall closed, Shi Shui hasn't streamed for a long time. As the messages kept popping up, Bai Li learned the whole story. It turned out that after she left, the voice hall closed shortly thereafter. and the boss absconded with the money. Since then, Shi Shui hadn't T-streamed, and Yuan Shani was worried about what had happened to him. Chapter 35. Decline in looks. Bai Li stood there in a daze, unable to believe that the person in front of her was Shi Shui. She suddenly realized why she hadn't received any favorability points from him. It was because she couldn't gain favorability points from someone whose beauty score didn't meet the standard. She silently asked in her heart, Xiao Hao, what is Shi Shui's beauty score now? Xiao Hao quickly replied, 75 points, it doesn't meet the standard. Sure enough, Bai Li felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. Beauty scores could also decline, changing with a person's health, mental state, age, or other external factors. Bai Li remembered that when she first met Shi Shui, his beauty score was still 82, but now it had dropped to 75. What had this boy gone through to end up in such a state? Bai Li's throat felt as if it were blocked by something. The countless words of inquiry and comfort could not be spoken at this moment. Only a deep sense of heartache remained. Shi Shui almost instantly recognized Bai Li. The moment his gaze touched her, it was like a candle flame being lit, sparking a glimmer of light. He had never seen Bai Li before, but he was certain that the person in front of him was her. It was a wondrous feeling that transcended appearance and looks. Chapter 36. Raising flowers. As the sun began to set, there were no signs of Shi Shui waking up. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Bai Li glanced at the phone. It was Shi Shui's phone, and the incoming call displayed his sister's name. Bai Li silenced the phone's vibration, hesitating for a moment. She didn't want to wake Shi Shui, but she was worried it might be something important. So she took the phone and quietly walked to a distance before answering the call. On the other end of the line, a little girl's voice, as crisp as silver bells, chimed. Hello? Brother, I'm off school. I've been very good today. Bai Li turned to look at the sleeping Shi Shui. He had a sister? Bai Li said softly, Your brother is asleep. Huh? The voice on the other end sounded surprised. Who are you? Bai Li explained. I'm Bai Li, your brother's friend. He just fell asleep, but if you have something urgent to tell him, I can pass it on. It's nothing urgent. I just want to tell him that I've been very good by myself and hope he and Mom can come home early. Sister, just tell him this when he wakes up. The little girl's voice was tender, sounding young yet so understanding that it tugged at one's heartstrings. Chapter 37. The olive branch of fate. The surgery was very successful. Shi Shui's mother had successfully passed the danger period and only needed some time for recovery to return to her former self. Young lady, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. Shi Shui's mother held Bai Li's hands with grateful eyes, wanting to sit up to thank her, completely disregarding the fact that she had just undergone surgery. Shi Shui's mother bore a strong resemblance to him, with sparkling watery eyes that made her appearance gentle and charming. Lacking any sharpness, her Jiangnan accent was soft and sweet. Had it not been for the marks of time, she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Bai Li held one of her hands and gently patted her shoulder, urging her to lie back down. Auntie, please don't move around. Be careful of your wound. After hearing Bai Li's words, Shi Shui's mother slowly laid back down, filled with too many questions. Over the years, she had seen too much warmth and coldness in human relationships. When things were going well, everyone she met were good people. When times were tough, everyone she encountered appeared to be bad. She no longer believed in selfless contributions. This girl was strikingly beautiful and exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Moreover, she was accompanied by several tall bodyguards, suggesting that her background was likely extraordinary. Chapter 38. Job fair. In the heart of a bustling city, a towering office building stood quietly, its glass curtain wall reflecting dazzling light under the sun. In an interview room on one of the floors, the summer heat wave outside was completely blocked by the powerful central air conditioning, keeping the indoor temperature perfectly cool and pleasant. Brother, why are you wearing a knit cap in the middle of summer? Zhong Wu, who had been engrossed in playing on his phone, slowly raised his head upon hearing the question. When he glanced up, he was nearly blinded by the extremely eye-catching bright red hair. It wasn't a dark red. It was the kind of bright, flaming red that looked like it had been bleached 3 times to achieve. Under the lights, it even emitted a transparent red glow that dazzled the eyes. The owner of the voice was this red-haired boy, who looked young and still had some childishness on his face. He casually plopped down into the seat next to Zhong Wu, shouting, hey. His movements were relaxed and carefree, as if this room full of strangers was his own living room. Zhong Wu, feeling lethargic, raised his hand and slightly lifted the edge of his knit cap, revealing the short stubble of hair that had just started to grow, succinctly uttering one word, bald. Chapter 39. Stunt actor. He came to this opportunity because it was the day the film crew was wrapping up. At that moment, he had just come down from a wire hanging for 3 hours. The wire ropes, having borne his weight for so long, seemed to have lost some of their energy, trembling slightly and making faint creaking sounds. To cut costs, the crew concentrated all the scenes that required wires to be filmed on this day. The moment he landed, a sharp pain in his lower back hit him like a sudden flood, completely submerging his sensory world. Aside from the excruciating pain that nearly made him faint, he felt as if all other parts of his body had been stripped of sensation. Zhong Wu's heart sank. He knew very well what it meant. His long-standing back injury had flared up again. The wire operator hurriedly removed the props from him and rushed off. Zhong Wu gritted his teeth and tried to take a couple of steps. Each step felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. When he reached a corner, he could no longer support the weight of his body, collapsing like a felled tree onto the ground, which was littered with gravel and dirt. Large beads of sweat began to form on his furrowed forehead, cascading down in streams. Just then, the crew was busy wrapping up, with people carrying heavy props running around, shouting for others to make way. Chapter 40. Group Broadcast Planning. Bai Li led her team into the interview room. The moment the door was pushed open, all eyes turned curiously towards the entrance. They had expected a new interviewee, but unexpectedly, it was a woman who walked in. A graceful figure with a beautiful face. The noisy atmosphere in the room instantly quieted down. The person who entered was Bai Li, and under the gaze of so many eyes, she felt a bit nervous. Thankfully, she was not alone. Other interviewers from the company followed her in, each a seasoned media professional exuding an aura of workplace elite, which reassured Bai Li considerably. Bai Li silently encouraged herself. It was all for the sake of favorability, and she walked straight into the interview room, taking a seat in the central position at the front. The other interviewers from the company sat on either side of her. The reason Bai Li personally participated in the interview was quite simple. It was for the sake of favorability. The company's personnel management system was already quite complete. Even if Bai Li did not go to the company now, the daily operations could still proceed smoothly. Take this job fair as an example. Professional human resources specialists had already arranged everything meticulously, with experienced interviewers, sharp-eyed as hawks, overseeing each aspect, making it unnecessary for Bai Li to be present. Chapter 41. Medical Clinic. Bai Li was enjoying her breakfast leisurely, with her plate filled with exquisite dishes, golden crispy fried eggs, fragrant ham, soft and sweet rice porridge, accompanied by brightly colored fruits and vegetables. Suddenly, a series of system notifications rang in her ears. Chu CNCN Favorability 3. Chu CNCN Favorability 1. Chu CNCN Favorability 2. In addition to Chu Xianxian's favorability, Bai Li also received several other favorability notifications. But the most came from Chu Xianxian. Bai Li paused slightly with her fork, her dark eyebrows raised, filled with surprise and confusion. She glanced sideways at Jingyi, who was eating grass, and was about to inquire when she was rendered speechless by the few leaves floating in his bowl. Jingyi was leisurely eating boiled green leafy vegetables, a variety of them, with nothing else, which formed a stark contrast to Bai Li's sumptuous breakfast. According to Jingyi, a light diet could avoid generating turbid energy. Is this the professionalism of a steward? Bai Li's mouth twitched slightly. No matter how many times she saw it, she was still shocked by Jingyi's eating habits. At that moment, Bai Li received another favorability notification from Chu Xianxian. Chu Xianxian Favorability 1. Chapter 42. Officially starting to raise a child. Shui's mother was also shocked by this luxurious medical clinic. She was surrounded by soft wheelchairs, pushed slowly by medical staff dressed in neat uniforms with warm smiles. The dazzling crystal chandelier overhead shed light like scattered gold foil, illuminating the art paintings hanging on the corridor walls. The marble floor beneath her feet was so shiny that it reflected the exquisite carvings and beautiful lighting on the ceiling. Walking on it felt like strolling on clouds, each step stepping on a dream bubble. The slight buzzing of advanced medical equipment and the soft murmurs of the medical staff grew more pronounced as Shui's mother went deeper, making her increasingly anxious. Their family had once been wealthy, allowing them a glimpse into the iceberg of the world of the powerful and wealthy. She had only heard of such a medical clinic specifications in that world. Moreover, this medical clinic was privately owned by Bai Li. Shui's mother secretly calculated the astronomical costs involved in supporting such a medical team, wondering what kind of strong financial backing it required. Shui's mother realized she was mistaken. She had initially thought Bai Li was just a kind-hearted person with a little wealth. Now, she discovered that Bai Li's height was far beyond her estimation, at a level that ordinary people could hardly reach. Chapter 43 Lottery in Progress. Bai Li specifically checked the almanac. Today was suitable for investment, trading, and praying for blessings. In short, it was an auspicious day for a lottery. Not only that, but Bai Li also gathered special rituals from various sources. The lottery must be drawn precisely at noon. Being a second early or late would not work. Only at that moment could the luck value peak, ensuring a successful lottery and a bountiful return. If others knew Bai Li's thoughts at this moment, they would likely ridicule her for being superstitious. And even a Taoist would say, "Benefactor, you are being delusional." But as long as one is a gambler relying on luck, they will eventually go crazy. It's inevitable. Bai Li believed that she wasn't overly superstitious. Her symptoms were relatively mild. She just took this lottery very seriously, so she made ample preparations beforehand, including bathing and changing into clothes of the same color as the wheel of all things. Then, she lit 3 incense sticks, the curling smoke rising, and for 15 minutes, she sweetly praised the wheel of all things, determined to flatter it thoroughly. Chapter 44 Special Prize. Among the many ordinary prizes, there was also a prize emitting a blue glow. It was a faint blue, unobtrusive, not as eye-catching as the golden SSR, which caused Bai Li to overlook it initially. At this moment, all the golden entries have been redeemed from the prize pool by Bai Li. Among the gray and dull R-tier prizes, this touch of blue stood out remarkably. UR item voucher, what is this? Bai Li's eyes widened. Could it be? Such a lucky thing couldn't really happen to her. Could it? Xiao Hao had said before that UR prizes shouldn't appear in this dimension and shouldn't exist in the wheel of all things prize pool. The last UR prize she drew might have been just luck. Bai Li thought she would never draw a UR prize again. Yet here she was, having drawn one once more. Once was a coincidence. Was the second time still a coincidence? Xiao Hao also noticed this unexpected event, softly exclaiming, "This is beyond its established cognitive scope." UR prize? The wheel of all things actually gave you another UR prize. Host, how did you do it? Hearing this, Bai Li's mouth slightly curved upward. 15 minutes of flattery were not in vain. Chapter 45 Finding Sanmao. Bai Li returned to the small town from which she came. The town still maintained the appearance from her memories. The houses along the streets remained low and old. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and occasionally a few elderly people strolled by slowly, some leaning on canes, others carrying vegetable baskets, their faces etched with the trivialities and mundanity of life. Time seemed to slow down here. Bai Li actually did not like this small town. There were too few people. It was remote, old, boring, and backward, exuding a scent of decay and decline. Life felt tedious and monotonous, with each day seeming a repetition of the previous one. The small town in her memories was gray. She left behind mostly sour and bitter memories here, with the clouds of fate hovering ominously, and sickness crashing against her fragile body and mind like a surging tide. Those fragmented memories were like nightmare shards, deeply rooted in her heart, making her just want to escape, running far away without looking back. Yet, the helplessness of life kept pulling her back, making her feel trapped here. However, time passed, and perhaps her mindset had changed. Revisiting the place, her feet once again touched this familiar, yet strange land, and Bai Li inexplicably felt a sense of disconnection, as if years had passed. The once familiar streets and mottled rooftops were now colorful. Chapter 46 Special Recruitment Notice. When she came, Bai Li, anxious like a fire, unhesitatingly boarded the plane. Her mind filled with a single thought, to find Sanmao as quickly as possible. But the return journey was not so urgent. Moreover, air travel was too torturous for the little one. Not only was the space cramped, but the environment was also noisy and chaotic. She couldn't bear to let this little guy suffer that ordeal. So, for the return trip, Ahu drove her back. As for where the car came from, she casually picked a vehicle from a nearby 4S dealership. The staff at that 4S shop had never seen someone pick up a car so quickly. She entered the shop, first asking if there were any cars available, then which model was comfortable, swiped her card, and drove away. The whole process took no more than 10 minutes. Just like going to the mall to buy a bottle of water. After waiting for a long time, the 4S store employee finally came back to his senses, turned to the manager beside him, and stammered, "Manager, did I just sell a car? If you don't hit me, how come I feel like I'm dreaming?" The manager was so angry that smoke seemed to be coming out of his ears. He raised his hand and slapped the employee's back hard, causing him to stagger. The manager gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat hit the jackpot." Chapter 47. Results and Reactions. Hey girl. A girl with excitement in her eyes suddenly leaned towards her best friend and said, "Have you heard about the trending group broadcast recently?" The girl took out her phone, quickly swiped on the screen, clicked, and sent a link. "Let me recommend you a group broadcast. You have to check out the link I shared with you. It's all about handsome guys. It's really amazing." Her best friend hesitantly opened it, but was instantly captivated. "Wow, are they all this handsome? What's her name? What are they playing?" Seeing her best friend successfully getting hooked, the girl excitedly began explaining. "Let me tell you about the game mechanics. The viewers score the broadcasters, which is the chance for a comeback." Her best friend hesitated a bit. "Isn't that just a way to make money? The broadcasters need to eat too, and their group broadcast team has costs, so they can't do it for free." The girl knew her cautious friend would ask this. She patted her chest and said, "But trust me, girl, they're not maliciously trying to make money. If any broadcaster threatens you to spend money in the live stream, you can report them to the team. Once found out, regardless of how well the broadcaster performs, they will be forcibly dismissed. Someone was dismissed before." Chapter 48. Public Opinion Storm. While the night and day group broadcast was trending, Bai Li was lazily sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding a cat toy and playfully waving it, enjoying teasing the cat at her feet. Sanmao. Sanmao wore a soft collar specially designed for kittens, with a delicate 24K gold safety lock attached, which was engraved with Bai Li's contact number and address to prevent Sanmao from getting lost. However, looking at Sanmao's appearance, getting lost seemed impossible in this lifetime. Sanmao was living too comfortably at Bai Li's home, completely enjoying the life. Every day, there was fresh sheep milk and fresh meat. Various dishes, all meticulously prepared with balanced nutrition, along with a variety of imported snacks airlifted just for it. Not only was the food good, but the living conditions were also excellent. Now the entire front and backyards were its territory, and it didn't need a cat climbing frame. The vegetation, flowers, and trees in the yard were the best playground for the kitten. Whenever it felt like it, it would play with the little fish in the pond, and occasionally, when a small bird flew low, it would go tease the bird. When tired, it sprawled lazily on the sun-drenched stone path, soaking up the sun in a relaxed manner. If it got bored playing alone, there were plenty of two-legged companions at home. Besides Bai Li, the siblings Shui and Shihua were also fond of it and willing to play with it. Chapter 49. A day in Chu Xianxian's life. As soon as the live broadcast started, a huge crowd poured in. It wasn't a normal broadcasting time. Why was it live? Meanwhile, a significant portion of the audience was attracted by the trending topic, coming to watch the excitement. The screen was filled with scrolling comments like snowflakes. "Yay! Xian, darling. Blah, blah, blah. Wait, am I seeing this right? Why is it live at this hour? Starting the broadcast while trending. Your company is really impressive." Banned, the entire operations team was monitoring the live broadcast in real time from the background. Once they discovered someone making inappropriate comments, deliberately stirring the pot, or posting inflammatory remarks, they would ruthlessly blacklist them at once. As soon as they showed their heads, they would be banned. Chu Xianxian was super happy holding the broadcasting equipment. Grinning from ear to ear, his eyes turned into crescent moons, exuding an uncontrollable excitement. His own live stream usually had only a few thousand viewers, but this time he was broadcasting from a main room, and within a short time, nearly 100,000 viewers had poured in. He had never broadcasted to so many people before. Chu Xianxian earnestly introduced the base to the viewers in the live stream. Chapter 50. Response. The live broadcast received an excellent response. As soon as it ended, the company's recruitment email was flooded with applications from people wanting to apply for jobs. The blogger's lengthy complaint on the trending topic instantly lost its persuasiveness after this live broadcast. Bai Li asked Chu Xianxian to introduce the base precisely for this effect. When Chu Xianxian's live broadcast concluded successfully and the audience's reactions were the most enthusiastic, it was also when the company released its official statement. The PR department quickly published a statement after receiving Bai Li's message, while also boosting the circulation. Night and Day Entertainment's serious statement regarding false trending topics quickly rose to the trending list. Night and Day Entertainment responded strongly to various unfounded accusations and rumors, providing detailed and powerful answers to each smear. The statement clearly indicated, since its establishment, Night and Day Entertainment has been committed to providing a broad stage for broadcasters and creating quality content for viewers, always adhering to industry norms and moral bottom lines. We welcome supervision from all sectors, but firmly resist malicious slander and false rumors. We will reserve the right to pursue legal accountability to protect our legitimate rights and interests. And we ask the vast number of netizens to maintain rational judgment and not be misled by false information. Chapter 51. Lawyer's Letter. What knocked on the director's office was none other than a lawyer's letter from Night and Day Entertainment. The director was lounging in a large office chair, crossing his legs, leisurely scrolling through his phone, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The curling smoke filling the entire office with a choking smell. Hearing the sound, he impatiently raised his eyelids, reached out to take the lawyer's letter, and just gave it a cursory glance, the dense text catching his eye. He usually hated reading text, and immediately frowned in annoyance, mumbling with a cigarette in his mouth. "What is this?" The little assistant standing nearby, choked by the smoke, had red-rimmed eyes and a scratchy throat, couldn't help but cough lightly, and quickly replied, "It's the lawyer's letter from Night and Day Entertainment." Huh? The director was stunned, as if he had heard something unbelievable. He quickly pulled out all the documents from the folder in the lawyer's letter, and the bright red official seals on several documents were particularly eye-catching. His brain raced, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Could it be that his recent little antics of secretly slandering online had been discovered? Chapter 52. Longtow Entertainment. The lawyer's letter had been sent out, but when the other party would respond and how they would respond was still unknown. Bai Li speculated that such a large entertainment company would likely not easily admit defeat. They were probably frantically thinking of countermeasures. However, it was also possible that they were secretly plotting something. Just as Bai Li had expected, the other side indeed couldn't hold themselves back. The director led the public relations team to stay in the office for a couple of hours, with smoke swirling around and a heavy atmosphere. Heated discussions rose and fell, and finally, a seemingly flawless plan was born. First of all, it was out of the question to apologize. That was absolutely impossible. It would be tantamount to slapping oneself in public and admitting fault. Not only would they face a barrage of criticism from netizens, but would also tarnish Longtang Entertainment's reputation. When the higher-ups from the headquarters came knocking, these instigators would surely be in for a rough time, right? Compensation was also out of the question. 6 million in damages was simply like cutting flesh. To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. The director slammed the table and said confidently, "Whoever posted the blog should be the one to apologize. They claim we orchestrated this behind the scenes and maliciously slandered them. But can they provide any solid evidence? We just need to stick to our guns. This is all the personal behavior of the blogger and has nothing to do with the company. If it comes to a lawsuit, let them go after that person and leave us out of it." Chapter 53. Asking Immortals. The conflict was resolved, but the heat hadn't died down. They could still take advantage of the momentum to boost the streaming traffic. Recently, Day and Night Entertainment made a powerful move, announcing a shocking piece of news. They successfully secured the film adaptation rights for the blockbuster novel Asking Immortals and officially entered the preparation stage. Asking Immortals is a legendary masterpiece in the online literature world and is undoubtedly the founding work of the resurgence of spiritual energy novels. To draw comparison, in the realm of Western fantasy literature, there are monumental works like The Lord of the Rings, which laid the groundwork for countless future fantasy stories. In the traditional martial arts world, Mr. Jin Yong's series is well known and regarded as a Bible for countless martial arts enthusiasts, carrying the martial arts sentiment of generations. The influence and recognition of Asking Immortals in the online literature world can be likened to the previous two examples, as it has created a unique urban cultivation system rich in Chinese characteristics, with a fan base spread across the country and spanning various age groups. The story setting of this novel is grand and fantastical. It begins with a rare, celestial tide of spiritual energy tearing open a corner of the peaceful world, and the spiritual veins that have been dormant underground slowly awaken, releasing immense spiritual power, causing a dramatic change in the world. Chapter 54. The plan. The public opinion storm came to an end. The company became increasingly busy. The highly anticipated film production plan for Asking Immortals was officially announced, and various preparations were rapidly put on the agenda. Among the many complicated tasks, the recruitment of actors for the training base was just one part. More was about business connections. Various brands came from all directions, seemingly eager to leverage the immense traffic behind the streaming platform to achieve brand promotion through sponsorship. Many practitioners from other entertainment companies in the industry also arrived, drawn by the wind. In no time, the company's threshold was about to be broken. Fortunately, Jing Yi took charge of all the connections, and the company's affairs were proceeding in an orderly manner, giving Bai Li plenty of free time. Unless it was an extremely important decision, Bai Li generally didn't need to get involved. Thanks to Jing Yi, amen. At this moment, Bai Li was comfortably nestled in the spacious and soft queen chair in her room, holding a fragrant cup of tea, slightly squinting her eyes, and enjoying the warm sunshine. An old CD player was spinning, playing soothing music. Chapter 55, Brother Strong. The gaming ID of the companion player was simple, just one English name, Yang. Bai Li clicked into his profile page to take a closer look. It was clear that this person was skilled in popular shooting games like PUBG, CSGO, and Apex. He was likely a proficient player in the shooting game field, Brother Strong. When she moved her gaze to the rating section, Bai Li couldn't help but widen her eyes. The rating was out of 5 stars, and Brother Strong only had 2 stars. What kind of companion could score themselves so poorly? Was it possible that his skills were lacking? Bai Li flipped through the negative reviews, and the more she read, the more absurd it seemed, causing her mouth to involuntarily curve into a smile, and she eventually laughed out loud. Anonymous one. To be honest, in terms of skills, I absolutely recognize this guy, but his foul mouth can really drive people crazy. Throughout a game, he never stopped talking, always making fun of the boss. I just mentioned that I was born in '95 and reached the CSGO master rank, and he immediately started with his sarcastic comments, saying that at my age, getting that score was like saying a 75-year-old could run a marathon. Am I paying to get annoyed? Anonymous 2. Negative review. Definitely a negative review. Other companions were supposed to help the boss expand quickly, but when the boss came to get it, it was already gone, and this guy took it, then insisted that the boss had already expanded. What kind of companion is that? Chapter 56. The chicken dinner in progress. Young. Didn't he make a wrong order? User sister 1840284. No. User sister 1840284. What's wrong? Young. Okay. Young, it's nothing. Young, what is your account number? I'll add you. Bai Li sent her account number over. When Xiangyang saw this account, he was stunned. After waiting for a while, Bai Li finally received the team invitation and clicked to accept. A system notification popped up on the screen. Player BL has joined the squad. Bai Li entered the team wearing a dazzling special effect dress. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Brother Strong, who was dressed in the default skin. The default skin was the original skin of the game, an unattractive gray t-shirt and gray pants, very plain. However, the gray default skin was indeed not very eye-catching, making it the best camouflage once in the game, and it could also serve to disguise one's self as a bot. Were all skilled players using default skins? Wouldn't she be too conspicuous in this outfit? But the default skin was too shabby. Bai Li really didn't want to switch to it. Bai Li turned on her microphone and asked, "Am I dressed too flashy?" After a moment, Brother Strong replied, "No, it looks great." Chapter 57. Taking the sister for a chicken dinner before getting in the car, Xiangyang asked with concern, "Is there an expansion?" Let me check." While Bai Li opened her backpack interface to check, Xiangyang had quietly circled behind her, tilting his head and examining the gun on her back. A skilled player who was familiar with the game could determine the attachments on a gun just by its shape. Each gun had different suitable attachments. M4 Shooting T have a holographic sight. A red dot is better. A vertical grip provides better stability. Seeing that the attachments on Bai Li's gun were not suitable, Xiangyang patiently explained, there's such a detail. Bai Li suddenly realized, indeed, she and T played this game in a long time. There used to be no such detailed considerations. It is probably to cater to the current esports events, and the game has undergone changes, becoming increasingly professional. After hearing Strong talk about it, Bai Li suddenly understood and was planning to go back and re-examine the package, changing the accessories again. However, before she could take any action, Strong had already taken the gun from behind him and placed it in front of Bai Li. Use this one. It's already set up. Chapter 58. The cool guy's affection. How much affection does he have for me? Bai Li's voice was filled with disbelief as she confirmed with Xiao Hao again. 70. Xiao Hao's voice was innocent, and as soon as he said it, it seemed there was some new change, and he quickly corrected himself. Now it's 71. It's increased by 1 point. Bai Li's mouth slightly opened, unable to speak. 70. Huh? Confusion, shock, and puzzlement filled her mind. If she remembered correctly, a favorability of 70 meant he liked her, right? Strong likes me? Bai Li was completely stunned, her thoughts in disarray. Love at first sight? But they hadn't even met. How could that be? What did the message Strong sent me mean? Bai Li picked up her phone again to check the message. You finally came to find me. It felt as if they had known each other a long time ago, and Strong had been waiting for her for a long time. But no, she didn't know him. Could he have mistaken her for someone else? Or could he really be an old acquaintance she just didn't remember? Bai Li furrowed her brows. If she replied with "Who are you?" it would be too awkward, as it would indicate that she forgot him. Chapter 59. The cool guy's memoirs. Fragments of memories from Ing Xiangyang gradually surfaced in Bai Li's mind. The images started off a bit blurry, as if seen through a thin veil, then slowly became clearer. Today we have a new student joining our big group. Everyone welcome her. Sparse applause came from the audience. In the classroom, there were a dozen students, all looking young, right in their teenage years, wearing uniform blue and white school uniforms. Upon seeing the new transfer student brought in by the teacher, they immediately began whispering to each other, discussing excitedly. Is a transfer student a boy or a girl? A girl curiously peered around, quietly asking a classmate next to her, why is she bald? Suddenly, someone raised their voice, filled with disbelief, as if they had seen something extremely strange. Look at the marks on her face. Someone frowned, gently poking their partner with a finger, signaling them to look over. Quiet. Quiet. The teacher tapped the podium and, once the classroom quieted down a bit, cautiously turned to the transfer student and said, little student, please introduce yourself. Then the scene shifted to the transfer student. Chapter 60. Sour Feelings. Ing Xiangyang. You finally came to find me. Bai Li opened her phone again and saw the message Ing Xiangyang sent her, feeling guilty for a second. Although Ing Xiangyang sent a text, Bai Li seemed to feel his joyful emotion through the words. It was so intense that it made her a bit flushed, her face slightly reddening. 3 parts embarrassment, 3 parts a loss, and 4 parts shame. Bai Li instinctively tightened her grip on her phone, unsure how to respond. Ing Xiangyang, full of joy, thought Bai Li had clicked on him for a game, specifically looking for him, but in reality, Bai Li had long forgotten him and only happened to click on him in the gaming app. Thank goodness, Bai Li secretly thought. It's good that there's a vast internet between me and Ing Xiangyang, giving me time to buffer. Moreover, thanks to the character card system, she was able to see memories related to herself, which reminded her of Ing Xiangyang. If they had encountered each other in real life, and she didn't recognize him, it would have been so awkward. After thinking for a moment, Bai Li's slender fingers quickly tapped on the phone screen, typing a message. Yeah, I happened to catch your live stream. Then she added a cat peeking emoji at the end of the message. Chapter 61. Not exploiting the poor Ing Xiangyang was the second player whose favorability reached over 50 points. He even exceeded the task goal. In total, 3 more points were needed. Bai Li felt that Xiaohao's upgrade was not far off. She had received new favorability points, but what about the old ones? The old ones were recycled in the universal wheel. Suddenly, she felt that the universal wheel was like a recycling platform, collecting favorability points and returning corresponding rewards, forming some kind of magical and secret exchange. Bai Li recycled the favorability points she gained from Xiangyang back into the universal wheel. This time, although there were no golden phrases, the rewards greatly aided the preparations for filming Asking the Immortal. A glance revealed a vast array of exquisite ancient-style props. Beautifully crafted carved tables and chairs, a delicate canopy bed, and large folding screens adorned with colorful ink paintings depicting mountains and rivers, shrouded in mist, all exuding a magnificent atmosphere. The style and temperament were completely incompatible with modern homes. They were unsuitable for home decoration, but perfect for the scene setup of Asking the Immortal. Bai Li became increasingly certain of her guess. The universal wheel truly knew everything. As it seemed to have a profound understanding of the movie about cultivation she was about to fully immerse herself in. Chapter 62. Sudden situation. This is the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. The store owner looked at the giant map before him, his eyes filled with fervor, deeply shocked. This massive map, when fully unfolded, almost covered an entire wall, its grandeur silently overwhelming. The 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains was painted by the Qing dynasty emperor during his southern tour, reportedly gathering countless skilled painters and consuming vast amounts of time and effort just to present the beautiful landscapes and thriving scenes of the South. This scroll was not only a painting, but also an encyclopedia documenting the customs, geography, and cultural richness of the time, carrying deep cultural connotations and historical memories. As the owner spoke, he slowly approached the display case, his eyes never leaving the painting, as if he wanted to see it more closely through the glass. This 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains was clearly the key product of the day. As soon as Bai Li approached the painting, relevant staff came to specifically connect with her. If Bai Li was interested in purchasing, she would write down her intended amount, and the staff would summarize and rank all the prices from today's guests. The highest bidder would get to take home this masterpiece. Chapter 63. The 99-point pervert. After this commotion, the atmosphere on site changed a bit. The already lively atmosphere due to the appearance of the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains became even more tumultuous, like a pot of boiling water, surging and swelling. More and more people seemed to be magnetically attracted, gathering in front of the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Their eyes sparkled with an excitement even greater than before, as if a hungry pack of wolves had discovered prey, greedy and fervent, shining with a light more thrilling than just moments ago. So there were such stories. A painting found from a tattered blanket, and it was even passed back from HK. Who would have thought that a priceless painting would be sewn into a ragged blanket and end up here? After playing with antiques for decades, it was the first time I had heard such a coincidental story. If I were that brother, I would probably go crazy with loss. Such a valuable item worth over 100 million was taken away at a low price. One can only say that the expert team in the inner chamber is truly professional. The expert team here is the top in the country. It's impossible for them to overlook anything. Just based on this story, this painting is likely to appreciate in value. What about that tattered blanket? That tattered blanket must be sold together with this painting. Chapter 64. Fateful connection. Wu Hai rarely comes back to the country, as he's been living in country A. Recently, due to adjustments in the strategic layout of certain industries, the business focus has gradually shifted back to the domestic market, which has also significantly increased his stay in the country compared to before. He accidentally heard some rumors about the Qinli Jianshan too, which successfully piqued his curiosity. So he came to take a look today. Upon stepping into the exhibition hall, Wu Hai only glanced lightly at the painting. Then his lips curled into a slight smile. The market manager in charge of reception was closely observing Wu Hai's every move, keenly capturing this subtle expression, and couldn't help but feel delighted, secretly speculating that this young master might have taken a liking to the painting before him. This manager clearly did not truly understand Wu Hai's temperament. Those who have accompanied Wu Hai since childhood and truly know him, such as the steward who raised him, would immediately understand upon seeing his smile. This smile did not indicate Wu Hai's fondness for the item in front of him, but rather a unique expression that appears when he discovers something interesting. Filled with enthusiasm and amusement, Wu Hai instantly determined that this painting was not the real Qianli Jianshan II. The genuine one was currently hanging safely in a secret room at his home. Chapter 65. The beauty of heaven in a corner of the venue. Wu Hai's tone was full of grievance as he poured out his complaints. Xiao Lizi, you have such a cruel heart. Clearly, it was you who first coldly treated me, deleted me as a friend, ignored me for months, and now you even speak harshly to me, without any explanation, just taking me captive. Do you think of me as some kind of villain? He continued, on the boat before, I wanted to be friends with you, but you happily took pictures with others, completely treating me like air, ignoring me. And in the end, you even left without saying a word. Xiao Lizi, do you know? Your actions have caused great harm to my fragile self-esteem, and you need to take responsibility. Bai Li's face turned pale upon hearing this. Wu Hai's words seemed to hit a little too close to home, although she knew this person had a nasty temperament and a bit of a peculiar hobby, making him a very dangerous character. To be fair, he hadn't really caused her any substantial harm. If Wu Hai were to be aggressive now, she would have plenty of ways to deal with him. But he was instead being soft, showing a weak demeanor, even hinting at some coaxing, leaving her with no way to counter him, and instead putting her at a moral disadvantage. Chapter 66. The dark game in the darkness. Wu Hai's eyes were exceptionally bright, as if he could see through everything. Bai Li's inner alarm rang loudly, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Was Wu Hai's seemingly casual question merely out of curiosity, or was there some ulterior motive hidden behind it? Logically speaking, in such an exchange, knowing the other person's situation first and then having them inquire about oneself seemed perfectly normal. Perhaps she was just being overly sensitive, creating a false impression. Despite knowing this rationally, Bai Li's body involuntarily tensed up as if her sensitive nerves had been triggered, her guard fully raised. The golden entry Tian Yiwu phone concealed her true identity. Her public persona was flawless. But this did not mean she was absolutely safe. because even she herself was completely unaware of the specific identity information granted by Tian Yiwu phone. Perhaps in the eyes of different people, her identity was different, filled with uncertainty and variables. Identity information was a secret she had to keep hidden. Once her true identity was exposed, it would be riddled with holes. Chapter 67. Home dinner on the way back. Ahu couldn't help but remind her, "Miss, that man is very dangerous." Ahu was an intelligent AI, not human. No matter how well it pretended, it was still non-human. Because of this, everything obscured by darkness in the eyes of ordinary people was nothing but transparent to Ahu. Ahu had been closely following Bai Li, naturally hearing every word exchanged between her and Wu Hai. Wu Hai's emotional fluctuations, which he thought were cleverly concealed, and his subtle facial expressions did not escape Ahu's notice either. The man Ahu referred to as unnamed, but Bai Li instantly understood. She nodded to indicate she was aware. Even without Ahu's reminder, Bai Li had a clear understanding of Wu Hai's danger deep down. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it tends to be. Wu Hai gave the impression of a snake, a beautiful white snake, outwardly stunning and seemingly harmless, yet hiding poisonous fangs, ready to strike with a lethal blow. The pun on Wu Hai's name, which means harmless, had become the most laughable joke in Bai Li's heart. With Wu Hai intersecting with her life again, at a time when her wings had not yet fully grown, it undoubtedly added numerous unknown variables and potential risks to her previously tranquil life. Chapter 68. A gift from time dinner quietly concluded in a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. "Sister, this is a gift that Shi Hua and I prepared for you." Shi Shui had just had a drink and was now in a slightly tipsy state, so his speech was soft and somewhat mushy. His originally fair cheeks now had a slight blush as he took out a flat box he had been hiding behind him, his hands trembling slightly with nervousness. "What gift?" Bai Li's eyes instantly lit up with surprise. She leaned forward slightly, extending her hands to take the gift from Shi Shui. Shi Hua also bounced over, beaming with a smile, and mysteriously said, "Sister, open it and see." Bai Li had never expected that the two little ones would prepare a gift for her. The gift felt just right in her hands, neither too light nor too heavy. The flat shape, at first glance, seemed to be the thickness of a book, but its length and width were much larger than that of a book. The gift was neatly wrapped in craft paper, with a painting that was clearly done by Shi Hua on top, featuring colorful flowers blooming vibrantly on the paper. Bai Li couldn't bear to ruin the exquisite artwork on the packaging. She turned around and softly called out, "Ahi, could you bring me a pair of scissors?" Chapter 69. The upside-down pair. The process of giving gifts took place in the restaurant, without any intention of concealment. Everyone in the restaurant became a witness to this scene. The servants each performed their duties, their gazes occasionally sweeping over, expressions calm as water, before they buried themselves back into their tasks. Sin Mao saw it, but was too busy licking its fur to understand. Jing initially had no special feelings about it, his expression indifferent. It wasn't until Shi Shui mentioned that he had signed a lifelong agreement with Bai Li that he shifted his gaze, slowly settling on the bank card that Bai Li had taken away. What is a lifelong agreement? What kind of agreement needs to last a lifetime? Why would the young lady sign such an agreement? What was written in the agreement? Perhaps it was the alcohol playing tricks? But Jing Yi felt his thoughts sinking into a thick state, becoming increasingly sluggish, making it difficult for him to come up with a clear answer. Was it some kind of deep binding commercial cooperation? Or a serious emotional commitment? Or perhaps a more complex and mysterious arrangement? Regardless of the situation, it caused a twinge of pain in his heart, a current running through his chest, making his hands and feet feel somewhat numb. Jing Yi sat alone, time quietly passing around him, various speculations rising and falling in his mind. Chapter 70. Unable to respond, Bai Li hurriedly entered her room and locked the door tightly behind her. This is bad. Very bad. Back in her room, Bai Li frantically reflected on what went wrong. Although she knew one day she would have a setback, she didn't expect it to happen so soon. After all, the level of affection isn't controlled by her subjective will, and it's hard to ensure that everyone's affection level remains at the desired level. It was one thing for Ying Xiangyang, but why Jing Yi? Especially since Jing Yi was even more outrageous, directly exceeding the standard, almost reaching the affection level of 80 points. This was completely different from Bai Li's expectation of safely gaining affection. Bai Li speculated that it was because she hadn't taken the initiative. In that situation, just now, if she had taken that crucial step, Perhaps Jing Ye's affection level would have soared past 80 points, and it would have been possible for the two of them to become intimate lovers. But at least couldn't. She and Jing Yi were still in a superior subordinate relationship, right? This was too taboo. Bai Li couldn't help but recall Jing Ye's appearance, his restrained demeanor, affectionate gaze, and the tears that fell drop by drop. Chapter 71. Wrap-up of the crew life continued normally. Bai Li had specifically observed Jing Yi. Although his affection level had soared to 79 points and had not dropped since, he seemed no different from usual. One could only say that he was indeed Jing Yi, hiding it well. If it weren't for knowing the affection level, Bai Li would have truly been deceived by his perfect acting skills. In this regard, Bai Li couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Before figuring out how to respond to these feelings, it was better to maintain this delicate balance for now. Jiang Mingfei called Bai Li. The wrap-up banquet for the crew is happening, Mysterious. You coming? Bai Li immediately replied, I must come. Jiang Mingfei raised an eyebrow, a sly smile on her lips, and asked, Oh, are you coming to see me? Or to see Teacher Octopus? With a mischievous grin, Bai Li quickened her speech and said, All right, no more talking about that. The investment in the short drama, My Bronze Ding Can Communicate Through Time, had gone through a busy period and was finally completed successfully. Although the filming period was much shorter than that of regular dramas, it still took quite a bit of time. Chapter 72. A New Money Tree. Jiang Mingfei lazily leaned back in her chair, slightly lifting her gaze and throwing out a classic line. Zhang Yu, do you know why I'm looking for you? This is probably the most terrifying sentence in the world. Especially when it comes from a leader, the terror is doubled. I'm looking for you to discuss something, but without specifying what, leaving you to ponder. When an average person hears such a question, if they have a guilty conscience, they might start frantically reviewing their past. What did I do wrong? Which matter got exposed? If there are too many things hidden, they might even weigh the pros and cons in their mind, struggling over which one to confess, or simply choose to remain silent, hoping to get away with it. But fortunately, Zhang Yu is an upright person, always acting with integrity, unafraid of shadows. He has no dark history to hide. Plus, after years of navigating the workplace, he has become an extremely clever and experienced veteran. When a leader asks you such a question, if they are not attempting to admonish you, they are considering promoting you. Seeing the stance of Jiang Mingfei and Bai Li in their discussion, Zhang Yu had a general idea that it was probably the latter. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes, and after a brief silence, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, each word articulated clearly and steadily. Understated yet cultured. Chapter 73. The God of Cats. In ancient Greece, the wrap-up banquet ended. Bai Li opened the character booklet. Upon opening it, Bai Li could hardly believe her eyes. She quickly closed the character booklet. It must be that I opened it the wrong way. Bai Li took a deep breath, opened the character booklet again, and was once again stunned by Zhang Yu's character card. Wow, the gods of ancient Greece have descended. The entire card's background was dark, with a powerful beam of light shining down from above, sanctifying the man at the center of the card. The man was bare-chested, with well-defined muscular lines, his abs chiseled like a sculpture, broad and sculpted pectorals, each muscle resembling a carefully crafted artwork, exuding primal strength, veins faintly visible beneath the skin, broad shoulders and narrow waist, a perfect body proportion. A tattered piece of white fabric was tied around his waist, hanging loosely, and he was symbolically wrapped in a few strips of bandages, which didn't provide any real coverage but added a touch of wildness. He wore luxurious golden heavy ornaments on his arms, and a gold necklace hung around his neck, reaching down to his abdomen, sparkling brilliantly in the light. The most eye-catching feature was the headpiece resembling animal ears that he wore, with his eyes covered by a cloth strip, half of his face obscured, leaving only the lower half visible enough to recognize that it was Zhang Yu. Chapter 74. Explosive popularity. My Bronze Ding Can Communicate Through Time became an instant hit upon airing, sparking enthusiastic reactions. In fact, viewers can discern whether a drama has been meticulously crafted and infused with passion, although they may not be professional filmmakers, and do not understand what camera language or narrative suspense and conflict are, or the emotional expressions and other professional filmmaking techniques. They cannot analyze and interpret from a theoretical perspective. The quality of a drama is inherently subjective and doesn't require excessive analysis. Being able to immerse oneself in the plot and naturally experience the joys and sorrows of the characters is what makes it good. Conversely, if it feels dull, it is not good. My Bronze Tripod Can Connect the Past and Present has received high recognition from audiences and has been praised widely. Those who haven't watched My Bronze Tripod Can Connect the Past and Present are in trouble. A love story that transcends time and space. With a tight plot that doesn't drag on and creativity. Every episode is like unboxing a mystery box, never knowing what modern item will pop out of the bronze tripod and be sent to ancient times. The plot setting is amazing. Highly recommended. The opening of this drama is explosive. Who throws bloody gauze into a tripod? From the female lead's perspective, it feels like the opening of a horror movie. Chapter 75. Not afraid of my brother living hard, just afraid of my brother driving a Land Rover. If the explosive success of the online drama was expected, then the accompanying original song's success was something Bai Li did not anticipate. After all, this was her first song, and she didn't expect such a huge response. Many netizens, moved by the drama, spontaneously created short videos, and most coincidentally chose Dreams of Ancient Love as the background music. This song is the theme song created by Bai Li for the online drama My Bronze Tripod Can Connect the Past and Present. The song opens with As the Stars Twinkle Over the Ancient Battlefield at Night, gradually revealing the lingering regrets of the general amidst the flames of war. And after 1,000 years, a girl accidentally encounters this love story trapped in time, expressing her tears and hopes for a fragmented love. The entire song has a slow rhythm, filled with emotions that rise amidst sorrow, perfectly complementing the style of the drama. Particularly clever is the moment when, after a series of cross-temporal exchanges and emotional buildup, the male lead crosses into modern times and meets the female lead in the real world. This is undoubtedly the climax of the entire drama, successfully pulling their love story across time from the virtual world into reality. Just at the moment when the male and female leads lock eyes, the chorus of Dreams of Ancient Love gently plays. Chapter 76. Contrast. A few days earlier, the success of the song Dreams of Ancient Love gave Bai Li tremendous confidence. She realized that there were many beautiful melodies in her mind that she had not yet created. The SSR music master has rewritten Bai Li's tone-deaf genes, turning her into a music genius. If the melodies she casually writes can receive such a huge response, what kind of shock will the more stunning melodies in her mind create once they are released? Bai Li's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, producing a strange rhythm. After a moment, her eyes lit up, and she had an idea. Why not establish a new music department in the company to specifically handle song distribution and manage copyright collection? Just as Bai Li was immersed in her thoughts, her phone screen suddenly lit up, and a thank you message from Shangu appeared, followed by a crisp system notification in her ear. Shangu's favorability. 20. Shangu's favorability. 60. Bai Li was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized that Shangu must have seen the channel fee she sent him. Writing songs doesn't make money, and singing doesn't necessarily make money either. Chapter 77. Meeting. The character card records detailed information about teacher Shangu. 1. Basic information name. Lung Dai. Online name. Shangu. Occupation. Online singer age. 25. 2. Personality traits. Easygoing and carefree. Lives freely without being bound by convention, following his own rhythm and preferences. However, he exhibits a different level of rigor and seriousness in his professional field. Two-dimensional bandit. Has a humorous speaking style, light-hearted teasing, and an interesting personality that makes interactions enjoyable. This only applies online. In reality, he is a socially anxious shut-in who warms up slowly, open-minded and optimistic, despite previously experiencing setbacks like damaging his voice and declining popularity. He hasn't remained mired in disappointment and seizes opportunities to try new live streaming formats. Unique. Has a distinct preference for piercings, pursuing uniqueness and daring to express himself. With unique insights into fashion and aesthetics, not following the crowd, and boldly showcasing his unique style and attitude through external decorations. 3. Talents and skills. Strong singing ability. Has excellent vocal talent, unique singing methods and tones, and despite later vocal damage, his singing skills remain intact. He can replicate very challenging songs, and his voice is highly infectious, with a rich and magnetic bass voice. Deep singing skills that can touch the softest parts of the audience's hearts and convey the emotions of the songs vividly. Chapter 78. Forceful seizure. In an empty and quiet parking lot, a sudden burst of passionate and cheerful rhythm echoed from an unknown corner. The highly recognizable melody reverberated wildly in the silent space. as if igniting every inch of air here. Hearing this familiar melody, Shanga's already heavy footsteps became even heavier. Fortunately, guided by the song, he was not lost. For 25 years, he had held his head high, but now he felt like he couldn't lift it suddenly. Shanga buried his head deep, hastily walking toward the direction of the music. As he continued forward, the music grew louder and clearer in his ears. "You're the most beautiful cloud in my heart, pouring wine to keep you here." The addictive lyrics and melody seemed to shatter his last thread of calm. Finally, just around the corner, Shangu saw the source of the music. The singing continued, and he saw the graceful figure standing by the car. Always singing the most dazzling ethnic style is the most beautiful posture of the entire sky. Just at the climax of the song, Bai Li seemed to sense something, feeling a fiery gaze fixed on her from behind, so she instinctively turned her head. Chapter 79. Keeping. Wait a minute. Did Shangu just answer willingly like he was Changda, buzzing in? Willing to do what? The car was dead silent. If Shangu had already faced death earlier, now he was already dead. Socially dead. He realized he might have misunderstood something, and it was a big misunderstanding. Shangu secretly glanced at Bai Li out of the corner of his eye and found her staring at him with a very dangerous look. He didn't dare to turn and meet her gaze. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Keep your mouth shut. Why answer so quickly? Stupid brain. Think of a way. Bai Li could see that Shangu had slightly turned his head away, as if he didn't dare to face her, dressed all in black. But at that moment, he seemed to have turned gray, as if he had lost all vitality and would turn to ash the next second. Although she looked pitiful, Bai Li was not prepared to let him go. She deliberately elongated her tone and said softly, "Turn your head and take off your mask to speak." The mountain ghost shrank his head and shivered all over, seemingly scared, and involuntarily let out a nonsensical sound. Chapter 80. 99 New worker. Bai Li originally thought she was being clever, trying to exploit a loophole in the system, but she found that things did not go as she wished. After a series of actions, the mountain ghost's favorability remained at 79 points and did not break through. Instead, she ended up digging her own grave. A giant in words, but a dwarf in actions. That's what Bai Li was. In the 2D world, she was well-informed and understood various plots and tropes. However, in the 3D world, she was completely inexperienced in relationships, having been single since birth. She had never even touched the edges of romance. Now, suddenly having to raise the progress bar to that of a sugar baby and engage in an intimate relationship was still too difficult for her. Moreover, the person in front of her was not necessarily the obedient and lovable type. The mountain ghost, who had just been shy to the point of fainting, now seemed to have a hint of eagerness, his bright eyes sparkling like the silver ornaments on his face. At this subtle moment, Bai Li unintentionally glanced at his lips, soft and tender, a rosy color, looking extremely tempting, adorned with a lip stud. With a touch, the moment this thought emerged, Bai Li, as if scalded, quickly averted her gaze. Chapter 81. Creating a new song, Bai Li interpreted the phrase "the dragon slayer ultimately becomes the dragon" profoundly. No matter how much she had previously despised the malicious faces of capitalists, her current way of deceiving others had become 90 similar to that of a capitalist. She had learned the essence of it and successfully tricked the mountain ghost. The mountain ghost smoothly entered the job and inexplicably began his busy working life. At the beginning of the establishment of the music department, it was poor and lacking everything. But as long as there was money, many difficulties could be easily solved. Moreover, the mountain ghost had a solid musical foundation, supported by music knowledge and rich experience, which provided a lot of valuable directions to refer to. On the other hand, the mountain ghost's formal background gave him extensive networking resources, allowing him to meet many teachers and friends in the music circle. In the music industry, talent is important, but talent alone is not enough. Connections are also crucial. With money and connections, there was no worry about not having anyone join. Gradually, several talented musicians, various instrumentalists, composition experts, and sound engineers were invited, and the music team began to grow, taking on a decent scale. Bai Li specially replanned a dedicated area for the music department within the Little Crown. Chapter 82. Low-level mistakes. Jingyi, what are you doing here? Bai Li stepped out of the recording studio and immediately saw a tall figure quietly standing there. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes, and her steps paused slightly. At this moment, the morning light was faint, the sky was still draped in a misty blue curtain, and the sun was struggling to break free from the horizon. reluctantly casting a few dim rays. By the panoramic glass, Jing Yu was leaning against it, the delicate texture of his clothes shimmering with a hint of light in the weak morning glow, as if hiding countless tiny stars. The deep blue light fell on his shoulders like a veil of time, exuding a calm and profound aura. His face was hidden in the hazy dim light, the brightness flickering like it was separated by a layer of mist, making it hard to see clearly, only outlining the general contours of his face. Although his face was not visible, Bai Li immediately recognized Jing Yi solely by his silhouette and unique aura. Hearing Bai Li's voice, Jing Yi seemed to awaken from a distant thought. He slowly raised his head, his eyes glimmering with light. Then he walked slowly towards Bai Li, a slight smile blooming on his lips like a warm spring breeze, softly saying, "I heard you were here. I came to find you. Are you going home?" Chapter 83. Life is about struggle. The new song was praised by almost everyone who heard it. However, it couldn't be played for everyone yet. It was only listened to by the internal staff of the music department. The internal staff sat together, their faces showing focus and enchantment. The melody dancing like a lively spirit, jumping and echoing in this enclosed space, each note striking precisely at the heartstrings of everyone present, their bodies gently swaying with the melody. Bai Li handed the piece to the mountain ghost, asking him to let the others in the department listen to it, originally hoping to get some revision suggestions. However, after the song finished, no one could offer any feedback. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was that the piece was already perfect. Making even the slightest modification or adding anything would be superfluous. As the song ended, the lingering sound still hovered in the air, but the entire room fell into an unusual silence. After a long while, a sound engineer broke the silence first, looking at the mountain ghost with disbelief. "Mountain ghost, did you make this yourself? Are you this amazing now?" The mountain ghost had 3 black lines on his forehead, feeling as if he were being sarcastic. What does it mean to be so amazing now? Wasn't he amazing before? Chapter 84. The inferior dog in relationships. The rules of this online singing competition were extremely simple, even said to be limitless. There were no complex regulations, and there were no professional judges' scrutiny. The only standard for judging was Bai Li's personal preference, making it a music feast tailored for her. After all, whoever paid the money was the boss. There were no restrictions on gender. Both boys and girls could participate. There were no requirements for singing styles. Whether it was acoustic singing or enhanced by electronic music, all were allowed. As for the music styles, from popular melodies to ancient tunes, to rhythmically strong rap, and even personality-rich shout rap, all were welcomed. Professional singers could showcase their talents here, and amateur enthusiasts also had the opportunity to take the stage. Pure appreciation and communication. The unrestricted rules attracted many singers to sign up, and the company's email was almost overwhelmed. Fortunately, Bai Li didn't have to personally handle the selection of contestants. She just needed to enjoy the songs on the day of the auditions. So, Bai Li continued to work at the absolute land without any psychological burden. Who understands? Working 2 jobs alone is exhausting. Especially this night job, filled with gunfire and danger. One must always remain highly vigilant, which is tiring. Chapter 85. New Voices of the Pear Garden online music competition. Although the Pear Garden New Voices was just an amateur online music competition, the contestants who successfully passed the preliminary round were certainly not ordinary individuals. According to the Mountain Ghost, several exceptionally talented monster contestants had arrived. Monsters? Monsters are great. What we lack is monsters. On the day of the preliminaries, Bai Li sat early with a fruit platter in front of her computer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The order of contestants in this competition was randomly shuffled by the system, with a tentative 60 spots for advancement. And the power to decide who advances firmly rested in Bai Li's hands. In this competition, she was like the sky. She was like the earth. She held the fate of all contestants in her hands. The contestants were all lined up in the dedicated channel for the competition, waiting for Bai Li to start the selection. The first contestant brought an unexpected surprise to Bai Li. This boy named Xiao Yu played and sang a popular folk song. His voice clean and gentle, with a hint of youthful innocence. Contestants could choose to turn on their cameras to show their appearance or remain mysterious. Both options were permitted. The boy on the screen looked young, holding a guitar in his arms, his slender fingers gently strumming the strings. His face still showing a bit of the naivety and purity of someone unscathed by the world. Chapter 86. Turning the tables. The preliminary round concluded successfully. and Bai Li was idly scrolling through her phone when a text message notification suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. She glanced at it casually, saw it was from Yongo, and her heart skipped a beat. Unlocking the screen, a simple line of text came into view. "Can we meet?" Meeting? Bai Li's heart immediately tensed. She was internally rejecting the idea of meeting. After all these years, she had changed too much. Anyone who saw her would surely have doubts. Right? What if she met Ing Xiangyang and had to face his questions? How could she come up with a reasonable excuse? Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle and her head spin. After all, one lie often requires countless others to cover it up, and a small slip could expose everything. How would she handle that? Now, the season was over, and the champion skin was safely in her hands. She hadn't logged into the game for several days. Moreover, due to the music competition, she had indeed been neglecting him a bit. So had Xiangyang chosen to erupt in silence instead of dying in it, Bai Li bit her lip. What to do? Should she meet him? Images of their meeting involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Chapter 87. Those who are favored are fearless after organizing her thoughts. Bai Li immediately picked up her phone and started typing quickly. Bai Li, I've been too busy with the music competition lately, so I can't meet. I'm really sorry. This move was called the delay tactic. Bai Li, also, I need to correct you. Calling me wife is just following the trend, not because you're really my husband. This was a topic diversion tactic. Bai Li, furthermore, you sending me those messages is your own choice, not something I force you to do. Saying that makes me really sad. This was a counterattack tactic. Bai Li, and it seems we've never formally established a relationship. Bai Li, so, can you give me some time to think it over? Bai Li, let's talk after I'm done with this busy period. In short, Bai Li's current plan was to stall for time. She knew how much Ing Xiangyang liked her, and she was somewhat attracted to such passionate affection. But Bai Li understood that choosing Ing Xiangyang meant facing many unknown challenges, and she wasn't ready to deal with the potentially complicated situations that might arise. She felt like she was at a crossroads in her emotions, yearning for warmth while being bound by fear in her heart. Indeed, for Ing Xiangyang, this affection had lasted a long time, with every detail filled with deep emotion. Chapter 88. School begins. Shi Shui chose to stay in the school dormitory. When Bai Li learned of this decision, her expression remained calm. She only slightly raised her head to look into Shi Shui's clear eyes and methodically laid down 3 rules with him. The rules were simple. Remember to eat on time, eat more, and eat well. He couldn't forget to eat because of his studies. He must eat every meal, and he could only gain weight, not lose it. If he lost weight, she would revoke his dormitory rights. Although Shi Shui was now close to a normal weight, he still appeared somewhat thin overall. The loose t-shirt he wore made him look empty, as if there was no body inside it. A real clothes hanger. This wasn't Shi Shui's fault. During this time, for some reason, he had suddenly grown several centimeters taller, breaking the 180 centimeters mark. He had grown taller, but his body hadn't kept up with the growth rate. So at first glance, he still seemed to weigh very little. However, in reality, Shi Shui was indeed working hard to exercise every day, trying to gain muscle and look stronger. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no effect in the short term. At this moment, listening to Bai Li's careful reminders as if she were treating a child, Shi Shui's fair face gradually flushed red, and his cold expression seemed to be infused with life, becoming more vivid and lively. Chapter 89. Dormitory drama. The gift box looked incredibly exquisite and high-end. It was square-shaped, wrapped in high-quality deep purple velvet, with a circle of golden thread embedded at the edges, weaving intricate patterns. A large golden bow was tied on the lid, with the ribbon cascading down naturally, adorned with tiny sparkling diamonds that shimmered softly under the light. Everyone looked at the gift box in front of them, filled with curiosity, but because it looked so high-end, they hesitated about whether to open it. While the others were still quietly discussing, Tang Tang couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and swiftly untied the ribbon and opened the lid. When she saw what was inside, her mouth instantly formed a Na shape, and then a loud exclamation filled with disbelief echoed through the dormitory. An Apple 4-piece set family bucket? The Apple 4-piece set family bucket refers to the combination of iPhone, iPad, Mac, and iWatch. They had seen real apples given on the first day, but never seen a gift of apples. No one of the gift box was so heavy it was a struggle to lift. This gift was truly too weighty. Chapter 90. The Good Samaritan. In just a few minutes of conversation, the office had efficiently completed the enrollment process for Bai Li. A teacher from the Academic Affairs Office approached with a stack of enrollment materials and began to explain the various matters related to starting school in detail. From the most basic instructions on how a guest student should log into the campus network, to how to accurately select suitable courses from a myriad of options in the curriculum, and how to skillfully use the various facilities and equipment on campus, nothing was overlooked, and every detail was explained clearly and thoroughly. Not only were the explanations detailed, but the teacher was also patient, guiding Bai Li step by step through the operation of various campus software. During the explanation, practical tips were interspersed, such as the signature dishes of each cafeteria and how to cleverly choose courses based on one's interests and academic plans. Until it was confirmed that Bai Li had mastered all the key points, the teacher finally breathed a sigh of relief. Carefully handing the relevant materials to Bai Li and looking at her with a gentle gaze, signaling her to sign in the designated spot. During this time, Bai Li also successfully extracted the information she wanted to know. Chapter 91. First meeting on a sunny morning. A black luxury van quietly and slowly drove into the campus. The car body resembled obsidian in the deep night sky, exuding a low-key luxurious sheen that was hard to conceal, and it came to a steady stop under the girls' dormitory. As the car door opened automatically, two tall, muscular men in black suits stepped out first, standing straight with cold expressions, swiftly unloading luggage from the trunk and neatly arranging it beside them. Following closely, a woman gracefully jumped out of the car. She wore a loose-fitting white cotton short top paired with light blue wide-leg jeans and clean white shoes, exuding a fresh and neat vibe. A simple beige fisherman hat adorned her head, with a few strands of hair playfully falling from under the brim. And her fair face was as delicate as mutton fat jade. Although she was dressed in the simplest and most comfortable daily attire, she inadvertently radiated a unique sense of fashion that caught the eye. Unfortunately, a large pair of sunglasses obscured the upper half of her face, making it impossible to see what she looked like, but from her exquisitely small lower face and the elegant lines of her delicate nose, it was evident that she was likely quite beautiful. One could only imagine how stunning she would be if her entire face were revealed. Chapter 92. Chance encounter. As soon as Bai Li left, Tang Tang quickly pulled out a photo of herself with Bai Li, sitting on the edge of her bed. She leaned forward, her fingers swiftly sliding across the screen as she skillfully edited the photo, all the while exclaiming, "What a blunder! I was so worried that the young lady would have a bad temper, but she turned out to be completely different from what I imagined." Yilin returned with her well-hydrated succulent and sat beside her, quietly listening to Tang Tang's chatter, softly agreeing, "Yes. We really shouldn't judge people by appearances and hold on to stereotypes." After finishing her edits, Tang Tang smiled proudly and eagerly posted it on her social media, adding a caption, "Yay, here's me with my beautiful and kind-hearted young lady roommate. Did you know she gifted each of us in the dorm a 4-piece apple set?" The young lady's outstanding looks, combined with Tang Tang's striking caption, quickly garnered a lot of likes and comments on her post. Watching the numbers of likes and the envious comments rise, Tang Tang's vanity was greatly satisfied. Oh my, her dorm was simply amazing. It had the fierce and queen-like Zhou Yu, the gentle and neighborly Yilin, the aloof academic Shun Shi, and the sporty goddess Su Yao. Chapter 93. Esports Club. Bai Li pondered to herself. It turned out Guan Cha was a student at Huadan. Her home was particularly close to Huadan, and it sounded quite reasonable for him to work near the school. "What club are you in?" Bai Li asked curiously. "Guan Cha Get." A slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth and deliberately teased guess. And Bai Li's gaze began to examine Guan Cha from head to toe. Noticing this, Guan Cha instinctively puffed out his chest and allowed Bai Li to observe him openly. First of all, Guan Cha had a good appearance, with a handsome face and fair, smooth skin. Even though they were so close at that moment, it was hard to find any pores or stubble on his face. He appeared clean and refreshing, exuding a unique charm that was sure to captivate many older girls. His attire was also simple, wearing an ordinary white shirt paired with jeans, looking crisp and neat without excessive embellishments, yet giving off a particularly approachable vibe that made one want to get closer. Bai Li's gaze inadvertently glanced to the side, and she noticed that not far away was the booth for the pet club from where Guan Cha had just walked over. Chapter 94. Entertainment competition. During the eagerly anticipated celebration event for the esports club, the club creatively organized a series of exciting recreational activities. Coincidentally, they were related to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. When Guan Cha invited Bai Li, he explained some of the competition rules in detail. These were not formal competitions, but rather entertainment matches that required no skills or brains. For example, in the cold weapons era, players could only use melee weapons like large knives, frying pans, or throwing weapons like grenades in a game. There would be no ammunition or firearms on the map, and players would need to rely on close combat, clever tactics, or teamwork to win. Another example was the violent motorcycle race, which completely subverted the traditional gameplay of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. In this game, marksmanship was no longer the key factor in winning or losing, replaced instead by the thrilling motorcycle off-road race. Each player would have their own motorcycle, needing to skillfully control their direction on rugged terrain, avoid various obstacles, and race against other players. Whoever crossed from one end of the map to the other first would be crowned the champion. Bai Li instantly became interested and eagerly agreed to participate. Chapter 95 Mysterious Event. Guan Cha had been waiting at the agreed location early and immediately spotted Bai Li getting out of the car. A radiant smile instantly lit up his face as he eagerly jogged over, intending to help Bai Li with her bag and chat warmly for a bit. However, just as he was about to reach the car, the corner of his eye inadvertently caught a glimpse inside the vehicle, and that glance was enough to make his heart skip a beat. Ahu had turned slightly, his broad shoulders occupying most of the car window space. He frowned slightly, his eyes sharp like a dagger, cold and filled with a hint of murderous intent, meticulously scrutinizing Guan Cha from head to toe. That gaze seemed to carry a penetrating quality, as if he were not looking at an ordinary college student, but examining a criminal who had committed a serious offense. Just that one look sent an uncontrollable chill surging through him. Guan Cha instinctively stopped in his tracks, the smile on his face instantly freezing. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move. That invisible yet heavy sense of oppression enveloped him like a surging tide, inexplicably causing his back to chill, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Chapter 96. Junior. Bai Li turned her gaze towards the sound of the door opening. A man with a buzz cut strode into the private room, his short hair looking particularly spirited, with some strands of hair slightly standing up on his forehead. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What kind of decoration style is this? What kind of divine place did you choose?" Bai Li silently agreed. If it weren't for the club activity, she definitely wouldn't have come to such a place to eat alone, and she likely wouldn't have been able to find such a place at all. The buzz-cut guy seemed to be quite well known in the club, receiving a warm welcome from everyone as soon as he walked in. Here comes the main character. Congratulations on the championship. Brother Ping is followed by two others as they walk in amidst the crowd. Brother Baogang, you looked incredibly handsome with that heroic entrance. The venue was found by Guan Cha. You should contact him. Upon hearing the cheers from the crowd, Brother Ping smiled broadly, showing off his white teeth, and thanked everyone. Ha ha. Thank you all. Thank you. After greeting everyone, Brother Ping scanned the room and finally found Guan Cha sitting quietly in the corner. He immediately ran over, putting his arm around his shoulder. Junior, what's going on today? Chapter 97. Silly dog. A server came in to help change the water. Brother Ping withdrew his gaze, feeling a bit disappointed. I thought Chow Chow was here. My brother has arrived. The people around seemed to recognize the god Brother Ping was talking about, and they began to introduce him to Bai Li excitedly. He was described as a technical god, the king of guns, forever a legend, the most handsome guy in the land of the dead, recognized as the most handsome, and the campus heartthrob. The long list of titles successfully piqued Bai Li's curiosity. As everyone chimed in with compliments, if one person said he was handsome, he might just be handsome. But if a group of people, regardless of gender, said he was handsome, then he really was handsome. Just as everyone was praising him, a girl leaned closer to Bai Li, an enigmatic expression on her face, and whispered, "Girl, don't listen to their nonsense. With such good conditions. But he hasn't dated anyone in 3 years of college. And how many beautiful girls have chased him for 3 years without success? He is either cold-hearted or just difficult to approach." After saying this, the girl's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, throwing Bai Li a knowing look. Bai Li instantly understood and found it somewhat reasonable. At that moment, Brother Ping received a phone call. As he stood up, he said into the phone, "Brother Yang, what is up? Can't find your way? I'll come pick you up. You need to come in through a small door." Chapter 98. Secret room. Bai Li glanced at the oblivious Brother Ping and decided she would no longer call him Brother Ping, but rather Brother Big Mouth. He asked that question out of turn. How could he not know? They were very familiar. Ing Xianyang paused before responding to Brother Ping. She is BL. Upon hearing this, Brother Ping's eyes widened in surprise. Recently, Brother Yang often brought along his online dating partner, BL. Wow, so Bai Li is BL. That means BL is the initial capitalization of Bai Li. She is Brother Yang's electronic wife. No wonder she has him so smitten. Brother Ping had an epiphany and understood everything. He looked left at Ing Xiangyang and right at Bai Li. But why did it feel like the atmosphere between the two was strange? Considering Brother Yang's sudden heartbreak from a while ago, Brother Ping couldn't help but gasp. Not daring to think too deeply, any further thoughts might explode his mind. At this moment, countless gossip souls were ignited, secretly grabbing sunflower seeds and pretending to nonchalantly pay attention to the happenings over here. The clever ones were already typing furiously on their phones. Chapter 99. Two-person line Guan Cha was really afraid. After all, this escape room activity was carefully planned by him. If he were truly timid, how could he have orchestrated this? He just enjoyed stirring the pot. From the very beginning, he had keenly sensed that the relationship between Ing Xiangyang and Bai Li seemed unusual. The subtle yet highly special atmosphere between the two was too obvious to miss. At that moment, he had already started plotting. At the dining table, he deliberately acted very enthusiastic, kindly looking after Bai Li, actively passing her food, and subtly getting closer to her, lowering his voice to chat with her, making their relationship appear more intimate. Sure enough, at first, Ing Xiangyang only slightly frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. As Guan Cha's interactions with Bai Li became more frequent, Ing Xiangyang's expression gradually darkened, his mood becoming increasingly irritable. Guan Cha took it all in, feeling a surge of excitement at having discovered a secret. Isn't it interesting? Ing Xiangyang was well known in the school as a legendary esports god, yet he had maintained a high and aloof attitude towards women for a long time. Chapter 100. Intense emotions. Bai Li's mind was a mess. Actually, Tianyin is the control center of the escape room, right? Since it's a kissing task, it implies that they can see them from the control room. This means they can directly communicate with the control room to say they can't complete the task. Nothing would happen if they couldn't complete it. But looking at Ing Xiangyang's nervous and conflicted expression, a strange feeling began to quietly grow in her heart. The countdown was mercilessly continuing. 30, 29, 28. Bai Li took a deep breath and steeled her resolve. It was just to complete the task and get out. Who cares? Moreover, maybe she could take this opportunity to test Xiao Hao's upgrade task. If she kissed him to reach the target of 79 points in favorability, could she break through to 80 points? Bai Li took a step forward, but the proximity made her timid. Come on, this is her first kiss. Is she really going to give it away here? For such a ridiculous task. And the problem is, she had only met Ing Xiangyang for less than an hour, right? Is she really going to kiss him? Tianyin didn't care about how many little calculations were going on in their hearts. The people in the control room also didn't know that the two in the room were not the couple they imagined. The countdown continued. 15, 14, 13. Chapter 101. Close lovers. As Tianyin sounded, the two suddenly woke from their dream. They were in the escape room. Ing Xiangyang reluctantly stepped back. As he withdrew, a glimmer of silvery thread lingered at the corners of his mouth. The silvery thread continued to hold onto the ambiguous atmosphere between them, as if it were unwilling to break. The connection was not entirely severed, lingering and entwined. When the door finally opened, the two were still in an embrace. Bai Li realized she had retreated to the wall, and in front of her, Ing Xiangyang's warm body enveloped her. She could feel her own awkwardness at that moment. Her eyes misty with tears, her lips sore and itchy from being kissed repeatedly by Ing Xiangyang, her waist soft and weak. If it weren't for Ing Xiangyang supporting her, she feared she wouldn't even be able to stand. Ing Xiangyang was truly about to explode with happiness. The person he had been longing for day and night was now genuinely nestled in his arms. Bai Li was already beautiful, but at this moment, under his kiss, she was even more breathtakingly stunning. Crimson like a melted peach, delicate and lingering, her eyes filled with emotion, shimmering with the charm of passion. The breath still carrying the scent of white pear, intoxicating. Chapter 102. The 102nd chapter. The arsonist of affection. Hearing the sounds from outside, Bai Li jolted awake, feeling a guilty conscience as if caught in the act. Almost instinctively, she pushed Ing Xiangyang away forcefully. Ing Xiangyang had also heard the approaching voices and was about to release his hold on Bai Li, but before he could make a move, he was pushed away. The speed of Bai Li's push made him feel as if he had been used up and discarded. It was the same as when they played PUBG. At the end of the season, after Bai Li received the champion skin, he was cast aside. Once she got what she wanted, she no longer showed the same enthusiasm. This time was no different. Did Bai Li kiss him just to clear the escape room? Would she discard him right after? The passionate response and heartfelt embrace during their kiss. Was it all just a facade? As he thought this, Xiangyang felt his heart, which had just been filled with sweetness, ache again. This time, he had given his first kiss and expressed his most sincere feelings, yet he received no response from Bai Li. No affirmation, no denial. His heart hung emptily. Under Xiangyang's hurt and confused gaze, Bai Li finally reacted. Chapter 103, the 103rd chapter. Damn sweet Hua integration host. Family. There's new information about Yang Shun's relationship. Has anyone noticed that Super Pretty Jr.? Their relationship seems complicated. Post 1. I saw them walking together that day. A stunning combination, full of CP vibes. Are they dating? Any insiders willing to share? Post 4. Reliable news, definitely a couple. The esports club event solidified their relationship. The escape room had super ambiguous tasks. Those who understand, understand. Post 5. What task? Don't keep us in suspense. I'm dying to know. Post 8. Apparently, in the escape room, they have to kiss for 10 seconds to pass. Post 9. A bit intense, huh? Post 10. Who asked the girl? Post 11. She's a junior. Post 12. Yang Shun has been single for 3 years and got taken down by a junior. Post 13. What is the background of this junior? She seems impressive. Post 14. I heard her family is super rich. She came and gifted her roommate a full set of Apple products. Definitely a rich beauty. Post 26. So it's a combination of a rich beauty and an esports god? So sweet. Waiting for more sugar. Chapter 10 for the 104th chapter. Blackberry Little Cake, the first memory scene belonging to Guan Cha, slowly unfolded before Bai Li, enveloping her entirely. It was evening. The sun had quietly disappeared, leaving only a trace of twilight lingering in the sky. The warm yellow light inside the room made every effort to illuminate every corner of the small space. Bai Li glanced around, and in one look, she took in the entire cramped room without reservation. In this small room, a family of 3 sat around a appealing little dining table. On the table were 2 or 3 simple home-cooked dishes. Everything looked sparse and ordinary. The only striking thing was the small plate of braised pork in the middle, which emitted a dazzling golden light, almost blinding Bai Li. She couldn't believe her eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Looking again, it was no longer just glowing. Countless tiny stars were joyfully jumping on the meat. Bai Li thought to herself that if it wasn't her eyes having issues, then it was this memory that was flawed. The owner of this memory. Thinking of this, her gaze fell on the little boy sandwiched between his parents at the dining table. Chapter 105, the 105th chapter. A starving dog. Bai Li's gaze landed on the Guan Cha character card in her hand, and driven by curiosity, she inexplicably reached out her finger and gently tapped the card. In an instant, the Guan Cha on the card seemed to suffer an invisible yet strong stimulus, and his figure shrank suddenly. Beneath his lowered eyelids, there was an undeniable flicker of dark light, suppressed and complex, as if countless emotions were clashing and intertwining within. But in an instant, when he raised his gaze to Bai Li again, his eyes were filled with gentle and lively warmth, looking increasingly delicate and pitiful, emanating a sense of fragility that tugged at one's heartstrings. Bai Li felt as if she had been scalded, quickly retracting her finger, her heart racing. In a flurry, she hurriedly stuffed the Guan Cha character card back into the card album. Although Guan Cha was damp and gloomy, he was indeed captivating. Since Guan Cha was not seeking love, but rather wealth, the matter became much simpler for Bai Li. Money was something she had plenty of. For someone with a god-level wealth system, money was the least of her concerns, as plentiful as sand on the beach, inexhaustible. Bai Li squinted slightly, secretly calculating. If she could use simple money to keep Guan Cha's favorability stable above 50 points, this deal would seem quite profitable. Chapter 106, the 106th chapter. Bounty Hunter, but Bai Li was stunned. What was being sung? Why was the BGM from Home with Kids? But the lyrics were from Transforming Alcohol. This kind of mix-up was possible? To her surprise, the lyrics of Transforming Alcohol matched perfectly with the rhythm of Home with Kids, and it fit particularly well. It was quite a coincidence. Bai Li recognized the performer. It was the one who had sung a rap freestyle during the competition, making the whole audience call him husband. His name was Bai Li. She had to admit that Bai Li had some skills in singing. His vocal quality was excellent, and he had a good grasp of the rap rhythm. Moreover, he knew how to perform, full of showmanship. The song Home with Kids was already lighthearted, popular, and perfect for warming up the atmosphere, not to mention the mix-up. Once this song started, the atmosphere in the venue was ignited, and the live broadcast room was filled with question marks in the comments. Just then, the singer's voice abruptly stopped, leaving only his anxious voice saying, "Someone save me, don't let me die." Chapter 107, the 107th chapter. Finals in progress, Sean Gouet. Because it's a friend of mine. Through Sean Gouet's explanation, Bai Li learned that Sean Gouet and Bai Li had actually known each other for a long time, being old friends with a deep connection on the internet. Bai Li had been navigating the internet even longer than Sean Gouet. However, Bai Li was quite laid back, just a pure internet drifter. Clearly, Mingming has authoritative singing skills and is very interesting in terms of personality, with a knack for witty conversation. With his strength, as long as he is willing to dive into the live streaming industry or develop in voice chat rooms, there would absolutely be no problem. There are plenty of opportunities to make big money laid out before him. However, he resolutely chose to become a free-spirited bounty hunter, living a life unbound by restrictions. In fact, people like him are often the true, wise ones who see through the essence of the world. They clearly know what they truly desire deep down and live freely and boldly. A little interlude during the warm-up song made Bai Li completely remember classmate Bai Li. After the warm-up ended, the finals officially began as scheduled. The rules for the finals were also simple, a PK in pairs, with the choice still in Bai Li's hands. Whoever Bai Li preferred would advance. Chapter 108. Real and fake perverts. Bai Li frowned slightly. Can we? What do you mean? Can we wash together on video? You brat. Bai Li bit her lip, secretly thinking that her impression of Yang Xiang was indeed not wrong. He was the dirtiest when it came to such things. A series of thoughts flashed quickly through her mind. Could he have started plotting this since the afternoon? The more Bai Li thought, the more suspicious she became, saying he wanted a video chat and waiting for me here. In fact, as soon as Yang Xiang said it, he regretted it. Just now, Bai Li had said it was too late and that she was going to wash up, and he was about to hang up the video call. But he didn't want to say goodbye. Feeling flustered, he acted impulsively. He could have taken the phone with him to wash up. Just put the phone aside. His mouth was quicker than his brain, and he blurted out, "I haven't washed either. Can we do it in the bathroom together?" Once the words were out, he froze. How strange. Something feels off. Yang Xiang thought to himself, and scenes of what might happen flashed in his mind, causing a wave of heat to rush to his face, spreading quickly to his ears, making them turn bright red. He hurriedly moved the camera away a bit, filled with anxiety and tension, feeling uneasy. Chapter 109. Cat bugged the sunlight, like golden silk, poured in unreservedly through the window, casting warm yellow shadows on the rustic wooden floor. Bai Li sat quietly at the dining table, elegantly finishing the last bite of her breakfast. Just then, she suddenly noticed a fluffy and peculiar sensation at her feet and looked down slightly. What else could it be but the increasingly elusive sandmao? A cat bug was gently rubbing its head against her calf, its movements soft and slow, its soft fur slowly brushing against Bai Li's leg, carrying the unique warmth of a cat, perhaps being affectionate or trying to make up for its disappearance yesterday. Bai Li moved her foot away, pretending to be unmoved. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up, pretending to be angry. "You ungrateful thing. Coming to find me at this time?" Yesterday, when she returned home after not seeing Sandmao for a week, she had planned to cuddle with it, but she couldn't find the cat at all, almost thinking it had gone missing. Fortunately, thanks to the real-time positioning signal on Sanmao's collar, Bai Li could always confirm its location. Sanmao's position was still at home, but she couldn't tell exactly where, as the space upstairs and downstairs was too large. Chapter 110. Those who understand the chubby orange cat. In front of the cat, Master Zhang Yu was as obedient as a soft little ball. Zhang Yu carefully held Sandmao, measuring its length with precision. After finishing, he gently put Sandmao back on the ground. After landing, Sandmao first shook its round head in confusion, then walked slowly to the side with its short legs, lying down to lick its paws. Zhang Yu straightened up, frowning slightly, lost in brief thought. After a moment, he said seriously, "It has gotten a bit fat." Bai Li brought Zhang Yu to the place where the cat food was stored at home, sighed, and said with a worried face, "It has been eating diet food and has even gained weight. Why is that?" Zhang Yu bent down to carefully check Sanmao's diet. Bags of cat food were vacuum-sealed tightly, neatly arranged by date, with each bag's quantity strictly following the standards for diet meals. He picked up a few bags of cat food, carefully checking the ingredient lists and production dates, and gently squeezed the bags to feel the texture of the cat food. After checking, he found no mistakes. Bai Li explained from the side, "It is fed by a dedicated person, and no one at home gives San Mao extra food." Chapter 111. Similarity of characters in the grand narrative of the popular Xinxia epic Asking the Immortal. They're the highly popular yet controversial villain character, Yishang. He is a key figure in the astonishing game of spiritual energy revival. Unlike the dramatic underdog rise of the protagonist, Yishang stood at a height that most people could hardly reach from the very beginning of the story. Born into a well-established and historically rich commercial family, his family had already accumulated enviable wealth and immense power long before the arrival of the spiritual energy revival. As the sole heir of the family, Yishang was expected to achieve great things from a young age, receiving rigorous and comprehensive elite training. Just this advantageous background alone was enough to give Yishang a brilliant aura in the story. Not to mention that he himself displayed extraordinary talent in business and spiritual energy cultivation. These advantages allowed him to possess enough capital and ability to maneuver through the great game that would determine the world's pattern in the newly revived world of spiritual energy. He was never a pawn manipulated by others on the chessboard, but rather the top player who sat firmly in the background, controlling the overall direction of the game. A peak existence among the favored children of destiny. Chapter 112. Private Horse Farm, did you burn yourself? Bai Li's voice was full of concern, and before she finished speaking, she had already stood up from her seat. In her memory, Jingye had always been calm and steady, careful and meticulous in everything he did, never making mistakes. This scene was actually the first time she had seen him like this after knowing him for so long. Jingye frowned slightly, his lips pressed together. His usually deep eyes showed a hint of pain at this moment, nodding pitifully like an injured fawn. Seeing this, Bai Li felt a pang of heartache and hurriedly took Jingye's hand to the sink to cool it down. Jingye's hand was very beautiful, long and fair with distinct joints, resembling a carefully crafted work of art. Such a beautiful pair of hands, if burned, would be a loss to the world. How could you be so careless? Bai Li gently held Jingye's fingers, carefully examining the burn. Her attention was entirely on Jingye's hand, completely unaware of the fleeting mischievousness that crossed Jingye's face for a moment. A momentary expression quickly hidden under his lowered gaze. In the quiet night, Bai Li gazed at the focused expression on her face, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. She was indeed burned, but it was not entirely due to carelessness. Chapter 113. Walking with light in a corner of the changing room, a row of wooden hangers was neatly arranged, filled with various equestrian outfits, all very elegant and chic. There were both men's and women's styles, and sizes ranged from large to small, ensuring that anyone, whether petite or tall and sturdy, could find a suitable fit. Bai Li gently touched the equestrian outfits. Every piece she felt was made of top-quality fabric, soft and rich in texture. Equestrian gear was also available for selection, with metal buckles shining with a cold luster and gem-embedded decorations radiating charming glimmers. Every detail showcased extreme luxury. Bai Li picked out a set of equestrian attire that suited her, a coffee-colored vest paired with snow-white pants, complemented by a small, exquisite hat adorned with a delicate equestrian badge, adding a touch of playfulness and liveliness to her overall look. With the careful assistance of a staff member, Bai Li changed into the entire outfit. The equestrian outfit fit her perfectly, accentuating her curves just right, highlighting her slender waist and upright upper body lines. After changing, Bai Li unconsciously moved to the mirror. Standing in front of it, she turned around, admiring herself for a long time. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, and she picked up her phone to take several photos from different angles. Chapter 114. Speaking to people and ghosts sore. My waist is so sore. On a clear morning, as Bai Li struggled to get out of bed, she keenly sensed the resistance signals from her body. It was her first time riding a horse, and she had been riding for quite a long time, reaching the limit of what her body could endure. Riding was exhilarating at the moment, but afterward, it felt like a funeral pyre. Although the Wanxiang had adjusted her body to a healthy state, the soreness after exercise was still there. Bai Li decisively took 2 days off from school, planning to rest and recuperate at home. After all, health is the foundation of revolution. Meanwhile, she planned to use her time off to write lyrics for the song she had created with the mountain ghost last time. In the sauna, the surround sound system worth hundreds of thousands of yuan erupted with a new song's dynamic rhythm, instantly filling the entire space, making it seem like the whole sauna was vibrating. Bai Li comfortably lay inside, holding a waterproof-covered iPad, her fingers lightly tapping and drawing on the screen. She felt no hesitation. A set of lyrics gradually took shape in this leisurely atmosphere. In fact, after hearing classmate Bai Li sing rock music that day, feeling the extreme wildness and the powerful vocal style, Bai Li immediately got inspired. Chapter 115. Recording a song on an autumn afternoon. Warm sunlight filtered through the metal window frames of tall buildings, casting dazzling rays of light. Mountain Ghost, with his hands in his pockets and a light step, led the curious Bai Li to recording studio A101. This place had almost become Mountain Ghost's private studio. The room was filled with traces of Mountain Ghost's life. A small blanket for sleeping, slightly frayed at the edges, a cabinet full of snacks, various chips, chocolates, and cookies, a mini fridge plastered with cute magnets. A shelf next to the water cooler lined with uniquely shaped cups, some of which could hardly be called cups, but resembled pieces of art. And surprisingly, there was even a hand-drip coffee maker, its wooden handle polished to a shine, alongside a small jar of coffee beans. It was truly full of life. However, as soon as Bai Li stepped into the recording studio, his eyes widened, and everything around him became unimportant. All he could see were the top-notch, high-spec equipment that filled the studio. The high-end imported equipment that one could only see in music magazines was now densely displayed before him. Chapter 116. Piercing the lighting in the recording studio was still soft, creating an atmosphere that allowed for concentration. During the sound check, Bai Li had already sung quite well, showcasing impressive skills. However, since it was his first time tackling this song, he had yet to grasp the complex emotions hidden within it accurately, and some details were not handled ideally. Bai Li closely watched the fluctuating audio waveform on the recording equipment, not missing any details. Although it was not yet confirmed that Bai Li would record this song, she gently reached out her hand, pressing the microphone button to clearly transmit her voice into the recording studio. Bai Li, for this line like the waves surging with desire, you need to start softly here, with your vocal cords trembling, like the distant sea waves beginning to ripple. Control your breath to make it softer. Let the voice come out with breathiness. Come on, just this line, do it again. Mountain Ghost looked at Bai Li's serious expression, deep in thought. He had initially thought Bai Li would just let Bai Li try out the vocals, but at this moment, Bai Li's full immersion and her meticulous guidance made Mountain Ghost realize that it seemed to have already entered the rhythm of formal recording. Chapter 117. Crisis warning: the tools for ear piercing were in Mountain Ghost's staff dormitory. This was Bai Li's first time in a private space of the opposite sex, and she instinctively lightened her steps. Mountain Ghost's dormitory was small but filled to the brim, showcasing his unique personality. It appeared chaotic, yet there was order within the chaos. The walls were adorned with colorful posters and various stickers, with abstract lines and color blocks interwoven. The floor was covered with a large plush blanket, perfect for lying down or sitting on the ground. In one corner of the room, various music equipment was piled up, with old vinyl records placed alongside the latest digital audio processors, a dialogue between the past and present. Next to it was a guitar, its body covered in graffiti, scratches, and a weathered paint job, showing signs of years gone by. Scattered on the floor were several sheets of sheet music, open to reveal dense notes, with some parts marked with strange symbols that probably only Mountain Ghost could understand. Noticing Bai Li's scrutiny, Mountain Ghost scratched his head a bit shyly, a faint blush appearing on his face. It was also his first time bringing someone to his room, and if he had known Bai Li would come, he would have tidied up beforehand. Chapter 118. The darkest hour of the idol. Are you the only one in the dorm? Where's everyone else? Bai Li gently pushed open the dormitory door, and what greeted her was a scene of cold desolation, with only Tang Tang sitting at the table, head down, playing on her phone. Hearing the sound, Tang Tang looked up in surprise, her eyes instantly brightening, and a big smile spread across her face. Ah, you finally came back. Saying this, she casually put down her phone, stood up, and walked over to Bai Li. They all want to get busy. Su Yao joined the track and field team, so she has to leave for training before dawn every day. You definitely won't see her in the morning. When it comes to the dorm leader, Tang Tang exaggeratedly shook her head. The dorm leader is even busier, constantly running around, simultaneously joining the student council and the film club, as busy as a spinning top. Hardly seen all day. I heard she's preparing for some club activities. As for our top student, Tang Tang curled her lips. She's either buried in books in the library or on her way to class. Her life revolves around studying. I even suspect she lives in the library. Yilin has gone out of town for volunteer activities these days and won't be back for a while. Speaking of which, Tang Tang suddenly changed the subject. Leaning close to Bai Li with a mysterious look, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 119. A godly song. At first, it wasn't the song itself that went viral, but a 30-second short video released by Day and Night Entertainment on a short video platform. The video begins with the infectious prelude of My Bad, transitioning from the dazzling city nightscape to light and shadow, filtering through the windows, casting mottled patterns in a dimly lit room. The camera zooms in slowly, revealing a man in a loose white shirt, the collar casually opened, hinting at delicate collarbones, exuding an effortless laziness and casualness. The person in the video is Bai Li, whose hair is black in the video. Despite being the most ordinary black curls, under the play of light and shadow, it radiates an irresistible allure and temptation. As the camera continues to zoom in, Bai Li's features become clearer. With his eyes slightly closed, his high nose bridge is sculpted by light and shadow, with every line perfectly defined. His long eyelashes cast feather-like shadows on his eyelids, gently fluttering with his breath. Bai Li's thin lips parted slightly, a unique, hazy, singing tone flowing out with an ambiguous tone. In this private corner, night is sprawling, the English lyrics pronounced sensually and charmingly. Chapter 120. The Change of the Fire Dog. There are many songs that are popular, but only a few achieve a phenomenon level. Bai Li never expected her song to become this popular. Not only singers and creators sought collaboration, but also various keen-eyed reporters and even well-known talk shows. For a newly established entertainment company struggling to navigate a fiercely competitive market, achieving such remarkable success in such a short time, breaking industry barriers repeatedly with a unique and innovative operational model and hit works is truly astounding and has made many peers envious. From the beginning, the distinctive group broadcast model stood out in a competitive market, followed by a uniquely interesting online music competition that exponentially increased the company's visibility. Now, a song like My Bad has exploded like a bomb, not only sparking a listening frenzy domestically, but also successfully breaking into the international stage. The outside world is filled with curiosity about this mysterious behind-the-scenes boss, Bai Li, with countless people speculating what kind of legendary figure, endowed with wisdom and courage, could achieve such brilliant results in a short time? What astonishing miracles might the future hold? Chapter 121. The Beautiful Assignment. In a corner of the city, a girl stared intently at her phone screen, her fingers trembling slightly, her eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Tonight is the time to reveal the final roles, the girl murmured, her gaze never leaving the constantly changing data. Her friend leaned over with a doubtful expression. Hey, do you think this public role casting is reliable? It wouldn't be a show, would it? The girl didn't answer immediately, quickly scrolling through the casting page of Day and Night Entertainment's Ask the Immortal. The data on the page updates in real time, with every voting record accurately captured. The girl pointed at the data curve on the screen, explaining to Su Yao earnestly, Look, the data on the official website is open and transparent, updated in real time daily, and all historical data is recorded. If there's any abnormal fluctuation in the backend data, it will be immediately detected, so the possibility of it being a show is very small. In fact, Day and Night Entertainment has employed a top-notch anti-cheating team on a technical level, using advanced algorithms to monitor voting data comprehensively. Once any anomalies are detected, they are immediately locked in for investigation, effectively eliminating the possibility of data tampering. Chapter 122. The casting results. The casting results were personally brought to the training base by Bai Li. It had been a while since she last visited. As soon as she walked through the entrance of the training base, the staff quickly approached her with enthusiasm, respectfully greeting Bai Li while leading her towards the training area. They stopped a short distance from the training ground, quietly observing the training scene of the young people. Undoubtedly, this is a place filled with dreams and sweat. At this moment, on the playground, a group of young people was following their leader in running drills. The leader responsible for breaking the wind was none other than Zhongwu, who even had heavy sandbags hanging from his legs as he ran laps around the track. Sweat soaking his clothes, outlining his increasingly strong physique. According to reports from the medical center, Zhongwu's old injury has significantly improved, and it seems to be true. The others followed closely behind Zhongwu, running in unison like a gust of wind with synchronized and powerful strides, not a single person lagging behind. That familiar yet unfamiliar atmosphere enveloped them. Familiar was the vibrant atmosphere here. Unfamiliar were the fresh faces in front of them. Chapter 123. The cast finally. The male lead was announced. Almost everyone turned to look at Chu Xianxian at that moment. The training camp wasn't without internet, and they had been keeping track of the voting situation to varying degrees. Chu Xianxian was aware, but until the last moment, no one could be certain if there would be any unexpected changes. His heart was in his throat, nervously clenching his fists, his palms sweating profusely. After the official casting training for Ask the Immortal began, Chu Xianxian realized the immense challenge he faced. Although the male lead is from a grassroots background, the role has a significant amount of martial arts scenes. However, Chu Xianxian is completely blank when it comes to martial arts basics. To meet the director's demanding requirements and present impressive martial arts scenes, he had no choice but to start from scratch and systematically learn martial arts. Every day before dawn, he was already in the training room on set, undergoing high-intensity physical training, running, push-ups, sit-ups, horse stance, one after another, until his clothes were soaked with sweat, flowing down his cheeks. In learning martial arts movements, every move was repeatedly practiced under the guidance of a professional martial arts instructor. Even the slightest misalignment in a movement required starting over. Chapter 124. Filming begins after the filming of Ask the Immortal officially commenced. Bai Li, although not personally involved in the filming work, maintained control over the key aspects of the project as the producer and investor. Her goal is not just to create a film, but to pay tribute to Huaxia culture through this work. Therefore, before the filming began, Bai Li unhesitatingly invested a huge amount of money to ensure that the film's quality could reach international standards. Most of the funds were used for special effects production and scene construction. To recreate the grand cultivation world from the novel, Bai Li hired top special effects teams from both domestic and international sources, using the most advanced CG technology. Whether it was the celestial phenomena during the revival of spiritual energy or the intense battles between cultivators, every special effects shot was meticulously refined, striving to achieve a stunning effect. Additionally, Bai Li invested heavily in building multiple real-life shooting bases, including ancient cultivation sects, bustling urban streets, and mysterious underground spiritual veins. To enhance the audience's immersion, Bai Li even invited the original author to participate in scene design, ensuring that every detail matched the descriptions in the book. Such extravagant behavior naturally attracted the attention of peers. Chapter 125. During filming, the filming cycle of a movie usually lasts several months. For low-budget campus art films, filming may only require a limited number of scenes, often using new or non-professional actors, making personnel scheduling relatively simple. The filming period can often be completed in just a few weeks or even shorter. However, for a large production like Asking the Immortal, the filming difficulty is on a completely different level. With a large cast, complex scene construction, and a significant demand for special effects, and with Bai Li's insistence on perfection, the filming cycle was greatly extended. The weather had already begun to cool, and filming had just completed halfway. Optimistically estimating based on the current filming situation, if everything went smoothly, it was hoped to meet audiences during next summer's release window. Bai Li was not in a hurry. Unlike other teams under pressure from investors to recoup costs and forced to compress filming schedules, she, as the largest investor, had ample financial support and did not need to worry about cost recovery issues. She could allow the filming team to proceed steadily and methodically. In such a relaxed creative environment, the director's enthusiasm for creation was high, and it could be said that the more they filmed, the more enjoyable it became, allowing them to fully showcase their talents. Chapter 126. Love balance. During the past few months of filming Asking the Immortal, Bai Li had not been idle. With new favorability points coming in, she carefully selected a day marked as auspicious for all matters on the old calendar and used the favorability points to draw from the Wuxiang wheel. Considering that in the last 200 draws, she had obtained 3 SSR gold entries, Bai Li was confident that this time, with a full 100 draws, she could at least secure one more SSR entry. There's always a big safety net in draws, and she believed that the Wuxiang wheel surely had some form of guarantee. If given the choice, Bai Li still hoped to draw an active entry. She gradually discovered that SSR entries could be divided into 2 categories: active entries and passive entries. This is similar to certain popular games where players can freely control active skills and passive skills that trigger automatically under specific conditions. Once an active entry is installed, It could take effect immediately, providing instant results for the installer. For example, the Music Master entry, once activated, seemed to instantly grant Bai Li the musical talent of a master. She could play various instruments effortlessly, and her perception and creative ability in music reached a master level. Chapter 127. The limits of luxury in this draw, the most dazzling was the SSR entry love balance. And in addition, there were several other prizes that also pleasantly surprised Bai Li. Among them were many SR-level attribute points like stamina, flexibility, and posture, which had appeared before, as well as a few lucky attribute points never seen before. Lucky, that's a good thing. What does good luck mean? It means causal law weapons. Koi Spirit. Thank you for your patronage, Terminator. Luck is definitely one of the crucial attributes, and Bai Li immediately added these attribute points to herself. After adding them, she did not notice any immediate changes. However, Bai Li knew in her heart that these attributes would play a significant role at critical moments. For example, in future draws from the Wuxiang Wheel, the probability of obtaining high-level prizes would certainly increase significantly. Thinking of this, Bai Li became even more expectant for the next draw. Next came the R-level ordinary prizes. As usual, this included many bizarre and abstract items that were hard to comprehend, offering little practical value, such as an air condensation product from the capital of Country M. Chapter 128. The spirit of contract in the sky. The evening glow was fiery, coloring the entire sky in a brilliant, rich, and enchanting orange-red. Bai Li, accompanied by a Hu and Guanxia, arrived at the private jet parking area. Inside the hangar, a giant aircraft stood quietly, its massive body exuding a cold metallic sheen under the dim lights. In the adjacent row of hangars, many planes were lined up neatly, but none were as large as this one. A well-dressed man in a crisp uniform, with a capable appearance, quickly approached. It was a Fei, the dedicated flight attendant of this private jet, also a specialized NPC matched to her by the Wuxiang Wheel. All the crew members on this private jet were composed of Bai Li's dedicated advanced AI team. This configuration made Bai Li feel reassured. In her view, entrusting the operation of the aircraft to these intelligent crews was more reliable than to real people. A Fei stood tall, wearing a professional yet friendly smile, walked briskly to Bai Li, slightly bowed, and said in a steady and respectful voice, "Miss Bai, welcome to the private jet airport. I am your flight attendant A. Fei, and I am pleased to serve you." Chapter 129. The web of relationships. The entertainment company that Bai Li built from scratch achieved remarkable success in the fields of live streaming, film, and music, gaining widespread fame. As the company's influence continued to expand, the invitations Bai Li received came pouring in like snowflakes. These invitations spanned multiple fields, covering entertainment, business, culture, and various other aspects. In entertainment-related social occasions, such as those luxurious entertainment dinners filled with glitz and glamour, where stars gathered and after-parties were filled with revelry. These should have been excellent opportunities for Bai Li, the helm of the entertainment company, to expand her network. However, Bai Li was rather uninterested in them. Crystal chandeliers cast dazzling light, illuminating the masked stars and various celebrities in attendance. Luxurious, yet bustling, but it was all too much of a fame and fortune spectacle. She truly disliked engaging in superficial exchanges in high society social settings. In her view, every social event felt like a meticulously staged theater performance, where people wore exquisite masks, reciting rehearsed lines, appearing intimate on the surface while each harbored their own thoughts inside. This back and forth of social niceties left her feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Therefore, she mostly delegated these entertainment social invitations to Jingyi or other professional PR personnel in the company to handle. Chapter 130. Dragon Mark. Half an hour later, the extended Phantom drove into the underground garage of the Cloud Top building. The elevator slowly ascended to the 88th floor, and at the moment the doors opened, Bai Li felt a bright flash before her eyes, finally understanding what a heavenly palace was. The entire floor had been transformed into an upside-down Penglai Island. Above the crystal dome, a holographic projection of the galaxy flowed like a brilliant ribbon, with twinkling stars, dreamlike and surreal. The glass floor beneath her feet was adorned with colorful corals, radiating a halo under the dim blue lights. Schools of bluefin tuna leisurely swam above, their massive bodies shimmering like agile spirits in the refracted light, the blue light reflecting on Wu Hai's face, making it appear stern and deep, like a sea monster from the deep ocean. Mr. Wu, Miss Bai. The attendant, dressed in a silk robe, walked with light steps, slightly bowed in greeting, wearing just the right smile, then elegantly extended a hand to guide the two to their dining seats. All the attendants were dressed in sheer wide-sleeve garments, light and ethereal, their skirts flowing as if moved by the wind, resembling cloud fairy maidens. The entire restaurant seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious and elegant atmosphere. Looking around, apart from these seemingly celestial attendants, there were only Wu Hai and Bai Li. Chapter 131. Targeted after dinner, Hu and the others quickly approached Bai Li, slightly bowing in unison, their voices respectful as they said, Mississippi, Bai Li nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It was impossible for her to dine with Wu Hai without bringing Hu and the others along. However, having interacted with Wu Hai for some time, she had gained a certain understanding of him. Although his personality was eccentric, he posed no substantial danger, so there was no need to remain tense as if facing a formidable enemy. Therefore, during the meal, Hu and the others stayed nearby, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Caution is the mother of safety. Being cautious would never go wrong. On the way back, the car was nearly silent, the oppressive atmosphere filling every inch of space, with only the faint sound of the engine's rumble. Bai Li leaned back against the soft seat, her gaze somewhat vacant, looking out at the rapidly passing street scenery through the car window, her thoughts drifting far away. Some buds had sprouted and could no longer be hidden. For some reason, Wu Hai's words before leaving weighed heavily on Bai Li's mind. What did those words mean? What buds was he referring to? Bai Li's brows involuntarily furrowed as she kept pondering in her mind. Chapter 132. Deep blue affection, the morning sunlight gently filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting a warm light on Bai Li's face. She slowly woke up, stretching lazily as was her habit. A new day, a new million in credit. Bai Li first transferred half of the credit to Jing Yi, who would help manage daily expenses and the company's cashier duties, relieving Bai Li of the need to worry about such matters. Remembering that the last time Guan Cha had held a private tea party, it had consumed a lot of funds, she decided to send some credit to Guan Cha to maintain their relationship and enhance their goodwill. As expected, a notification sound rang out promptly. Guan Cha's Goodwill 1. Guan Cha's Goodwill 62. Immediately after, a message from Guan Cha popped up. After some time of interaction, Guan Cha's Goodwill had reached a stable level of 60 points. Guan Cha. Thank you, President Bai. Guan Cha. I practiced my skills seriously today. Guan Cha. Image. Bai Li opened the image. It was a set of exquisite tea utensils, with the tea in the cups appearing bright and clear, the leaves unfurling beautifully. The light and shadow fell perfectly on a hand, which was very fair, with distinct joints, exuding a unique beauty. Chapter 133. Information insight. The moment Bai Li's gaze fell upon the farewell letter from Jing Yi, time seemed to freeze, and everything around her blurred into the background. She felt as if struck by lightning, her hand trembling slightly with the letter. Shock, worry, anger, and other emotions surged within her. The detail she had overlooked now surfaced like a tide. It turned out that Jing Yi's changes had long been foreshadowed. The once gentle and talkative Jing Yi had become silent and introspective, often lost in thought, with an expression full of worries she could not comprehend. Not only were there emotional changes, but also in his work. He had suddenly become very busy recently. In the past, he could handle various matters in an orderly manner and still find time to discuss plans with her. But lately, he seemed to be buried in work at the company and was rarely seen at home. She had thought that once things settled down, she would give him a long vacation next month and take him out of town to relax and relieve the work pressure. Little did she expect that Jing Yi's busyness was quietly delegating his work. He meticulously transferred tasks to his assistant, patiently imparting knowledge to the employees below, organizing short-term matters efficiently. Chapter 134. Green Vine with a private jet. Bai Li found her travels extremely convenient. Before setting off, she prepared to sort out all the existing information. She never fought an unprepared battle. The information insight card provided very detailed information, down to the number of leg hairs the head of the family had. There were a total of 382 leg hairs. Old Deng has quite a bit of leg hair. Bai Li couldn't help but comment while selecting some useful information from the numerous details. Firstly, as Jing Yi had mentioned, Old Deng suffered from severe gout and would go to the burn hot springs for treatment every Friday. The Burn Hot Springs were the most prestigious wellness retreat in country Y, where countless dignitaries and wealthy people sought physical and mental relief. The information insight card provided the detailed address of this retreat, as well as the specific room number Old Deng often used. Upon learning this information, Bai Li felt a surge of joy. With the resources and connections she had, tracking him across borders should not be difficult. As long as she carefully planned and arranged reliable personnel, there would be opportunities to capture him either on his way to the retreat or within the retreat itself. However, Bai Li was not an impulsive person. After a brief moment of excitement, she quickly calmed down. Chapter 135. Burning the boats, Bai Li forcefully pulled her thoughts back from Wu Hai and reconsidered the contents of the information insight card. The Qing Tong family appeared large and solid, but in reality, they had obvious weaknesses and numerous flaws. If they were engaged in legitimate business, with their substantial financial resources and extensive connections, Bai Li truly had no quick means to take them down in a short period. However, since they were involved in smuggling related to the underworld, there were many loopholes. Moreover, some important members of the family were involved in illegal activities, such as commercial bribery, to obtain exclusive operating rights for a large project. Although the relevant evidence was cleverly concealed, the information insight card still revealed its hiding place. Not only that, but the antique smuggling network that the family takes pride in seems to operate smoothly, yet has numerous regulatory loopholes. The entire smuggling chain, from the illegal acquisition of cultural relics to the layers of cover during transportation, and finally to the illegal trading market. Every link could potentially become a trigger for a crisis. Once these loopholes are exposed, the first to face will be the severe legal sanctions. Law enforcement will follow the clues and thoroughly crack down on the entire smuggling network. Chapter 136. Fishing. A gentle breeze brushed over the water surface, creating ripples that shimmered in the sunlight. On the shore, Bai Li, dressed in a simple yet elegant long dress, sat lazily at a well-arranged fishing spot, wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat that perfectly shaded most of her face, revealing only her beautifully contoured chin. A handcrafted carbon fiber fishing rod was quietly held in her hand, with the fishing line dangling into the water, seemingly merging with this tranquil world. Here was Bai Li's private fishing pond located in Southeast Asia, one of the prizes obtained from the Vientiane wheel on her last visit. She had not had the time to come and check it out until now, and this was just the right place to settle down. While it was called a private fishing pond, it was clearly a dedicated resort island. The entire island was Bai Li's private territory. Being a tropical island, it enjoyed spring-like weather year-round, adorned with vibrant flowers interspersed with various tropical plants, including some exceptionally rare species like Traveler S palm, foxtail palm, and Traveler S tree. The pond was also extremely large, divided into freshwater and saltwater pools. Currently, Bai Li was situated in the saltwater pool, with crystal-clear water resembling pure crystal. Standing on the shore, one could clearly see various colorful marine fish swimming in the water, indicating that they were well cultivated by the NPCs here. Chapter 137. Reversal. The torrential rain of the Gulf of Siam washed over the glazed tiles of the Qing Tung Manor. Inside the manor's conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. Smoke swirled in the room, hovering over everyone's heads like an inescapable haze. Could this series of recent blows be the work of someone from the authorities? An elder furrowed his brow and was the first to break the silence. Impossible. The third elder almost immediately denied it, his eyes revealing a sense of certainty. Based on our years of experience dealing with the authorities, I can assure you this is not their method. After a pause, he added, moreover, I've received news from informants bought by the authorities. Their sources of information are not internal. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Indeed, the recent blows have been too precise, each one striking at the family's vital points, as if the opponent was well aware of the family's criminal activities, even knowing every smuggling route and the location of every warehouse. Such precise strikes were no coincidence. But what force could possess such a powerful intelligence network and relentlessly pursue them? Everyone fell into a brief contemplation. Chapter 138. Chaos on the day of the auction. As night fell over the Gulf of Siam, the Jalongbi Arts Center shone like a brilliant pearl, brightly lit. The venue was meticulously arranged to be solemn, yet luxurious and mysterious, with every detail reflecting unparalleled nobility and extravagance. As Bai Li stepped into the venue, The first thing that caught her eye was the enormous crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, composed of countless transparent crystals, each one refracted soft and brilliant light. These lights interwove with one another like lively ribbons, flowing freely in the opulent hall, as if alive, constantly changing shape and angle with the movements of people and the flow of air, illuminating the entire space with brightness and warmth. The ground was paved with mirror-like marble, reflecting everything. It not only mirrored people's silhouettes, but also perfectly reflected the chandelier's brilliance, making the entire venue appear more spacious and bright, adding a touch of luxurious texture. Wealthy businessmen, collectors, and some mysterious figures from around the world gathered here. In the venue, everyone was dressed in splendid attire. The men wore sharp suits paired with exquisite ties, while the women donned dazzling evening gowns, their necks adorned with sparkling jewelry. Chapter 139. Smoke Bai Li was correct. At the moment she entered the Gelongbi Art Center, Jing Yi had quietly infiltrated the auction site. He was well acquainted with the layout of the venue. Once a steward of the Qing Tang family, he had participated in the preparation of countless similar events. Every entrance and exit, the specific arrangement of personnel, blind spots of security cameras, even the angle of the waiters' trays were all etched in his memory. Everything was still familiar, and stepping in here, he felt at ease, as if he had returned home. With this familiarity, Jing Yi had little difficulty blending into this seemingly heavily guarded auction. Jing Yi had come with a clear purpose. He had heard about the Qing Tang family publicly selling their core secrets, but in his heart, it seemed like a fantasy. That ancient book was the foundation that the Qing Tang family had guarded for generations. Every member of the family knew its importance and would never easily sell their roots. Therefore, Jing Yi was certain that today, a seemingly ordinary auction was, in fact, a carefully laid trap by the Qing Tang family. Chapter 140. Wu, the armored car, sped over the bumpy streets of Bangkok, racing through, with neon lights blurring into distorted spots on the blood-stained bulletproof glass. In the back seat, Jing Yi lay weakly, his once handsome face now devoid of color, pale as a thin sheet of paper, deeply sunk in the folds of Bai Li's black dress. On his right shoulder, the shredded fabric of his suit was disarrayed, with a piece of glass the size of a palm embedded in the bloody wound, trembling slightly with each jolt of the car. Each tremor seemed to mercilessly tear at the wound, dark red blood continuously oozing from it, slowly dripping through the gaps in the leather seat, pooling into a small, shocking puddle of blood beneath the car. A shard of glass had pierced his right shoulder at the moment the chandelier fell. At that time, his mind was solely focused on protecting Bai Li, his attention entirely on her, completely unaware of his injury. It wasn't until he exited the venue that he realized his clothes were already soaked in blood. "Ahu! Faster! Faster!" Bai Li, anxious and frantic, spoke with an unprecedented urgency. Chapter 141. Ruin, the armored car, burst into the medical center, Bai Li's skirt already soaked in blood, her eyes vacant and dazed, her steps unsteady as if walking on cotton. She could only watch helplessly as the unconscious Jing Yi was pushed into the operating room, the automatic door slowly closing, the feeling of powerlessness washing over her like a tide. She still couldn't describe her feelings at that moment. It was a state of unprecedented chaos. Very strange. The heart feels as if it has been instantly hollowed out. All thoughts and emotions are drawn away in an instant, and the mind goes blank, unable to hold anything. The shouting of people around, the hurried footsteps, and the continuous wailing of the ambulance intertwine to form a noisy and chaotic sound. However, these sounds in Bai Li's ears seem to come through a thick layer of glass, distant and unclear, as if they are from another world. At this moment, her world seems to consist only of the tightly closed operating room door and the uncertain fate of Jing Yi behind it. Not knowing how long it has passed, until a Hu wakes her up with clean clothes. They've started the blood transfusion. The doctor said the situation is improving. "Miss, please go change your clothes." While changing in the changing room, Bai Li finally feels the trembling of her hands and the unusually rapid heartbeat. Chapter 142. Crime and punishment during these 7 days. Although Bai Li has been very busy, she is not so busy that she cannot spare a moment to visit Jing Yi. The reason she hasn't come is that she's trapped by many complex and tangled emotions. This is not the first time Jing Yi has made her heart ache. A month ago, he chose to leave her and face danger alone. This time, amidst the chaos of the auction, Jing Yi once again selflessly used his body to shield Bai Li from deadly danger, sacrificing himself once more. Although she understands that Jing Ye's motive in doing so is to protect her and that his loyalty and guardianship have never changed. This repeated self-sacrifice makes Bai Li feel helpless and heartbroken. She is deeply grateful for Jing Ye's efforts, but at the same time, she feels a heaviness in her heart about his reckless disregard for his own safety. It is not anger, but more a sense of pity. This complex emotion is like a tangled mess, making her feel entangled every time she thinks of Jingyi. Coincidentally, during this time, busy with dealing with the Qing Tang family's affairs, Bai Li throws herself into work to numb herself. Now, the Qing Tang family has been successfully destroyed. This evil and large force has finally collapsed under the strike of justice. Chapter 143. Ice and fire the moment their eyes meet. Jingyi feels a buzzing in his brain, as if all thoughts have been emptied in that instant, and he is momentarily paralyzed. As a steward who has adhered to etiquette his whole life, he never imagined that one day he would find himself in such a disheveled state, pinned down to a hospital bed by his employer. At this moment, they are face to face, so close that it seems as if all things in the world have disappeared, leaving only their existence. Bai Li's soft and fragrant breath lingers around him, making his heart inexplicably flustered. She lightly sits on his waist, and that little weight might not be worth mentioning on ordinary days, but at this moment, where their bodies connect, there seems to be an invisible current buzzing and rushing, rapidly spreading throughout his body, causing his body to uncontrollably tingle, every inch of skin becoming extraordinarily sensitive. In fact, Bai Li is not really pressing down on him. Jingyi still has wounds. So, she's just supporting herself with both hands on either side of Jing Ye's body, merely giving him a gentle push down onto the bed. Bai Li does this partly to make herself more intimidating while questioning him, to make Jingyi deeply realize the seriousness of his previous reckless behavior. And secondly, of course, she wants to punish him. Chapter 144. Review. A man who has never been with a woman is truly terrifying. Like a dormant volcano suppressing hot magma. Once it erupts, the force is often overwhelming. Xiangyang is one, and Jingyi is even more so. The latter is even more intense. Having restrained himself for so long, and being teased by Bai Li like that, the tense string snapped instantly. Once allowed, his movements are urgent yet clumsy, filled with a reckless madness, as if he wants to completely sacrifice himself. It wasn't until Bai Li noticed the crimson blood seeping through a bit of gauze that she forcibly ended this passionate yet untimely encounter. An impulsive act resulted in the sharp sound of a doctor's warning. Bai Li awkwardly coughed and silently retreated to the side. After the doctor finished redressing the wound and left the ward with repeated instructions, Jing Ye's gaze was again fixed on Bai Li, blushing as he said, "I still want more." "No," Bai Li firmly refused, "not until you're healed." After being rejected, the hopeful light in Jing Ye's blue eyes extinguished, and disappointment was evident on his face. Poor thing. Bai Li held Jing Ye's other hand, their fingers intertwined. Chapter 145. The wolf in monk's robes as night falls. The neon lights of the city gradually brighten, painting the streets in a kaleidoscope of colors. Wu Hai lazily leans against his spacious and luxurious terrace. Dressed in a well-tailored silk nightgown, the collar slightly open, revealing his delicate collarbone and the skin of his chest that is barely visible. He holds a phone in his hand, casually dialing a number. Outside the terrace, the dazzling lights of the entire city are in full view, and the distant skyscrapers look like glowing giants overlooking the bustling scene. Once the call connects, Wu Hai squints slightly in the wind, speaking in a casual tone. Jing. There's a small matter. At this time, in the study of a villa in the suburban mountains of Beijing, Zhou Changjing is sunk deep into a dark green velvet sofa, his bony fingers gripping an unapproved encrypted document, a half-burnt cigar slanted in a crystal ashtray, and blue smoke twisting above a bronze Qilin incense burner. He gently places the pen in his hand on an expensive jade pen holder. The moment the pen touches the holder, it emits a crisp and subtle sound. The back of Zhou Changjing's neck rests against the sofa's decorative brass nails, his Adam's apple moving in the shadows as he speaks in a deep voice. Long Biao? He suddenly chuckles, rubbing the gilded cover of the document with his thumb, a hint of confusion in his tone. Why the sudden interest in the entertainment industry? Chapter 146. Returning to the country at the same time, a luxurious private jet cuts through the azure sky. Inside the cabin, Bai Li lazily leans against the spacious seat. casually glancing out the window at the cotton candy-like clouds drifting past the plane. Jing Ye's wounds have healed enough for him to perform some simple actions. But for a long-distance flight like this, it still seems a bit strenuous. However, under Jing Ye's eager gaze, Bai Li ultimately softens her heart and decides to take him back to the country with her. Of course, to ensure Jing Ye's safety during the flight. More than a dozen medical staff and medical equipment accompany them on the plane. Bai Li's private jet is large enough to comfortably accommodate these people. This way, even if Jing Ye's wounds have any issues during the flight, the medical staff can handle it immediately, ensuring his life is safe. Since they're all going back together, Bai Li also decides to invite these 4 medical staff to tour the country, of course, covering all their food and accommodation expenses. With Jing Yi and a dozen caretakers by his side, the scene is somewhat reminiscent of a queen returning to her palace. After silently mocking herself for this in her heart, Bai Li couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head, thinking, then doesn't that make me the emperor? Chapter 147. The right rhyme of Han Wushangui looked at the 4 large bags of local specialties in front of him, his eyes wide open, sparkling with excitement and anticipation. His mouth uncontrollably lifted in a big smile, and the surprise on his face was about to overflow. He instinctively rubbed his hands together and opened one bag, revealing various Southeast Asian snacks inside, exclaiming wow, repeatedly. He never expected that Bai Li would think of him while on vacation. This unexpected surprise warmed his heart, and he looked up with gratitude in his eyes. Little boss, this is too much. It's all my favorites. Thank you. Bai Li watched Shan Gui's reaction. His bright eyes seemed to hide countless little stars, and his pure joy and gratitude were displayed without reservation. Bai Li's mood lifted along with Shan Gui's emotional feedback, easing the fatigue accumulated from busy work. Remembering how shy and reserved Shan Gui was when they first met, always avoiding eye contact and speaking softly, he now seemed completely at ease. Looking like a happy Asian big dog, full of vitality and enthusiasm. Chapter 148. The little handsome guy in the bright and spacious CEO's office. The red sunset poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the polished floor. After several hours of continuous work, Bai Li finally resolved the theme song for asking the immortals and other important tasks. The remaining matters were trivial and could be dealt with later. After signing the last document, Bai Li stretched out a big yawn, her slender waist arching backward, the tense muscles finally getting a brief relaxation. The big secretary stood nearby, her eyes filled with tenderness, watching Bai Li with a heart full of bubbles. Her boss was not only good-looking but also generous, never stingy with employee benefits, always providing lavish perks. More importantly, Bai Li's character was very lovable, down-to-earth, and interacted with everyone like friends, caring about each person's life and work. No one in the entire company disliked this young and charming Bai Zhong. Seeing Bai Li rush to the company straight after getting off the plane and dive into work for half a day, the big secretary felt a pang of sympathy and softly said, Chapter 149. The MV goes viral on an ordinary morning with nothing new. Social media suddenly exploded with a trending topic, a visually stunning explosion of Xianxiao aesthetics in a metaverse-level music video. Clicking on it, it turned out to be just a song MV. Just when netizens thought it was another attention-seeking scam trend, they were surprised by the stunning audio-visual experience as the MV began. As the prelude played, the long, melodious Mongolian tune mixed with a high-pitched ethnic singing style hit their ears, instantly grabbing their auditory nerves. Anyone with a slight understanding of music could immediately recognize that this was the most characteristic and flavorful no-gwola singing style of the Mongolian people. Its sound was graceful and winding, with every note seeming to float freely over the vast grasslands, rich with ethnic heritage. Meanwhile, the background sound was ethereal and distant, as if coming from the farthest horizon. Under the beautiful music, magnificent landscapes of mountains and lakes slowly unfolded. The rolling mountains were draped in pristine white snow, shining with a sacred glow under the sunlight. The vast lakes reflected the blue sky and white clouds, a breathtaking scene, and the winding rivers flowed endlessly, as if pouring down from the celestial moon. Chapter 150. Coming again after hanging up the phone, Bai Li held her still-warm phone, standing quietly in place, her gaze piercing through the night, landing on the brightly lit greenhouse. The noise and bustle there seemed to form a stark contrast to the silence surrounding her. Standing outside the greenhouse, The cold wind brushed against her face, tousling her hair, while Bai Li's heart remained unusually calm. With the commercial insight of an SSR-level entry, Bai Li was very clear that the viral success of the Asking the Immortals theme song MV indeed opened a good start for the movie's release. But this was just the beginning. The real challenge lay ahead. What awaited her was not only the production and promotion of the film itself, but also a game of wits with the entire film industry. Her high investment and expectation of no immediate return would undoubtedly make many peers uneasy. Not to mention, she was aiming for the summer blockbuster season. As everyone knows, competition in the film market becomes even more fierce during the spring festival and summer seasons. CEO Li's call was just the beginning. Perhaps there would be more doubts and challenges ahead. But so what? Bai Li tucked her loose hair behind her ear, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She had never intended to conform to industry rules. From the very beginning, her goal was to break conventions and redefine the standards of film production. Now that she had come this far, there was no turning back. Chapter 151. Taking advantage of the situation in the morning, soft sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Bai Li lazily nestled into the soft sofa. He brought the prepared, sumptuous breakfast to the small table in front of her. The steaming coffee exuded a rich aroma. The freshly baked bread was soft and delicious, and paired with colorful fruits, it looked incredibly tempting. Recently, Jingyi was not at home, still recovering in a private rehabilitation center, so she had no breakfast companion. Although Jingyi was not exactly a qualified partner, she always enjoyed a feast while he quietly nibbled on his grass. He was at least a companion. Without him, Bai Li felt like eating alone at the spacious dining table was rather dull. So, she simply changed the location where she ate, and after moving here, she felt much better and could enjoy her meal alone. After several busy days, all the piled-up matters in the company had been resolved, and everything was back on track. Bai Li could finally enjoy a lazy sleep-in at home and leisurely savor this breakfast. She took a gentle bite of the bread, but her thoughts involuntarily drifted far away. Chapter 152. The Jiang Lin family. After getting her nails done, Bai Li and Guan Cha casually chatted. As Guan Cha tidied up the nail tools, she casually mentioned some news she had recently learned. The Jiang Lin family is throwing a big 80th birthday party for the old lady. I heard it's going to be incredibly grand, with many celebrities from various fields attending. Bai Li, admiring her newly done nails in the sunlight, trembled her eyelashes upon hearing this. The leaves of the phoenix trees outside rustled in the gentle breeze, startling a few sparrows that flapped their wings and flew away. The Jiang Lin family. Why does that sound familiar? It seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Bai Li pondered for a moment and remembered. She had heard about this family from Jiang Mingfei. It is said that its family history can be traced back to the late Qing dynasty, making it a truly old established family, and its influence in the Delta region is also considerable. The crystal phial reflects fragmented light under the illumination, and Guan Cha carefully stored away. Noticing that, Bai Li seemed a bit interested. He continued to elaborate. The Jiang Lin family has significant influence in the film and television industry, holding 3 major golden cinema lines. Last year's Spring Festival release Desert Smoke achieved a 35 screening rate, largely thanks to the support from the Lin family. It is said that this is due to the close relationship between the long-standing grandson of the Lin family and the female lead of the film. Chapter 153. Not on the same level in the nanny car, Bai Li wore the dress that Guan Cha had carefully prepared for her, sitting in the back seat. Guan Cha also looked neat and tidy, and the two chatted casually while soft music flowed in the car. Outside the car window, the city streets flashed by like slides, with Hu driving steadily towards the banquet venue. Bai Li's phone screen lit up, the words dog skin plaster jumping on the screen, and her fingertips paused slightly upon seeing the contact. It was Wu Hai. The last time she had asked Wu Hai to handle the film, ask the Immortal Dragon Mark issue. His call now likely meant it had been resolved. In fact, Bai Li was quite confident about the Dragon Mark. It could almost be said to be a sure thing. Since the downfall of the Qingting family, the person surnamed Ruan in the Cultural Bureau, due to his connection with the Qingting family, had long been ousted. Moreover, there were no issues with Ask the Immortal in terms of content or production, so there was no reason for it to be stalled. Furthermore, this time it was Wu Hai who was pushing it forward. Wu Hai has an influence beyond ordinary imagination in many fields, since he agreed to handle it. Getting this matter done would be a piece of cake. Chapter 154. Stereotyped strangers looked confused, while those who knew were secretly excited. It is well known that there is a vast difference between wealth and power. Just like the difference between a private yacht and an aircraft carrier fleet. The former allows you to sip champagne in the Pacific, while the latter can dictate the rules of the Pacific. Power means the ability to control resources, set rules, and influence decisions. While some real estate tycoons were still trying to use connections to secure special hospital beds, the Zhou family had already established a dedicated passage in the 301 hospital. When the new internet elites scrambled to get into the CPPCC directory, the old man of the Zhou family had stacks of handwritten New Year cards from 3 generations of leaders in his study. The Zhou family is like a giant tree rooted in Beijing for 100 years. Any achievement from their background, if presented, would be enough to elevate another family to great heights. Their ancestors were among the first military-industrial experts who stayed in the Soviet Union. And their great-uncle once headed a strategic resource management bureau. 3 provincial administrative adjustment plans came from the Zhou family's think tank. And 5 central enterprises mixed reforms had their white glove companies behind them. Although they hold shares in 47 listed companies, they have never appeared on the rich list. And they hold 3 food security patents just in their private breeding laboratory in Hainan. Zhou Qingjing stands at the top of this massive family system. Chapter 155. During the banquet, Bai Li's long eyelashes cast a sharp shadow under the champagne-colored lights. The banquet hall was originally bustling with excitement, with guests' laughter and chatter intertwining. After a few men made inappropriate jokes towards her, the air seemed to suddenly fill with a layer of frost, and the temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees. President Li's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Bai Li was no ordinary woman. How could she tolerate such disrespect? He quickly added a couple of remarks. Gentlemen, President Bai is not an ordinary person. In less than a year, the company has already generated over 100 million in revenue, and the future is limitless. Even I, an old man, am benefiting from being with President Bai. Day and night entertainment? The few of them froze for a moment upon hearing this. They exchanged glances, and a look of realization gradually appeared in their eyes. Although Day and Night Entertainment was still a relatively new name in the industry, it had recently gained significant fame, and they had heard of it to some extent. Day and Night Entertainment? The slightly plump man twirled his jade ring and continued. That recently overwhelming ask the immortal. Yes, exactly. President Li hurriedly took over the conversation, secretly relieved that these gentlemen had finally caught on. In today's fiercely competitive entertainment market, for a new company to achieve such impressive results in less than a year is indeed remarkable. Chapter 156. Dispute. Guan Cha's originally bright eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, with suppressed emotions surging in the depths. He fixed his gaze on the person in front of him who had once dragged him into the mire of taking exams for others, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. This person's acerbic nature had not diminished even after so many years, still making one feel a wave of nausea. His stupidity remained unchanged as he recklessly trampled on others' dignity, treating their lives as mere playthings. Every action revealed ignorance and shallowness, like a spoiled child forever living in his narrow world. The family that once made him take exams belonged to the A4 elite tier in wealth classification. Such status and wealth indeed qualified them to attend the grand banquet hosted by the Jiangyang Lin family today. The guests gathered at today's banquet came from various industries, a mix of good and bad, so encountering them here was statistically not surprising. However, fate's irony made this encounter feel so bitter at this banquet, which was supposed to help Bai Li network and prove her worth. Those painful memories from the past surged like a tide, overwhelming him. Chapter 157. Apology. Guan Cha's clenched fist was quickly grasped by Bai Li. Guan Cha, don't be impulsive. People like this aren't worth your anger, Bai Li said softly. She also noticed the brooch on the man's chest, its golden layer shimmering with a water blue light under the bright light. She had seen a similar emblem at the entrance of a manor. It belonged to the Jiangyang Lin family. No wonder he was so arrogant. Bai Li smiled even more brightly. People from the Lin family, how wonderful. Bai Li gently pulled Guan Cha's hand back, signaling him to remain calm, then turned her attention back to Lin Yu. She tilted her head slightly, still wearing a radiant smile, but with a hint of playfulness in her expression. So you are young Master Lin? I'm really curious. When you say you want me to sleep with you to let it go, is this the education of the Lin family? Or is this the unique way the Jiangyang Lin family treats guests? If this gets out, I wonder how the old lady of the Jiang Lin family will feel if she hears that a junior openly said such disgraceful words to a female guest at her 80th birthday banquet. And how will those who do business with the Lin family perceive them? As Bai Li spoke, she slowly took a couple of steps forward, staring directly at Lin Yu, unafraid of his gaze. Chapter 158. Support. At this moment, the fat man's face turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolling down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with fear and regret. Originally, he regarded Bai Li as a stranger and naturally assumed she was a soft target he could easily manipulate. He never expected that she had such a strong backing. Even Jiang Yang and the Lin family had to be polite in front of her. The huge contrast left him panic-stricken, and he stammered, "I'm so sorry." Now he only hoped that Bai Li could be magnanimous and forgive his rashness this time, and not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, he truly didn't know what terrible consequences he would face. The only reason he could attend this banquet today was that he had a good relationship with Lin Yu at school. Relying on this connection, his parents got the rare opportunity to attend and hoped to expand their network and elevate their family status. But who would have thought that his momentary impulse would cause such a big trouble? The Lin family might very well sever ties with them because of his behavior at the banquet, and his relationship with Lin Yu could also be damaged. Moreover, his parents' business would be affected, and the commercial cooperation they had discussed might also fall through due to the Jiang Yang and Lin family relationship. Chapter 159. Moonlight and night breeze on the other side. The uncle led Bai Li and Guan Cha through the corridor. The corridor was shrouded in hazy night, with wall lamps on either side casting a warm glow, projecting shadows of varying lengths on the floor that flickered as they moved. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness. Guan Cha suddenly squeezed Bai Li's palm, his movements tinged with a bit of nervousness, his fingertips trembling slightly. Bai Li turned her head and saw the young man's hesitant gaze, his eyes deep and bright, as if hiding many words but unsure how to begin. His long eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Considering the location and environment, he swallowed the words he hadn't finished. At that moment, Bai Li realized that she had been holding his hand tightly since she had pulled him back to stop his impulsive actions. The night breeze carried the faint scent of roses through the corridor, and the distant music from the banquet became hazy like fog. Their hands remained tightly clasped, fingers intertwined, palms pressed together, as if they could feel each other's warmth. Guan Cha had calmed down by now, no longer exhibiting the earlier awkwardness. Though his ears were tinged with a coral-like blush, and the line of his neck tightened with each swallow as he looked at their clasped hands, feeling an indescribable shyness. Chapter 160. Brother Zhou. Soon, under the uncle's guidance, they arrived at the waiting hall. The hall was elegantly decorated, with soft lighting exuding an ancient atmosphere. The attendant at the door saw the group approaching and immediately bowed slightly, wearing a respectful and gentle smile, speaking softly, "Miss Bai, the old lady has been waiting inside for a long time. Please come in." Bai Li maintained her composure, slightly nodding in acknowledgement, then turned her gentle gaze towards Guan Cha, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry and negotiation, softly asking, "Do you want to wait for me here? Or coming together?" Guan Cha was perceptive and instantly understood the implication. The attendant had only mentioned Bai Li's name, which undoubtedly indicated that the upcoming conversation would be sensitive and private, making his presence possibly inconvenient. However, Bai Li still thoughtfully offered him the choice. He could easily choose to follow her inside. Guan Cha felt conflicted at this moment. Although he was reluctant to part from Bai Li, he slowly released his grip on her hand, revealing a radiant smile as he said, "I'll wait for you to come out." Chapter 161. Blind date. Bai Li inwardly groaned. It had to maintain her composure on the surface. Originally, she had thought of politely addressing the man in front of her, Zhou Changjing, as Brother Zhou as introduced by the old lady, to maintain the formalities. However, just as those words were about to slip out, the complex and subtle connections between them came to mind, particularly his relationship with Wu Hai, causing her mouth to twitch uncontrollably. She knew she couldn't let this unusual reaction show too much, so she quickly took a deep breath and forced a seemingly polite smile towards Zhou Changjing. Despite the myriad of helpless and complicated emotions hidden behind it, she still tried to make her voice sound steady and courteous. "Brother Zhou, nice to meet you." Zhou Changjing noticed Bai Li's subtle reaction and found it quite amusing. In his view, while Bai Li's demeanor was appropriate, it also conveyed a sense of detachment. This attitude was not typical for someone meeting a stranger for the first time. What? Does she know me? The thought flashed through his mind. And Zhou Qingjing's lips slowly curled into a perfectly gentle smile. He slightly inclined his body, and with a graceful demeanor befitting a member of a prominent family, he responded calmly, "Nice to meet you." Chapter 162. The truth comes out when Bai Li came out of the inner hall. The glow of the crystal chandelier just brushed over her shoulders. Not far away, the several entertainment industry executives who had been chatting by the champagne tower suddenly fell silent upon catching sight of her. The scene of the Lin family relatives personally leading her in would undoubtedly remain etched in their memories. They had completely come to believe in Bai Li's prestigious and special status. President Wang was the first to react, beads of sweat reflecting off the champagne glass in his hand. He hurriedly stepped forward, awkwardly pushing through the crowd like a clumsy penguin. "President Bai, wait." He realized he had truly misjudged Bai Li as just a common female companion and had spoken disrespectfully, which was undoubtedly offending a significant figure. If Bai Li held a grudge, his future days would likely be uncomfortable. Listening to President Wang's increasingly sincere apologies, Bai Li raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze sweeping over him with a faint smile that barely reached her lips, yet she did not speak. Vice President Xing, maintaining his composure, set down the champagne he was holding and politely handed Bai Li a bowl of bird's nest soup from the attendant's tray. "President Bai, for your throat." Chapter 163. Take what you want at this moment. The lights outside the banquet hall were dim and hazy. Bai Li let out a gentle sigh, her eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. One could say this family was clever, indeed clever. Being unceremoniously asked to leave the venue by Jiang Yang and the Lin family was such an embarrassing situation that others might have already panicked. Yet they immediately identified the real problem, clearly understanding that they had offended not an ordinary person, but that Bai Li was the key to resolving the issue. Subsequently, they wasted no time in taking action, rushing to apologize to Bai Li. This judgment of the situation and their initiative was indeed commendable. No wonder they had accumulated such substantial wealth. However, to say they were entirely clever would be misleading. Or perhaps they had become accustomed to speaking for themselves and developed a self-centered mindset, completely unaware that in this entire situation, the person they should have been apologizing to was Guan Cha. They treated Guan Cha as a mere tool for taking an exam, and how could the past hurts simply be erased like that? Now, they are apologizing to themselves repeatedly, their nodding and bowing seeming sincere, but in reality, they just want to downplay the situation and brush it off. Chapter 164. Special treatment. The next phase of Xiaohao's upgrade task is quite challenging, requiring 10 target characters with a favorability score of at least 50, of which 3 must have a favorability score of 80 or above. Bai Li originally thought that collecting 10 targets with 50 points would not be difficult and would be completed quickly, but reality gave her a little surprise. She actually completed the latter requirement first. One day, when she was alone, Bai Li opened the character card booklet. 6 beautifully crafted character cards came into view. According to the rules, once a character's favorability reaches 50 points, their card will be collected. She still needed 4 more cards to meet Xiaohao's upgrade requirement. But the 3 hardest ones with 80 points had already been completed, leaving just 4 with 50 points. Easy peasy. Xiaohao's voice echoed in Bai Li's mind, filled with anticipation. "Host, keep it up. Xiaohao can upgrade soon. Then there will be a cashback of 1,100. You can get 100 million every day." After hearing this, Bai Li fell in a deep thought. Currently, there are quite a few people whose favorability is below 50, and among them, several have relatively high scores. Thinking carefully, most of these people are employees of her company, like Chu Xianxian and Zhong Wu, who were old employees that joined the company at the beginning. Their favorability has now reached the critical value of 40 points. Chapter 165. Returning to school, Xiangyang had an early class in the morning, so he couldn't personally pick up Bai Li. Sitting in the classroom, he was absent-minded, hardly paying attention to the lecture. All his thoughts were on Bai Li. From time to time, he would glance out the window, quietly calculating the time. After finally waiting for the class bell to ring, he hurried to the academic office's entrance to wait for Bai Li to come out. His white hair was too eye-catching, and he was also very handsome, making it hard for anyone not to notice him. Passing students couldn't help but take a second look. Bai Li had just walked out of the academic office when she spotted Xiangyang standing not far away. Seeing that he seemed not to have noticed her, Bai Li's mischievous side immediately came out, ready to give him a scare. Hee hee, this is a rare opportunity. As she got closer to Ying Xiangyang, her heart began to race. But little did she know, Ying Xiangyang had actually noticed her long ago. Catching a glimpse of Bai Li sneaking up, Ying Xiangyang found her incredibly cute. He silently played along, pretending not to notice. He deliberately focused on his phone, occasionally moving his fingers to create an appearance of concentration, while actually keeping a close watch on Bai Li's movements. Just as Bai Li was a step away from Ying Xiangyang, taking a deep breath and preparing to jump out and scare him, Ying Xiangyang suddenly put away his phone, turned around quickly, took a step forward, and firmly hugged Bai Li. Chapter 166. Innovative technology. Yi Lin sat on Bai Li's other side, smiling gently, her eyes full of concern. She softly asked Bai Li, "How long can you stay this time?" Bai Li felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "I originally came back to handle my re-enrollment procedures, but due to some personal reasons, I might need to take another break from school." Everyone's expressions turned regretful upon hearing this. Tang Tang pouted and said, why is that? We wanted to spend more time with you." The other roommates were still unaware of Bai Li's impressive identity, but Tang Tang knew. Bai Li was that Bai Li, the female president of the day and night entertainment company. The recently popular trailer for Ask the Immortal was produced by Bai Li's company, and the theme song was even personally composed by Bai Li herself. Because Bai Li kept her identity well hidden and had never shown her face online, maintaining a low profile, her status as the boss of Bai Li Entertainment had not been revealed in the university. For most people, unless they were seasoned professionals who had done extensive research on the entertainment industry or closely followed the dynamics of day and night entertainment, it was hard for anyone to specifically pay attention to the name of an entertainment company president. Chapter 167. Adding to the trouble amidst the warmth and laughter of the hot pot, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, bringing in a gust of cold wind. A girl with a high ponytail walked straight in. Bai Li was discussing popular TV dramas with Tang Tang when the cold air made her shrink her neck and glance towards the door. She thought the girl's outfit was quite trendy, wearing a loose sports sweatshirt with sleeves casually rolled up to her elbows, sporting the latest esports wristband on her exposed wrist, and pairing it with a pair of uniquely designed fluorescent green long socks that had all villains printed on them. Bai Li felt that such an ostentatious outfit would never appear in her wardrobe. It wasn't bad looking, just not her style. A boy sitting in the corner noticed her first, raising his hand and waving vigorously while shouting loudly, "Lin Yu, over here!" Clearly, a spot had been reserved for her. However, Lin Yu seemed to ignore him, looking around the private room before breaking into a smile, and then said in a clear, loud voice, "Isn't there one more spot at Yang Ji's table? I'll sit here." Chapter 168. Turning hostile. "You are Bai Li." Lin Yu elongated her tone, suddenly breaking into a bright smile. "It's nothing. I just haven't seen you before. Yanga usually doesn't bring you along to play games with everyone, so I thought I'd get to know you." As she spoke, she deliberately winked, her eyes revealing a hint of subtle provocation. "To be honest, I always thought Yanga would dedicate his whole life to esports. I never expected he actually found a girlfriend. I'm a bit surprised." Tang Tang, who was just about to put a piece of beef tripe in her mouth, trembled at Lin Yu's words, causing the piece to fall straight into the oil dip, splattering a few drops of oil. She stared at Lin Yu in shock, secretly cursing in her heart. Why does that sound so awkward? If it were those straightforward guys, they probably wouldn't feel anything special upon hearing Lin Yu's words. They wouldn't even notice the implication. Some naive girls might also miss it. Only someone like Tang Tang, a longtime expert in reading tea leaves, could see through it. In this world, there's actually a type of tea called Hanzi tea. Unlike traditional green tea, Hanzi tea usually appears among male groups. They often present themselves as carefree and straightforward, seemingly without ulterior motives, but in reality, they're skilled at using this facade to subtly attract attention or even disrupt others' relationships. Chapter 169. Subtle. Lin Yu's eyes twinkled as she plotted in her mind, determined to embarrass Bai Li in front of everyone today and humiliate her thoroughly. In an instant, she suddenly burst out laughing, casually sitting down and feigning ease as she said, "I was just joking. Everyone don't take it to heart. Honestly, I didn't expect Bai Li to be so close to Yanggu after coming back from her long break." When it comes to this, Lin Yu suddenly changed the subject, and the smile on her face became somewhat meaningful. "However, I'm not quite sure if it's appropriate to call you junior. I heard that you are an auditor, so it seems you can't really be considered a junior. I'm also very curious about how you managed to take such a long leave of absence." As Lin Yu spoke, she observed Bai Li's reaction, hoping to catch a hint of panic on her face. Yes, she had acted impulsively just now. Her overly intense words and actions had led others to have a worse impression of her. Even the boys with whom she usually maintained good relations now showed difficulty, revealing awkwardness and dissatisfaction towards her. Lin Yu knew in her heart that if she didn't turn this situation around today, her reputation in this circle would surely decline, and it would definitely be awkward when they hung out together in the future. Chapter 170. Identity revealed. Classmate Bai Li. With so many auditors over the years, they couldn't possibly remember everyone's name. If there were issues with others' qualifications, they might even have to verify the person's identity in the system. But they were familiar with Bai Li. She had personally come to their office this morning to handle the procedures. She was an important sponsor of the school, a key figure who had made outstanding contributions to the school's development. Bai Li donated a top-notch library, which was not only famous domestically, but also well-known internationally, having become a prominent selling point for the school's recruitment efforts. If Bai Li's contributions weren't outstanding, then whose contributions were? Their school had always granted auditor status to eligible faculty members and outstanding contributors. If anyone's auditor status was in question, Bai Li's would definitely not be. Although they didn't know why the student on the other end of the phone raised such a question, the Academic Affairs Office staff felt it was their responsibility to immediately clear the name of outstanding contributor Bai Li. She exchanged glances with the director of the Academic Affairs Office, who slightly nodded in affirmation. After receiving the director's approval, the teacher on the phone immediately provided a detailed explanation. Chapter 171. 1 billion donation on an ordinary afternoon. There was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door of the administrative office. An administrative teacher opened the door, unable to contain their excitement, and eagerly reported the news they had just received. Director, I have some incredibly good news to tell you. Our school's research fund has received a personal donation. The director, who had been focused on documents, slightly lifted his gaze to look at the administrative teacher, but his expression did not change much. Having been in the position for many years, he was already accustomed to such news. There are many channels for funding university research projects, most of which come from government financial allocations, and the school itself also allocates a portion of its limited financial resources to support research. Of course, many companies seek technological innovation and talent development and collaborate with schools to make donations or provide funding. Occasionally, there are personal donations, most of which come from alumni and members of society. However, based on his past experience, these personal donations are usually quite limited and do not constitute a significant portion of the overall research funding. There might occasionally be a few large donations. So when he heard the administrative staff's report, he simply responded lightly, "It's just a personal donation. Is it really that big of a deal?" Chapter 172. High Standard Research Institute. Professor Su, someone is looking for you. The door to the machine room was pushed open. Inside the large machine room, there were towering cabinets filled with large chassis that reached the ceiling, making a loud, roaring sound. The visitor's view was completely filled with densely packed tall machines, and they couldn't see Professor Su's figure at all. The noise in the machine room was too loud, and the visitor was worried their voice would be drowned out. So they shouted again, "Professor Su." As they called out, they cautiously walked in, taking careful steps to avoid tripping over the wires crisscrossing the floor, as damaging even one wire could be troublesome. Finally, the visitor found Professor Su around a corner. A disheveled, middle-aged man was sitting on a ladder about 3 meters high, sweating profusely. In front of him was a large chassis with its door open, and a wave of heat constantly poured out, warping the surrounding air. The middle-aged man was busily using tools inside the chassis, seemingly performing maintenance. The visitor added, "Professor Su, someone from the school is here to see you." However, there was no sign that Professor Su was turning his head. He remained focused inside the chassis, his hands continuing to work, as if everything around him was unrelated to him. Chapter 173. Men change at 18. Professor Su was slightly taken aback and turned his head in surprise to look at his apprentice beside him. This apprentice had an outstanding appearance. When he first saw him in class, he stood out among a group of science students like a crane among chickens. At that time, Professor Su had wondered if this kid had walked in the wrong classroom. Was he really from their science department and not from the neighboring art school? But after a long period of interaction, Professor Su had to acknowledge from the bottom of his heart that his apprentice possessed an extraordinary level of composure. It's important to note that boys of this age often yearn for freedom. especially once they enter university and break free from their family's constraints. They become like wild horses that can't be restrained. However, his new apprentice was different. On ordinary days, regardless of the unpredictable nature of experimental data or the layers of obstacles and academic problems, this kid always maintained an unassuming and calm demeanor. Take this closed research work. For example, the base conditions were harsh and almost isolated from the outside world, yet his new apprentice never complained, willingly immersing himself in it alongside someone over 50 like him. Chapter 174. The road is still long. What's going on? This seems like a scene from a romantic television drama. The people around watching the scene of the two recognizing each other were somewhat stunned, but more were curious. Shui looked at Bai Li in front of him, and his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile, radiating joy, completely oblivious to how he appeared in the eyes of others at that moment. To outsiders, this young, handsome guy seemed calm just moments ago, as if he had no interest in anything. Although he was visibly handsome, that attractiveness hadn't made a particularly strong impact. But now all the youthful enthusiasm burst forth, as if he had been activated, and everyone present felt somewhat overwhelmed by this intense emotional surge. One could say that scoring 90 points for looks was indeed not without reason. Professor Su stood aside, observing everything, and couldn't help but wonder, is this still my introverted apprentice? His gaze shifted back and forth between the two, always feeling that their relationship was not that of ordinary acquaintances. After Shui approached, Bai Li was slightly taken aback at this moment. She could feel Shui's changes more vividly. Chapter 175. The embrace of reunion. The glass wall of the reception room gradually fogged up after everyone entered, transforming from transparent to frosted texture, completely isolating the internal and external spaces, making it impossible for those outside to see the scene inside, ensuring excellent privacy. However, Bai Li was not there for secrecy. In her conversation with Professor Su today, every word would be recorded in full by the accompanying confidentiality officer. There was no privacy to speak of, regardless of where the conversation took place. Choosing the reception room was simply for the comfort of sitting down. After taking a seat, Bai Li wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point, stating her intention. Professor Su, your team is free to use any equipment here. But I hope that if the project results involve the conversion of civilian technology, I can obtain the first batch of commercial adaptation rights. After explaining, Bai Li casually glanced at the people accompanying her. Although no one showed any unusual expressions, she knew there were definitely officials among them. It was no surprise they were well-trained and wouldn't easily show their attitudes in front of outsiders. Bai Li knew her actions were quite risky. After all, this was a national-level confidential project, and the project itself was very sensitive. Even though she provided equipment support, she was still an outsider and could not know any details related to the project or participate directly. Chapter 176. Unpacking the package before Professor Su could officially settle in and utilize the Research Institute. Bai Li's institute underwent a series of thorough security access checks. From the safety of the equipment to the confidentiality measures for the data, everything was scrutinized one by one. There could be no potential risk points for a national-level confidential project. After a few days of waiting, the three-party seals from the Ministry of National Security, the Military Science Academy, and the Defense Committee finally reached Bai Li's hands. Only then was the Research Institute officially endorsed and approved for use. In fact, the entire process took much less time than Bai Li had imagined. She had thought her institute would be inspected repeatedly, requiring at least several weeks of waiting time. And she had prepared for a prolonged battle, but it was resolved in just a few days. As for the application for commercial adaptation rights, it was surprisingly approved almost immediately, which left Bai Li feeling incredulous. At first, she thought Professor Su's project was indeed significant, pertaining to national strategic development, which was why the inspection process seemed to be on a fast track, with everything going smoothly. But her application also passed so easily, which seemed somewhat unreasonable. Chapter 177. Protecting rights on the other end. Wu Hai abruptly hung up the phone, unable to help but throw his phone away in frustration. Good, very good. He had asked Zhou Chengjing to help investigate Bai Li, not to flirt with her. The sea breeze continued to blow gently, but he felt no comfort at all. The more he thought about that phone call, the more irritated he became. He knew Zhou Chengjing's style all too well. Once he became interested in something, he would go to any lengths to obtain it. It was really considerate of him to at least mention it to himself beforehand. This should be counted as Zhou Chengjing's last shred of conscience towards his friend. Wu Hai sneered, since he informed him about this matter in advance. It indicated that Zhou Changjing's interest in Bai Li was indeed not ordinary. He was probably already plotting something in secret. Zhou Qingjing's influence was deeply rooted and complex in the country. He understood the principle of the nearer the water, the sooner it gets the moon. Zhou Qingjing's advantages were much greater than his own. Being far away on the other side of the Pacific, he truly felt powerless. Had he known this, he would never have let Zhou Qingjing help investigate Bai Li. Moreover, what was Zhou Qingjing bragging about? Saying he could only tell him that Bai Li was from the Bai family, making it seem like he knew a lot. Chapter 178, Spending Money Next Door. It seemed that new neighbors had moved in. There was quite a commotion early in the morning, with the heavy, dull sounds of large trucks, which were quite rare in her area. Hearing the noise, Bai Li, holding a steaming cup of pre-made tea, casually wrapped herself in a thick blanket, lazily leaning on her small terrace. Pre-made tea refers to tea bags. With Jingyi not around, she could only make do with tea bags. Bai Li squinted slightly, her gaze crossing over a few tall ginkgo trees, looking towards the source of the sound. Amidst the shadows of the trees, a crowd was bustling with large, exquisite pieces of furniture being moved into the next door, which appeared to be quite valuable. She could vaguely see some precious antique artworks being carefully packaged and carried in. Though she was unsure who this new neighbor was, judging by the scale of the move, they were certainly not an ordinary person. It was no surprise. Anyone who could secure a spot in this neighborhood was unlikely to be average. The small villas here rarely changed hands within a decade. Either they were strictly protected cultural buildings or private old houses worth over 100 million or even beyond monetary value. There was no way to obtain one without absolute strength. Chapter 179. Clearance permit. Bai Li already knew that the neighbor next door was Wu Hai, but she chose not to expose it, planning to continue playing dumb and see what tricks Wu Hai had up his sleeve. Since the new neighbor had sent a valuable housewarming gift, it was only proper for her to return the gesture. Sending a gift of equal value would be too boring. How could she subtly mix her personal grievances into the gift? For example, sending a flying broomstick, or something like decluttering, or simply writing a song titled Eviction Order. Just as Bai Li was pondering this, the new neighbor didn't give her any time to think, and the super-intentional second step arrived right after. The next day, Bai Li, following her habit, went to the terrace in the morning to breathe in some fresh air. The morning sun had just broken through the clouds, and the morning mist had not fully dissipated. The dew-laden wind brought a refreshing coolness. Bai Li took a deep breath. The coolness rushed through her nasal passages to her lungs, instantly clearing her foggy head. She wasn't sure if it was because of the new neighbor next door that had piqued her interest, but today, after arriving at the terrace, she instinctively glanced next door. Just that simple glance left Bai Li stunned, her breath caught, almost dropping the coffee cup in her hand. Chapter 180. Hard to understand. Wu Hai stood in front of the photo wall, his thoughts swirling. A question repeatedly crashing into his heart. Why was the treatment he received so different from that of the steward who seemed to have met Bai Li at the same time? He painstakingly searched for Bai Li, cautiously approached her, trying to break the barrier and create various opportunities, but all his efforts seemed insignificant in front of this photo wall. The steward had easily gained what was unreachable for him, Bai Li's trust, and had already entered her life in every aspect. Although it's not a particularly intimate photo, the smiles of the two people in the picture are very striking. Especially since it was a photo I took myself. It feels like an arrow that has been drawn back for a long time, finally released at this moment, hitting the most vulnerable spot in his heart. It has been a long time since Wu Hai felt defeat or resentment. This feeling of pride and confidence being shattered is an emotion he rarely experiences. And at this moment, these emotions are almost drowning him. He raised his hand and slowly touched his heart, where a sharp pain was radiating, a feeling both unfamiliar and novel to him. Chapter 181. The tannin of 1982, the legendary wine from 1982 in the decanter, had its tannin flavors fully awakened after sitting for several minutes. This was the best time to drink it. The conversation between the two about chips was temporarily interrupted by the aroma of the wine. Chips, of course, are not the strange tokens, but rather the conveniences or resources that Wu Hai can offer her. Bai Li is well aware that the resources Wu Hai possesses are absolutely beyond her imagination. The enormous funds accumulated over a century by wealthy families, high-end networking, intelligence information, special channels, and even his personal self are all resources. Of course, huge funds are the least of her concerns. With the godly wealth system, She is not lacking in wealth. However, she is still very envious of the other resources related to heritage. Just a few days ago, she obtained the first batch of commercial adaptation rights for a national-level project. Although the project is still under strict confidentiality, and it will take some time before the final results emerge, Bai Li has a strong intuition that this project is definitely not simple. Moreover, she has confidence in Professor Su's team. Her sixth sense tells her that there will be remarkable results in the near future. Chapter 182. Internal screening. Professor Su's project has not yielded results yet, so the collaboration with this neighbor they agreed upon has to be postponed. In any case, from now on, Bai Li has a new neighbor. There is nothing much else to say. It's just that this new neighbor occasionally comes over uninvited for a meal. Even if Bai Li gives him the cold shoulder, he still comes with a thick skin that is remarkable. However, considering his virtue of bringing good wine and ingredients when he visits, Bai Li ultimately decided to let him off the hook, choosing to turn a blind eye. Time quietly passes, and the temperature gradually warms up. Meanwhile, the film project Bai Li invested in is progressing steadily and is nearing completion. The director and screenwriter are leading the team to finalize the last touches, carefully crafting every frame of special effects, repeatedly polishing every detail, with everyone fully engaged, all to give this work a perfect ending. Bai Li doesn't have much professional knowledge about film production, and she understands that the investor's rash involvement would only bring adverse effects. Therefore, she chooses to fully trust the professional team, entrusting all matters of film production to the director and screenwriter. Chapter 183. The Siphon Effect. The internal screening of Questioning Immortals has achieved great success. Although most of the feedback is positive, some valuable suggestions for modifications were given. While these are minor issues, such as subtitles or certain scenes and pacing of the plot, the director's team and the screenwriters urgently discussed them and plan to make slight adjustments to this part before the official release, striving for perfection. Meanwhile, the publicity department and PR team of Day and Night Entertainment also began to work busily. As is well known, movies require some publicity work before their official release. Sometimes, the strength and effectiveness of a film's promotion directly relate to its box office performance. In fact, the early publicity for Questioning Immortals has been very well done. Thanks to ample funding support, Bai Li has never held back on the publicity budget. Additionally, the theme song for Questioning Immortals was released ahead of the film's screening, which brought more heat to the movie after it became a hit. Therefore, during the filming period, discussions about Questioning Immortals have not declined. Now, as the film approaches release, the promotional efforts have reached another peak. Chapter 184. Competing Products. The Entertainment Summit is an annual comprehensive honor ceremony that reviews popular figures, events, and outstanding works. Many stars, celebrities, and internet influencers appear at the summit, making it an annual feast for the entertainment industry. Of course, the Entertainment Summit is not just a visual celebration. As a super platform gathering a large group of stars, celebrities, media, brand representatives, and fans, it inherently has massive exposure. Because of this, it is also an excellent opportunity to promote film works. Generally speaking, any movie set to be released soon greatly needs such an opportunity for exposure. The film's production team will arrange for the main creative team to appear collectively to attract public attention to the film. If the Questioning Immortals crew has not yet made arrangements with the Entertainment Summit, the executives present have recommendation quotas, which can be used to arrange appearance opportunities, even striving for independent presentation segments. However, Bai Li just shook her head slightly. The publicity team she hired for a high price is not to be underestimated, and they will not easily let go of such a rare opportunity. Long ago, the team had already begun negotiations and preparations with the organizers. Chapter 185. Independent display. Han Qing looked at the unhidden ambition flickering in Song Jin's eyes, and a different kind of satisfaction rose within him. He chose Song Jin precisely because he saw this kid's ambition. Song Jin wants to succeed, and Han Qing is no different. Reflecting on these years of struggles in the film industry, a hint of barely perceptible resentment flashed in Han Qing's eyes. In his early years, he broke into the top 10 of China's box office with a work, but as time passed, that glory turned out to be short-lived. In the long years that followed, no matter how hard he tried, he found it difficult to replicate the brilliance of those past days. Therefore, there have always been rumors that he has run out of talent. Han Qing does not want to resign to fate. He attributes his failures fundamentally to changes in the market. Now, Nearly all the top 10 films of the national box office are commercial films driven by star power. Ordinary people prefer to watch something sensational. The bigger the gimmick, the more people will watch. Therefore, this time, Han Qing became bolder in casting, choosing a popular star like Song Jin for box office appeal. Although Han Qing believes Song Jin's acting skills still have much room for improvement, he believes that Song Jin's massive fan base can quickly bring early heat to the film, which is crucial for achieving box office conversion rates. Chapter 186. The Immortal Product Stage, Chu Xianxian. What are you shaking for? Before going on stage, Zhong Wu slightly tilted his head and glanced sideways at Chu Xianxian beside him. At this moment, the backstage was a bit dim, with shadows of people around, and the rest of the crew were making final adjustments. Chu Xianxian stiffly raised his arm, as the prop master was next to him, making last-minute adjustments to the microphone clipped to his waist. Chu Xianxian was so nervous that his eyes were almost blank, yet he forced himself to retort. What are you talking about? I'm not shaking. Zhong Wu's gaze slowly moved down Chu Xianxian's body and saw his legs trembling like leaves. The prop master, who had been focused on his work, couldn't help but chuckle softly at Chu Xianxian's bravado. Chu Xianxian immediately realized that the prop master was definitely laughing at him. His ears turned red, and he stubbornly said, "I'm not nervous." Once he said this, he felt a bit lacking in confidence, unsure if he was trying to save face for others or giving himself some psychological comfort. This was the first time Chu Xianxian faced such a large audience. He heard that there were over 10,000 spectators outside, and just thinking about facing so many people made his heart race. Chapter 187. Premier Bai Li sat calmly in the audience, satisfied after watching the performance on stage. This money was well spent. This stage was a combination of capital, technology, strategy, and top-secret elements. First, through significant capital operations, she managed to persuade the organizers of the entertainment summit to allocate sufficient time for the stage presentation. Secondly, there was a breakthrough in technology. The immersive holographic mist technology, while not entirely novel, was combined with brand new AR technology for the first time. Bai Li specifically hired a top-notch technical team who worked tirelessly to complete the groundbreaking stage design just before the summit opened. The final secrecy measures were Bai Li's careful planning. As soon as she learned that Dragon Scale Code was clashing with her project, Bai Li began to be cautious. After reviewing their marketing strategy, she understood their approach. They thought they could use us as a stepping stone? That's impossible. Bai Li decisively signed a confidentiality agreement with the summit organizers, ensuring that everything about this stage remained highly confidential, preparing for this performance in secret to catch them off guard. Chapter 188. Great success overnight. Asking the Immortal became a huge hit. Those who watched Asking the Immortal flooded online with their reviews. The special effects of Asking the Immortal are divine. I suggest giving it a separate award. This technology is not inferior to Hollywood blockbusters. Highly recommend the IMAX theater, and remember, do not be late. Important things must be said 3 times. Director Su didn't make a movie. He created a virtue. After watching it, my eyes, poisoned by bad films for 10 years, were purified. Su Min, you are my god. Fans of the original work, thank you for not making excessive changes. I came for Zhang Yu's looks, but ended up crying through a whole pack of tissues during Asking the Immortal. Refund my tears. Are these really all new actors? How can they act so vividly? They don't break character at all. Moreover, the fight scenes are also impressive. Every punch hits hard. I suggest the domestic entertainment industry follow this standard. The feedback was almost all positive. Even if there were criticisms, most were lamenting the excessive cuts of the movie's subplots, with many exciting scenes not making it to the big screen. They suggested releasing all the behind-the-scenes footage or filming a long TV series. In contrast, Dragon Scale Code, while achieving impressive box office results on the first day, faced a polarized situation in audience reviews. Chapter 189. Rewards news came from the sanatorium that Jing Ye's recovery was very promising, and he should be fully recovered in a few days. In fact, Jing Ye had mentioned a few times wanting to go home for rehabilitation, but Bai Li had not agreed. After all, it was not a minor injury. The penetrating injury on his shoulder was no joke. The doctor had repeatedly emphasized that if he didn't recover properly, it could leave lasting issues. Therefore, Bai Li insisted that Jing Ye stay in the sanatorium to rest until he was completely healed. As for the company, it was fine for her to be busy for a while longer. After discussing Jing Ye's specific discharge date with the hospital, Bai Li once again immersed herself in company affairs. On the day asking the immortal surpassed 1 billion at the box office, Bai Li held a grand celebration banquet at the company. In the Little Crown banquet hall, the lights were dazzling and people were bustling about, toasting and laughing. Since it was an internal celebration for her company, there was no need to hold it outside. They simply hosted it within Little Crown. It wasn't about saving costs, but rather for the convenience of the employees. Bai Li entrusted all the arrangements for the banquet to Guan Cha without reservation. Guan Cha was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. Chapter 190. Confusion. The cold white sensor lights in the emergency exit lit up again, and a black business car quietly parked in the spot. Guan Cha hurried over, quickly slipping into the backseat of the car. Once inside, he had no more reservations and comfortably nestled up against Bai Li, wrapping his arms naturally around her slender waist, pulling her closer while kissing her cheek. The sound of the kiss was particularly clear in the enclosed space of the car. Bai Li had been focused on her phone, but felt Guan Cha's movement. Her fingers holding the phone subtly curled. She leisurely put down her phone and turned to look at Guan Cha. His breath was still uneven, probably due to rushing over, and his previously neat hairstyle was now slightly disheveled. A trace of imperceptible amusement flashed in Bai Li's eyes as she reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair that had fallen on his forehead back behind his ear. Her voice lazy, "You're quite punctual." Guan Cha, still lingering from the kiss, playfully nibbled on her earlobe, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive spot behind her ear. "I can't let Lily wait too long." As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head a bit more, burying it in the side of Bai Li's slender neck, gently rubbing his nose against her, inhaling her unique scent, and lightly biting at the edge of her collarbone. Chapter 191. Return Jingyi? Bai Li called out in surprise. Only a small lamp was turned on in the house. The spotlight illuminated a small area of the foyer, casting a soft glow. Jingyi stood under the small spotlight. A long period of recovery had made him appear somewhat leaner. His cheekbones cast deeper shadows in the side light, yet his features were even more pronounced like a carved jade. Perhaps he had tidied himself up before coming. Even after recovering from serious illness, he showed no signs of decline or lethargy, still looking dignified and meticulously groomed. The light illuminated him, transforming into a thin veil of pale gold, giving off a pearlescent sheen. Jingyi quietly watched Bai Li, his eyes smiling, gently calling her miss. The ending carried a hint of hoarseness. "I'm back." In an instant, their eyes met. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Bai Li inexplicably recalled the scene of first meeting Jingyi. On that cruise ship, among the crowd, the most distinguished man slightly bowed his head and elegantly saluted her. More and more images overlapped with the present moment. The astonishment of being invited for the first time, the tears silently flowing in the drunken rain, the joyful laughter during their outing, the pain of near parting of life and death, and the bitterness of tasting forbidden fruit. Chapter 192. The greatest honor of this life. Jingyi slowly stepped into his room, which was neat and orderly. It seemed that someone had been coming regularly to clean, as every corner was spotless, requiring no tidying up from him. The arrangement of the furniture was just as it was when he left, showing no signs of change. A sense of familiarity enveloped him like a tide, and Jingyi couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. He found the white sandalwood incense he had left behind in its original spot, lit it, and unbuttoned 2 buttons at his collar. Back in his resting place, he moved with a relaxation he hadn't felt in a long time. After doing all this, Jingyi's gaze inadvertently swept across the table, and his expression froze instantly. What was that? It was the farewell letter he had left behind. The letter had been opened, the seal slightly ajar. Clearly, Bai Li had already read it, yet it remained in its original place, untouched. She had taken it away. Jingyi's fingertips brushed over the torn edges of the letter. The subtle sensation seemed to spread from his fingertips to his heart. Not wanting to take the letter, she must have been very unwilling to accept the fact of his departure. This thought flashed through his mind, amplifying the sense of guilt in his heart. Bai Li must have been very sad when she saw this letter. Chapter 193. Harmony. The next day, Bai Li slowly woke up, her mind still a bit hazy as she opened her eyes. She sat up slowly, the blanket sliding off her smooth skin. Bai Li never had the habit of sleeping naked. Realizing her current state, she instinctively reached for the blanket to cover herself. It was then that she noticed her surroundings. This was Jingyi's room. Memories came flooding back in an instant. Everything that happened last night in this room played out in her mind like a movie. The bathroom, the bed, the windowsill, the table. Bai Li covered her flushed face with the blanket, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Ah, everything had happened so naturally. Bai Li couldn't wrap her head around how things had developed so smoothly. How could she have been so foolish to think that Jing Yi inviting her to stay overnight meant just sleeping under the blanket? Jing Yi, while the epitome of gentleness, was also a normal man. Last night, she had thoroughly experienced the other side of this gentleman hidden beneath his tenderness. After years of restraint, his release was surprisingly vigorous. Stop. She couldn't think any further. Bai Li shook her head, trying to throw out the uncontrollable images from last night. Chapter 194, Nomination One Day. Bai Li learned in advance that Asking the Immortal had received a nomination for the Apollo Award. The Apollo Award holds a prestigious reputation in the international film industry. With a long history and strict judging criteria, it is one of the most authoritative film awards today. Many filmmakers regard winning this award as the highest honor. In other words, it carries immense weight. The fact that Asking the Immortal could receive a nomination for this award greatly surprised Bai Li. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in Asking the Immortal, but because this award was a Western one. Generally speaking, it didn't involve Eastern countries. In the history of films from Country Z, no film had ever received a nomination for this award. Asking the Immortal was indeed a groundbreaking first. Upon reflection, however, the nomination for Asking the Immortal was not without reason. Its final box office performance was dazzling, reaching $15 billion, placing it fifth on the global box office chart. Of that, 60 of the box office came from the domestic market, while 40 came from abroad. Therefore, Asking the Immortal did not fall short in international box office performance. Although its international release came relatively late, the response it sparked was extraordinarily enthusiastic. Chapter 195, Special Request in the Reception Room. People arrived one after another, creating a lively scene. As soon as they met, everyone greeted each other warmly. Despite not having seen each other for a long time, their online communication had never ceased, and the revolutionary friendship built during filming remained as strong as ever. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely lively. When Zhang Yu arrived, he immediately attracted the attention of others. Among their group, if anyone had risen to fame the fastest, it was undoubtedly Zhang Yu. After becoming popular, he was inundated with scripts. Recently, he received an invitation to be the spokesperson for a high-end brand, becoming the sole representative for that brand in the Chinese market. He had now become the focus of both the fashion and film industries. He slightly nodded and politely gestured to those around him before striding directly toward Bai Li. Respectfully greeting her, President Bai. Bai Li was listening to Chu Xianxian share his interesting variety show experiences when she heard Zhang Yu's voice, instinctively turning her head to meet his gaze. Bai Li could no longer remember how many times Zhang Yu's charm had amazed her. One had to admit that Zhang Yu's appearance and unique aura stood out even in the talent-rich entertainment industry. Chapter 196, Studio Director Su Min also arrived amidst the crowd. Upon seeing Bai Li, a look of respect immediately appeared on his face. He quickly approached her, his tone filled with gratitude. Thank you, President Bai. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. He was nearly at an age nearing the end of his career, having retired for many years. He originally came out of retirement to repay a favor by directing Asking the Immortal and never expected to receive a nomination for the Apollo Award, something he wouldn't have dared to dream of. But it had really happened. He knew very well that without Bai Li's full support and unwavering trust, this would have been impossible. Reflecting on his past, Director Su remembered feeling utterly hopeless about the development of films in Country Z during his middle age. He had resolutely returned to the mountains, distancing himself from fame and fortune, giving up so-called reputation and status. He thought his film career had come to an end, but unexpectedly, he met Bai Li in his twilight years. Bai Li, as an investor, was passionate about films, fully committed, and without hesitation provided whatever funding was needed. This kind of all-out dedication to film deeply moved Su Min. Chapter 197. Membership threshold. The nomination list for the Apollo Award was announced. The whole country is shaken, and the media is reporting frantically. For a long time, under the iron curtain of the Western-dominated film market, people have long accepted the gap that Z country films have with the Apollo Awards, and no one has related the two anymore. The film industry has always been a plaything for Westerners, while the East has its own awards. Asking the Immortal has broken this deadlock, becoming the first Z country film to genuinely make it onto the Apollo Awards nomination list. Wow, am I hallucinating from staying up late to cultivate Asking the Immortal actually got nominated. I saw the news overseas and couldn't help but tear up. Finally, the Apollo Awards have broken the Western-centric view. More non-English films are being seen. The nomination system is mature, while domestically we don't even have standardized special effects processes. The success of Asking the Immortal is due to the incredible entertainment industry and the brilliance of President Bai. With an investment of $1 billion. Not many investors dare to take the plunge, right? We still have a long way to go. It turns out that our country has good films. Having shed the low-cost manufacturing image, Z country films can be this beautiful. I believe more excellent Z country films will make their way to the world. Chapter 198. Acting practice. Bai Li was engrossed when a gentle knock came at the door. President Bai, are you awake? Zhang Yu's voice faintly came through the thick door. Hearing the voice, Bai Li immediately snapped back to reality and put away the celebrity gossip manual. She had been so absorbed that she nearly forgot to deal with Zhang Yu's matters. In this trip arrangement, other crew members were free to travel with commercial flights. But only Zhang Yu was with her. During the previous fitting, she had momentarily softened and agreed to Zhang Yu's request to discuss his new character. The plane flew steadily at 10,000 meters, the engine humming with a low, continuous roar. Beyond that, there were no other sounds. On the entire plane, besides the NPCs, it was just Zhang Yu and Bai Li. A wave of inexplicable unease surged in Bai Li's heart. She was already regretting why she had agreed to Zhang Yu's request. It felt that in such a private setting as a private jet, 10,000 meters above the ground, it was easy to give rise to things beyond the normal scope. So, as soon as she boarded the plane, Bai Li hurriedly claimed she needed to catch up on sleep, asking Zhang Yu to wait 2 hours before finding her. Chapter 199. Forbidden in the Sky, I Want You. The 3 short words were incredibly heated in the confined space. Their eyes locked, and the air became intensely ambiguous in that moment. The cabin lights were off, and the natural light, at over 1,000 meters above sea level, slanted in through the window, casting a clear boundary of light and shadow. Half bright, half dim. Also illuminated were the man's eyes, which held no reservations of affection. It was passionate, yet extremely subtle. The scattered light dust, the roar of the plane, and the intertwined breaths. Was Lin Shuiwei in the play truly Fu Yanchu's beloved? Was Zhang Yu's portrayal correct? Or was he simply playing himself? Bai Li had to admit that under such a gaze, a stir indeed rose deep within her heart. In the next moment, Zhang Yu retracted all his emotions, looked away, and formally released his hand that was supporting Bai Li, taking a step back and saying, "Sorry, President Bai, I offended you." Bai Li felt her face must have turned red. She also woke up from her daze and raised her hand to cover her mouth, coughing lightly. "It's nothing." Suddenly, she felt this scene was familiar. It seemed like the first time she met Zhang Yu. It was also a similar scenario. Chapter 200. Landing in a hazy warm light. Bai Li slowly awakened. Leaning against a large chest, she half-dreamed and rubbed against it. Soft, smooth, and elastic. Every subtle rise and fall accompanied a steady and powerful heartbeat. Bai Li half-closed her eyes, snuggling closer into Zhang Yu's embrace. The man's broad waist was wrapped in a lazy comfort. Just let her drown in this body. Really, this time on the plane, Zhang Yu's initiative was one thing, but undeniably, she genuinely liked him herself. While she was lost in thought, it seemed Zhang Yu had already noticed Bai Li's awakening. Bai Li felt a large hand gently stroke her hair, slowly helping her untangle it, the motion tender. Immediately after, a magnetic voice sounded in her ear. "Someone just came to remind me that we have half an hour left until we reach our destination. The plane will start descending soon. It's best to go to the outside seat and wait." Bai Li slowly opened her eyes, her sleepy gaze lifting to Zhang Yu. The morning light spilled over his face, outlining his deep contours, the high bridge of his nose appearing even more three-dimensional in the light and shadow, and his gentle brows and eyes made one's heart flutter. Chapter 201. Disguise. Actually, this is not surprising. Sheldon often spends time with Wu Hai. It should be quite normal to be influenced by his perfume, but still made Bai Li feel something was off. Extremely off. Wu Hai's invitation for her to visit a country was not a recent idea. This time, she finally came, but instead of coming to pick her up himself, he sent his butler Sheldon. Wu Hai is usually meticulous. How could he trust Sheldon alone? Would he really trust that Sheldon could take her there? It's not Bai Li boasting. She just understands Wu Hai's character. Although he holds the identity of a North American financial magnate's son, he has never put on airs in front of her, nor has he shown any arrogance. He should have come himself. The young master has prepared a welcome banquet at the manor. Miss Bai, please follow me. Seeing Bai Li hesitate to respond, Sheldon once again extended a sincere invitation, while turning to the side and raising his arm to indicate the direction. The cuff of his sleeve slipped slightly, revealing a well-defined wrist. Bai Li's pupils constricted as she stepped forward and quickly grabbed Sheldon's wrist. Chapter 202. The wealthy dog. The white wig was removed, revealing the underlying long black hair. The assistant gently wiped Wu Hai's face with a warm, damp towel as the warm water slowly dissolved the glue on his face, loosening the once tightly adhered disguise. Pieces of gel-like material were gradually peeled away. Bai Li stared at this scene without blinking, her heart suddenly enlightened. So that is how it is. Wu Hai was not wearing a mask or a human skin mask, but had reshaped his facial features and face shape using this gel material. These gel materials were more sophisticated in shaping, able to fit every contour of the face, cleverly changing the height of the brow bone, the width of the nose bridge, and the arc of the cheeks, much more naturally than ordinary masks. With professional makeup techniques, one can achieve a complete transformation like that of Wu Hai. Bai Li pondered silently. It must take a long time for such a disguise, right? Applying pieces, gluing, sculpting, and makeup, it certainly requires a high level of makeup skills, something that ordinary people cannot accomplish. It's a technique that would definitely be considered for heritage preservation if learned from each country. Wu Hai opened his eyes slightly, glancing at Bai Li, who was leaning in, the corners of his mouth lifting in a light chuckle as he playfully asked, "What's wrong? Are you curious?" Chapter 203. Chapter 205. Alienation. Bai Li followed Wu Hai through 3 intricately carved bronze doors, the halo of the crystal chandelier casting long shadows on the Persian carpet. Valuable paintings, antiques, and precious metal artifacts filled her vision. The entire space exuded a strong sense of luxury. Walking along the winding corridor, she lost track of how many turns they made and how many bowing servants they passed by. Bai Li didn't pay much attention, yet she still caught the similarities among these servants. She guessed that they must have all received proper training, their movements synchronized, faces bearing a formal respect, heads bowed and eyes downcast, without a trace of excess expression. After walking a bit further, they finally arrived at the place where Wu Hai truly lived. Even Bai Li, who had seen many things, was still shocked by the scene before her. The interior of the main residence was dominated by cool tones. The polished marble floor reflected the distorted shadows of the two. The 12-meter-high dome was painted with star charts. In the corner stood an obsidian fireplace. Even without being lit in this summer season, one could still feel its grandeur in winter. Bai Li could already imagine how the fierce flames in the fireplace would illuminate the cold space when winter arrived. Chapter 204. Chapter 206. Networking. Currently, the hottest topic in the entertainment industry is undoubtedly the Apollo Awards, which have maintained high popularity, attracting a lot of media attention. All the nominated works have been thoroughly compared to Asking the Immortal. Critics have their own opinions, analyzing the nominated works and actors' performances from a professional perspective. Intense debates continue on major review websites and forums. Asking the Immortal is indeed well-produced, with excellent visuals and storyline. However, the other films nominated this year cannot be underestimated. Wow! Eternal Silence is also nominated. The 12-minute single-shot segment about black holes is stunning. Honey Woman, which deals with themes of female awakening, has become wildly popular in the West. Unfortunately, it hasn't been released domestically, so its recognition at home is low. Neon Animals is indeed on the nomination list. This film really has a good chance of winning. The animals in DMANI's first cyberpunk animation are so cute, I love them so much. Whether Asking the Immortal can win is still uncertain. Even if Asking the Immortal ultimately does not win, being nominated is already a milestone achievement. Of course, winning would be even better. Chapter 205. Chapter 207. Triple Crown. Congratulations to Asking the Immortal for winning Best Visual Effects. Congratulations to Asking the Immortal for winning Best Original Score. Congratulations to Asking the Immortal for winning Best International Film of the Year. At the awards ceremony, the host's passionate voice resonated, instantly igniting the atmosphere. 3 major awards. When director Su Min took the stage to accept the awards, his hands were trembling. Winning Best Visual Effects and Best Original Score was already a huge success, and unexpectedly, the final heavyweight award, Best International Film, was also claimed by Asking the Immortal. In an instant, The theme song Golden Fan soared. The melody full of Eastern charm echoed for the first time on a Western Awards stage, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. The Apollo Awards present dozens of awards each year, covering Best Visual Effects, Best Director, Best Male and Female Leads, Best Original Screenplay, and more. Among all the awards, the Best International Film of the Year undoubtedly carries the most weight, representing the highest recognition of non-Western domestic films by the global film industry. As soon as the award for Best Visual Effects was announced, domestic media quickly received first-hand news, causing a stir as reporters rushed to write their articles. Chapter 206. Chapter 208. First interview rushing over from a distance was entertainment reporter Xiao Wang. As soon as the awards ceremony ended, all the reporters headed backstage. There, they could connect with various crew members for precious interview opportunities. This time, as Asking the Immortal competed for the Apollo Awards for the first time and won 3 major awards, achieving a glorious triple crown, its influence was unprecedented. Domestic media reporting on the award ceremony had already rushed backstage to interview the Asking the Immortal crew before the ceremony had even concluded. However, the sheer number of media attracted to this awards ceremony was overwhelming. Each interview took too much time. Thus, after obtaining Bai Li's consent, the staff swiftly decided to change the originally planned one-on-one interview format to a press conference format. This way, the crew could maximize their exposure while also being the most efficient method. Soon, almost all media reporters rushed to the press conference venue, leaving only entertainment reporter Xiao Wang behind. After weighing his options repeatedly in his mind, Xiao Wang made a bold decision. He would not attend the press conference. Chapter 207. Chapter 209. After party as the awards ceremony grandly concluded, a high-end party gathering celebrities from all walks of life officially commenced under the resplendent dome. Crystal chandeliers and champagne towers reflected dreamlike light and shadows that extended along the red carpet to the dance floor. In the dim environment, flashbulbs and laughter mingled among the crowd. Although the music wasn't particularly dynamic, the loud sound system meant all conversations had to be conducted in whispers. If you moved away, you wouldn't be able to hear anything. Compared to the domestic scene, there was a more uninhibited and passionate atmosphere here. Emma had just won the Apollo Best Actress Award today, successfully crowned as the new leading actress. At this moment, she was holding a glass of champagne, chatting with the renowned Jewish director, Abraham, the clinking of their glasses producing a crisp sound. They had previously collaborated successfully multiple times, and this time, they joined forces once again to claim this significant award. Suddenly, Emma caught sight of a figure out of the corner of her eye, her gaze sharpening slightly. Abraham. Look over there. Abraham followed Emma's line of sight and instantly locked onto the target. A woman in a blue gown was walking towards them, her figure graceful. Her East Asian features small and exquisite, appearing even more radiant under the dazzling lights. Chapter 208. The Pig Society. Bruce noticed the subtle movements of Wu Hai, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He tactfully shifted his gaze away from Bai Li and turned the topic back to Wu Hai. Heinz, what have you been busy with lately? You haven't shown up at our gatherings for a long time. I was starting to wonder if you had withdrawn from the club. Wu Hai maintained a calm expression, replying, just some business abroad. Bruce chuckled lightly, casting a vague glance at Bai Li, implying, I think it's more than that. In his memory, Wu Hai had always been a lone wolf, never bringing a female companion to any social occasion. Today, not only did he bring Bai Li with him, but he also took great care of her, which was unprecedented. Bai Li had an Eastern appearance, but didn't quite resemble an ordinary Asian. Her demeanor was also not simple. Bruce couldn't help but recall the intricate connections the Wu family once had with the East, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Could Bai Li be from some Eastern family? Is there a marriage alliance with Wu Hai? Is the Wu family planning to develop in the East in the future? Why the sudden return to the East? Did the Wu family have prior knowledge of some changes in international situations? Just then, a waiter walked by with a tray. Chapter 209. The light from the crystal chandelier gradually dimmed amidst the laughter and chatter of the guests, signaling the end of the luxurious banquet. Before leaving, Bai Li went to the restroom. When she stepped out of the banquet hall again, she immediately spotted Wu Hai being approached by someone. Hey, what is going on? Bai Li thought to herself, feeling surprised that she had only been away for a short while. Wu Hai leaned against a Roman column, his long fingers subconsciously stroking the cuff of his suit jacket. The moonlight flowed like water, casting fragmented shadows on his thick eyelashes. After maintaining a persona that didn't belong to him for several hours, he had long lost the mood to continue. Remaining there was already his last semblance of dignity, with a fleeting hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Bai Li observed this scene from a distance, having noticed it long before. In fact, she had been aware of it. Wu Hai's transformation wasn't just a change in appearance. His personality also shifted along with it. Tonight, in front of everyone, he displayed gentlemanly demeanor, spoke appropriately, and engaged in lively conversation. This was undoubtedly the image he most often used to navigate various social situations requiring him to appear as the Wu family's young master. Moreover, preliminary estimates suggested that this disguise seemed to have begun during his university years. Chapter 210. Character card. As Bai Li stepped barefoot onto the wool carpet, droplets of water fell from her hair to her collarbone. Having just taken a bath, her body felt warm, and the lingering steam seemed to wash away all her fatigue. This was the hotel suite she was using for temporary rest tonight. The suite smart system had already adjusted the lighting to perfection according to the environment and time. The salon black tea prepared by Ahu swirled into an amber vortex in a bone china cup. The aroma of the tea mingling with a lingering scent of bitter orange shower gel in the air. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window that spanned an entire wall, revealing the sprawling city below, where streams of traffic and neon lights intertwined like a liquid galaxy. At the same time, the glass curtain wall reflected her white ankles beneath the bathrobe. Outside, a giant LED screen was playing an advertisement for a luxury brand's new season. The model's striking face fragmented into flowing color blocks at 300 meters high, complementing the city's light and shadow. Bai Li tightened the silk belt of her bathrobe, feeling its delicate and cool touch at her waist. She suddenly chuckled, realizing that this hotel, recommended by Wu Hai, truly matched his aesthetic. The room featured a 6-meter-high dome, with an expansive space that exceeded imagination in both length and width. Hard to believe such a hotel suite was located in the prime city center. Chapter 211. The Birth of Life. A line on the character card caught Bai Li's attention. Complex childhood experiences, subtle family relationships. Bai Li had a shallow understanding of Wu Hai and his legendary family, the Wu family. The Wu family was well known, so much information about them was available online. With just a few keystrokes, one could discern the general outline. As far as she knew, compared to those sprawling families, the structure of the Wu family was very simple. The shipping king had 3 sons. The eldest entered politics and became the first Chinese-American cabinet minister, frequently appearing in online news, with a smooth political career. The second son went into business, and after marrying into the century-old prestigious Brine family, they formed a powerful alliance, making their wealth immeasurable. The youngest focused on innovation, and now, the largest Aboris biotechnology company in the U.S. was his enterprise. In addition to that, his pharmaceutical company held countless patents, generating immense profit. The shipping king had only these 3 sons, with no other offspring. Wu Hai was the only child of the shipping king's youngest son, having neither older siblings nor younger ones. Only 2 or 3 cousins. Across 3 generations, there were hardly a few members of the Wu family. So how could Wu Hai have a complex childhood and a subtle relationship with his family? Chapter 212. Argument as expected, after listening to his father's scientific and rigorous explanation. Little Wu Hai's originally bright eyes dimmed instantly. He stopped looking expectantly at his father and turned his face away, grumbling, "I got it." Then, he slowly closed the picture book with his small hands. Although he was gifted, recognizing a vast number of words at such a young age and possessing knowledge far beyond his peers, he was still just a 5-year-old child. The child's disappointment was too obvious. Even the stiff father noticed something was off. At that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. The silence so profound that one could hear the rustling outside the window. The father remained stiff for a while before sighing and apologizing. "I'm sorry, 11. It's my fault for not considering your feelings. Forget what I just said." After a moment of silence, the little Wu Hai pouted and said sweetly, "Then you say it again." The father's face broke into a smile. 11, like all other children, you came into this world because of your mom and dad's love. Children's emotions come and go quickly. Upon hearing his father say this, little Wu Hai instantly cheered up. Chapter 213. 11. It wasn't just Bai Li who felt puzzled. Wu Hai did too. Selfishness, innocent children, not suitable for raising. Those vague keywords seemed to point to a certain secret. Wu Hai wanted to investigate. But after that day, he was taken to live with his grandfather and rarely saw his father. Even when he finally managed to meet, there would always be members of the Wu family watching over him. There was simply no way to start an investigation. Wu Hai had also tried to ask his grandfather about it, but he was always brushed off with various excuses. The Wu family could easily hide certain matters. No matter how smart Wu Hai is, he is only 10 years old, and with his current abilities, he cannot touch the information deliberately concealed by his family, no matter how hard he tries. Thus, Bai Li has been like a silent observer, floating along with Wu Hai for several years. On the surface, he seems to have given up on his quest, but Bai Li knows he has never truly let go. The days of gaining nothing continued for a long time, until the day of Wu Hai's 15th birthday, when a new turning point arrived. The scene changes rapidly. A deafening lightning bolt exploded beside Bai Li's ear, startling her into a shiver. Chapter 214. The Truth in the Dim Laboratory. The dense text turned into sharp scalpels, dissecting Wu Hai's personality and past life layer by layer. How ridiculous! It turns out 11 is not any unique nickname, but the code for the embryo cultivation project. Memories seeped out like rotting fruit torn from its plastic wrap, enveloping Wu Hai in a viscous liquid. As a child, the man's words seemed to linger in his ears. 11, like other children, you came into this world because of your parents' love. Once tender words now sounded so harsh. Liar. Wu Hai cursed through clenched teeth. His originally bright eyes were suddenly filled with bloodshot veins, his body leaning slightly forward as if struck hard in the chest by something heavy, struggling to breathe. Gasping for air. Although he had no mother by his side since childhood, he firmly believed in his father's words, convinced that he was no different from other children. He always thought that the lack of maternal love could be compensated for by his father's love and expectations. But everything he believed was a lie. That person wasn't even his real father. Chapter 215. Aftermath. A flash of white light passed. When the light dissipated and Bai Li opened her eyes again, she found herself staring at the ceiling of a hotel room. Wu Hai's fragmented memories had finished playing. Although it was over, Bai Li remained seated quietly, motionless for a long time. After witnessing such a dark memory, it was hard for anyone to remain indifferent. She didn't know how long it had been. But Bai Li finally stood up slowly, her steps heavy as she walked to the window. Pushing it open, the cool night breeze rushed in, blowing away some of the gloom in her heart. As a mere observer, not having personally experienced those past events, her emotions had already been torn apart by the cruel truth. It was hard to imagine the pain and despair Wu Hai, as the one who lived through all this, must have felt. How strong must a person's heart be to endure and not completely sink in the mire of reality? Bai Li finally understood everything. The frequent changes of disguise were not Wu Hai's personal hobby, but a necessity forced upon him. Living alone in the large manor, he experienced detachment and loneliness because of his sensitive identity within the family, making him unlikable. His cold and elusive personality, filled with wariness towards others, and slow to warm up to people, were all protective mechanisms developed after enduring pain. Chapter 216. Public interview. Early in the morning at the Eastern Media Corporation. A loud slam of a door echoed from the director's office, startling the potted plants at the front desk into a slight tremor. It was already the second day. How could not even a single press release be sent out? The female director, privately called the office's female devil, marched over to the colleague responsible for coordination, her high heels clicking angrily on the floor. She couldn't possibly not be furious. Data showed that other entertainment media had already taken action, flooding the news with press releases about the movie Ask the Immortal. From the film winning the Apollo Triple Crown to director Su Min's passionate acceptance speech, and the designer team behind the red carpet gowns and their creative inspirations, everything had been reported. And what about them? Their social media accounts were completely empty, with not a single article about Ask the Immortal. It should be noted that Ask the Immortal is currently the hottest topic on the internet. To capture this wave of popularity, they even sent experienced reporters to country A to gather first-hand information. The director sternly questioned, did the person sent to America die? The colleague of the reporter responsible for coordination, Xiao Wang, was so frightened that his body stiffened, stammering. Xiao Wang said he has materials and will send them over once he finishes organizing them. Chapter 217. The manor indeed did not disappoint Bai Li, completely overturning her imagination. The entire island was crescent-shaped, embracing a central lake. The blue sea on all sides formed a wonderful contrast with the freshwater lake in the center. reflecting different glimmers under the sunset. This unique terrain made Bai Li reminisce about her small island in Southeast Asia. However, that island was merely a place for leisure and vacation. In comparison, the facilities here at the manor were much more hardcore. The manor island had a highly developed and self-contained ecosystem, including both natural and industrial ecosystems. The enormous dome of the greenhouse sparkled with blue light under the sun. Just on the plane, Bai Li had seen this building. As she approached, she realized the scale of the greenhouse was vast, almost endless. According to the guide NPC's introduction, almost all the raw materials needed for life were cultivated in corresponding planting areas here. Cotton, rubber, and timber with mature industrial forms gave this manor island a strong self-sufficiency capability. All necessary living supplies could be manufactured here, from daily clothing and food to complex electronic products and household items. Chapter 218. San Mao's thoughts the trip came to an end, and a thrill Bai Li finally returned home. The first thing she did upon arriving was to look for her cat. Her family was there to welcome her back, but San Mao remained aloof, not showing up for a long time. Since the last incident where San Mao stole a colleague's fish, the locator attached to its collar had undergone a significant upgrade. Besides accurately showing the location, it could also pinpoint the specific floor. Now, finding it was a piece of cake. Bai Li quickly pulled out her phone, opened the positioning software, and saw a flashing red indicating that San Mao was on the third-floor balcony. After going upstairs, she indeed found the little chubby cat basking in the sun. The sunlight poured in without reservation, illuminating San Mao's orange fur with a golden edge. It curled up into a fluffy ball, its belly rising and falling gently with each breath. Bai Li successfully picked up the little chubby cat, her fingers sinking into its fluffy fur, kissing and petting it. San Mao, basking in the sun, smelled sweet and warm, like a little cake, with sunshine all over its body. Bai Li felt satisfied, kissed San Mao's little head, and asked in a high-pitched voice, "San Mao, did you miss me?" San Mao, as if understanding, squinted its eyes and softly meowed. Perhaps it had been a while since seeing Bai Li. San Mao was quite accommodating, quietly settling in Bai Li's arms, enjoying a full-body massage. Chapter 219, The Chain of Destiny. The city was shrouded in thick night, and the clock in the room pointed to 2 in the morning. Its ticking sound becoming increasingly clear in the silence. Just back from abroad, Bai Li's biological clock had not fully adjusted yet, even in the middle of the night. Her mind was unusually alert, showing no signs of drowsiness. Finding it boring to stay awake with her eyes open, Bai Li thought for a moment and decided not to sleep. She got out of bed and quietly opened the balcony door. A cool night breeze instantly rushed towards her, slightly dispelling the heat. Bai Li leaned comfortably against the windowsill, her gaze drifting over the villa area towards the distant flickering neon lights. For a moment, her thoughts wandered far away. The photos Wu Hai had given her were not put up on the photo wall. This photo wall had always been meticulously managed by Jing Yi. Did she really want to give him the photos of her and Wu Hai on their trip and ask him to help her put them up? Just thinking about it made Bai Li feel overwhelmed. She wasn't that oblivious. Looking back carefully, she realized that the malicious smile on Wu Hai's face when he gave her the photos was definitely suspicious. With Wu Hai's style of doing things, he would never give away those photos for no reason. Moreover, he had also captured her true appearance in them. Chapter 220. The Suit. Bai Li opened the live streaming app, and the colorful interface of the live rooms instantly came into view. She used to complete system cashbacks through live streaming rewards. Later, she found other faster methods and abandoned the more complicated live streaming cashback approach. After the company started to grow, she gradually became busier. Her real-life activities were already quite rich, and she seldom watched live streams anymore. Tonight, for some unknown reason, Bai Li inexplicably clicked on this long-neglected app again. Seeing the once familiar interface, she suddenly felt as if she had traveled back in time. Once upon a time, this app was her only source of entertainment in her barren life. Back then, she struggled financially, with even 3 meals a day being a problem. Yet she would save 3 days' worth of meal money for a thank you, sister from a certain streamer. In her memories, she held a hot secondhand phone, laughing like a fool under the glow of gift effects. Thinking of this, Bai Li couldn't help but feel her ears burn, self-mockingly thinking, how foolish. Some people, once they change, find it hard to empathize with their past selves. In this moment, Bai Li finally grasped the meaning of this phrase. To seek illusory emotional comfort online, while wasting her body. Chapter 221. Talent show planning. As the time for work approached, The interior of Day and Night Entertainment gradually became lively. The sunlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue on the polished marble floor. A beautiful secretary dressed in an exquisite business suit entered the tea room with a set of tea utensils. Upon seeing a colleague making coffee inside, she immediately broke into a warm smile and greeted, "Good morning, Director Sue." The hand making coffee paused, and Director Sue looked up, exhaustion evident on her face. She weakly replied, "Morning." The secretary was startled and quickly asked with concern, "Director Sue, you don't look too well. Did you not sleep well last night?" "Yeah, hardly closed my eyes all night." Director Sue yawned widely, her eyelids drooping slightly, and sleepily said, "It's fine, just need a cup of coffee to wake me up." Upon hearing this, the secretary frowned slightly and advised in a disapproving tone, "Director Sue, if you're not feeling well, don't push yourself. Our company has full paid sick leave. If you run out of your sick leave, there's also annual leave." The person making coffee in the tea room was Sue Yakin, a professional with 20 years of operational experience. Chapter 222, The Heavenly Work, the story of heavenly work, is set in a near-future Earth. At that time, the Earth was trapped in an ecological collapse due to climate disasters and resource depletion. The protagonist, Lin Xiao, is a female scientist specializing in bioengineering. She leads a team to initiate a cross-species gene fusion program called Heavenly Work. By extracting extreme survival genes from deep-sea hydrothermal organisms and water-locking mechanisms from desert plants, she attempts to reconstruct the degraded ecosystem. The film unfolds slowly around the ethical controversies arising from artificial intervention in nature. When the gene fusion technology accidentally gives rise to semi-mechanical life, forms capable of autonomous evolution, humanity is forced to choose between extinction and species alienation. If Asking the Immortal expresses the theme of physical ascension, then Heavenly Work conveys the concept of mechanical ascension. The script contains rich descriptions of biological machinery, cities crystallized by symbiotic entities, the cold metallic glow flowing over mechanical bodies, and flesh growing on wasteland. However, the content of the text is ultimately limited. If it could be brought to the big screen using special effects technology, the visuals would undoubtedly present a stunning and magnificent feast. Chapter 223, Crystal Dumplings. The company is located in the financial district of the bustling metropolis, which means there are many high-end dining establishments nearby. Michelin-starred restaurants with per capita consumption often exceeding 4 digits and Black Pearl restaurants abound, attracting countless business elites and food enthusiasts. However, Bai Li rarely goes out to eat. Her family prepares her daily meals, and the selection of ingredients and cooking skills rival those of high-end restaurants, even surpassing them in terms of health considerations. Bai Li only occasionally feels adventurous and drags Jing Yi or other employees to nearby restaurants for something new. There is a Michelin 3-star Cantonese restaurant she likes the most, Tangu. Although the prices at Tangu are jaw-droppingly high, the cleanliness of the ingredients and the flavors of the dishes perfectly match Bai Li's taste buds. The privacy is also good, with private rooms set against the backdrop of the Huangpu River, making it perfect for business discussions or simply wanting to enjoy a quiet meal. For this reason, Bai Li has spent quite a bit of money at Tangu, coming here for a treat whenever she wants to change up her taste. As soon as Bai Li entered Tangu, she was instantly recognized by a well-dressed waitress. Chapter 224, The Second Session. It is said that Day and Night Entertainment will once again hold a Pear Garden Newcomer online music competition. Although this news has not yet been officially confirmed, just a hint of it is enough to stir up a wave among music lovers and industry insiders. Although the Pear Garden is not the most authoritative competition, as there is only Bai Li as a judge and no specific judging criteria, relying entirely on her personal preferences is indeed the grandest online competition. Is this news true or false? I see that Day and Night Entertainment hasn't issued any official announcement. Yet I know that several big names have already started preparing songs in advance. Do they have some insider information? When the last session was held, Day and Night Entertainment was not particularly famous, but even then, it was already a gathering of experts, a battle of immortals. I can't imagine what this session will be like. I look forward to it. President Bai's aesthetics are truly exceptional. The few treasure singers discovered in the first season have now become regulars on my playlist. As time goes by, the excitement of the discussions continues to rise, eventually reaching a peak one day on the official homepage of Day and Night Entertainment, without any warning. A promotional video and formal announcement for the second Pear Garden Newcomer online music competition were posted. Chapter 225, Betrayal by Blood Relatives in the Office. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting patches of golden light on the floor. Bai Li sat on the reception sofa, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of a celadon cup. "Boss, do you still remember Jia Lai?" This was the first sentence spoken by Shan Gui after sitting down. Bai Li's gaze shifted slightly. Of course, she remembered Jia Lai. He was the champion of the first Pear Garden competition, a good prospect. He sang quite well and had a decent appearance. His looks were that of a curly-haired cutie, but he insisted on dressing like a non-mainstream punk boy. One could only say he had his own attitude. But he had too much attitude, a natural love for freedom, which is why she couldn't sign him at the time. Reflecting on this, Bai Li gently nodded and replied, "I remember. I've noticed that many contestants from the first season are competing this time, but I haven't heard any news about Jia Lai. Why do you suddenly bring him up after the competition is over?" Shan Gui sighed. "He has had some trouble recently. He is out of money." Bai Li's motion of setting down her teacup froze in midair, the bottom of the cup clinking against the tray. Out of money? Bai Li couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, silently pondering. The prize for the first competition was a whopping 5 million. Chapter 226. Fallen Handsome Man. Last year's signing conditions included a guaranteed annual salary of 1 million plus record royalties. Bai Li pushed the contract across the table, the cap of her pen lightly tapping on the obligations of the other party as she softly said, "Now we can only offer the new artist a monthly salary of 8,000, and they must comply with all company arrangements. You can take a look at the contract first and then consider whether to sign." Normally, the signing process at day and night entertainment could be handled through the HR channel. However, his situation was somewhat special, so Bai Li personally stepped in. Bai Li slightly raised her head, her gaze falling on Jia Lai, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Compared to their last meeting, Jia Lai had changed significantly. The last time he came to see her, he had dyed his hair mint green, adorned with numerous jingling trinkets, and when he walked, his curls and accessories bounced together. At that time, he had just won the championship of the first Pear Garden Newcomer competition, full of vigor and radiating energy, which made Bai Li impulsively want to sign him. This time, Jia Lai looked noticeably wilted, like an eggplant hit by frost. His attire was far more plain than before. Although he stubbornly wore some accessories in an attempt to maintain his past persona, the impact he once had was completely gone. Chapter 227. Special training, huh? A talent show? Me? Jia Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. He almost thought he had misheard. Wasn't he here to be a singer? How could there still be a talent show? In his 20 years of life, he had never thought that the words talent show would have anything to do with him. Huh? Jia Lai dryly laughed to himself. Try to reassure himself. It shouldn't be that kind of talent show, right? Just a singing competition, I guess. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, he cautiously asked, "What kind of talent show? Just singing, right?" As his uncertainty grew, his voice became quieter. "Nope." Bai Li decisively crushed Jia Lai's last shred of hope. "It's a talent show for idol selection." The moment Bai Li said this, Jia Lai felt as if he had turned to dust. The world around him fell silent. Him? To become? An idol? The kind that shines on stage, singing and dancing? Although both were about singing, there was a fundamental difference between a singer and an idol. The profession of an idol felt too distant for him. He could sing and record, but he couldn't perform both singing and dancing under the spotlight. Jia Lai was momentarily at a loss for how to react, as if he'd been told to conquer the stars and the sea after living his life on land. Chapter 228. Cocoon. In the spacious practice room, the person in the mirror supported himself with one hand on the ground. The passionate music abruptly stopped, followed by heavy breathing echoing in the silent space. Jia Lai stared at his reflection in the mirror. The butterfly bones below his collarbone were clearly protruding, and his back was arched smoothly. Sweat collected at the tips of his hair, trickling down his cheeks and along the thin muscles that had quietly developed on the back of his neck. His once rigid body was now supporting the final pose with a flexibility that even Jia Lai found unfamiliar. The dance teacher, standing aside, tapped her tablet. Turning off the video that was playing, her eyes filled with admiration as she genuinely praised, "Not bad. Your control has improved a lot." The video on the tablet was a replay of Jia Lai learning this dance 2 months ago. At that time, he had no dance foundation at all. Even if he remembered the moves, his hands and feet were disconnected, each acting independently, lacking any sense of beauty or coordination. After 2 months of diligent practice and countless repetitions, he had finally managed to synchronize his movements, embedding each action seamlessly into the rhythm. Chapter 229, Reunion with Old Friends in the Underground Parking Lot of the Little Crown. Bai Li had arranged to meet someone here. Upon arriving at the garage, Bai Li spotted a familiar figure. As soon as the person saw her, their eyes lit up, arms wide open as they rushed over and hugged Bai Li tightly, exclaiming, "Gui Gui, how long has it been since we last met?" Bai Li almost lost her balance from the force of the embrace, stumbling back a bit. By the time Bai Li regained her composure, she was enveloped in this person's ample bosom, struggling to breathe due to the height difference. Ahem. It was still that familiar, generous, and overwhelming touch. Indeed, this person was her enigmatic friend, Jiang Mingfei. Bai Li exerted considerable effort to break free from Jiang Mingfei's nearly suffocating embrace, gasping for air as she responded, "It's been about 2 months, right?" The last time they met was when Bai Li returned from her world tour. Bai Li had brought back many souvenirs for Jiang Mingfei, and they had a small gathering because of it. Afterward, both got busy with their careers and hadn't seen each other since. However, their online communication had never stopped. Although Jiang Mingfei could no longer provide Bai Li with career assistance, she remained Bai Li's best female friend. Both were career-oriented women, unmarried and single, yet deeply romantic and yearning for freedom, making their values highly compatible and their common interests abundant. Chapter 230, Newbie. A man in a tailored suit pushed open the door to the changing room, quickly scanning the surroundings. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he frowned slightly and asked, "Where's the newcomer?" In the spacious changing room, there were 7 or 8 men, all exceptionally handsome. Some were sitting and doing their makeup, while others were changing clothes. The surrounding clothing racks were filled with exquisitely tailored brand garments, exuding a strong sense of fashion. Upon hearing his question, the man closest to the door casually replied while fiddling with his hair in front of the makeup mirror, "Just rest inside." The man who had just entered, Manager Liao, frowned even tighter at this and showed a hint of displeasure on his face. "What time is it? Still resting? Tell him to get ready to go on stage. The new boss is here." No one noticed his previous statement. Everyone's attention was drawn to the last one. New boss. Now everyone was interested and looked over. The man who had just answered stopped fiddling with his hair and quickly turned his head, curiously asking, "Manager, is the new boss male or female?" The manager shot him a sideways glance. "Don't worry about that. Does it matter if it's male or female? Just know it's the big boss. Hurry up and tell that newcomer to get ready. It's past 8:10 and we go on stage in Hall A on time. Anyone who is late will have their performance deducted." Chapter 231, Going on stage in the underground parking lot of the Little Crown, the lights emitted a dim yellow glow, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Just as Bai Li had left, Jing Yi quietly appeared from the stairwell. His deep blue eyes were calm as water. Tightly locked onto the direction Bai Li had departed. There was not much obvious expression on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of imperceptible confusion. He naturally couldn't miss the fact that the young lady had left work early today. He had thought Bai Li must have something important to attend to, which was why she had followed to take a look. However, upon seeing Jiang Mingfei, Jing Ye's mood, while lightening in an instant, also became complex and hard to describe. The reason for the ease was that the young lady was out with friends and didn't have any urgent matters. But this realization did not dispel the confusion in his heart. Instead, it made his feelings even more tumultuous. Since it was just an ordinary friends gathering, why didn't she say anything to him? Jing Yi knew better than anyone that expecting the young lady to report everything to him was somewhat overstepping, even excessive. The young lady needed her own independent space and life, and was under no obligation to inform him of every action. Chapter 232. The headliner Bai Li was preparing to take another look. She didn't come here just to play today. Based on her previous experience with the Mountain Ghost, extreme gratitude could significantly boost the favorability score. To complete the system task, she needed to find a way to rescue the fallen handsome man. Following Jiang Mingfei to Jade Kingdom was secondary. The main goal was to try her luck and see if there were any little unfortunate souls in need of saving. However, after looking around today, she felt the hope of finding someone in need was very slim. In this place filled with indulgence, a bottle of liquor could sell for over $1 million. If someone successfully sold a bottle, the related personnel would receive a generous commission. The going on stage event was equally shrouded in mystery. Guests could have models wear their favorite clothes, provided they paid for them, and those clothes were all trendy and luxury brands. with prices that would take one's breath away. Not to mention, if one wanted to invite a model to their private booth, it required bidding, and one could only imagine how much real money would be spent behind the scenes. Bai Li thought to herself that the men working here must have considerable incomes. Those top figures probably earned millions a month without question. Where could there be any little unfortunate souls here? Looking around, everyone was glowing with health, radiating an aura nourished by wealth. There wasn't a trace of anyone pitiful. Chapter 233. A war without gunpowder, just as Bai Li press confirmed. The back-end system quickly recorded her bid. Inside her bank card, 5 million was automatically frozen. If the bid was successful, this 5 million would be automatically transferred. But if it wasn't successful, the 5 million would be returned to Bai Li. In Bai Li's expectations, 5 million was more than enough. There was no way it could fail. Only someone with a system like hers would dare to spend so much on a booth for a single night. As expected, after the new price was announced, there were audible gasps from the distant booth. 5 million. Who made that bid? Miss Lin suddenly sprang up from the sofa, her eyes fixed on the pad in her hand, her voice sharp with shock. She thought her eyes were deceiving her. Just a moment ago, the bidding price was hovering around 5 million. In her estimation, even if the scene went wild, 2 million would have been the ceiling. How could it have shot up so much in an instant? Her fingers trembled slightly as she counted again and again, finally confirming it was indeed 5 million. Chapter 234. An unbelievable bidding price. The new bidding price appeared, causing a stir throughout the venue. 10 million. The astonishing figure was presented on the electronic screen in a striking manner. Miss Lin stared at the price on the screen, dumbfounded, unable to believe it. 10 million? This number far exceeded her imagination, leaving her feeling a deep sense of helplessness. As the pampered little princess of the Lin family, there were very few situations that could make her feel powerless. Just moments ago, she had pleaded and used every tactic to obtain the 5 million from her father. However, in the face of 10 million, it was still insufficient. 5 million was the absolute limit her father could give her at once. Anything more was out of her reach. Yet, beneath this deep sense of defeat, Miss Lin couldn't help but feel a faint sense of relief. She thought to herself that this bidder who dared to spend 10 million could not possibly be one of those spoiled rich kids who only knew how to cause trouble at school. Although those boys had long-standing grudges with Luo Nan and often clashed, the idea that they would spend 10 million just to humiliate Luo Nan clearly exceeded their logical reasoning and financial capabilities. Chapter 235. Hidden circumstances. Luo Nan's eyes flickered, the ripples in his gaze fleeting. He had long been aware of the situation. His work as a male model at Jade Kingdom could not be hidden in the circle. At this moment, it had surely spread everywhere and might have even drifted back to school by now. He might see some of his former classmates tonight as well. With this thought, Luo Nan's eyes dimmed again, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. A wealthy heir reduced to seeking a living in entertainment venues was certainly explosive news that many would be interested in, especially those who had once bowed to him. Likely hiding in some corner, rubbing their hands in anticipation of his downfall, ready with the sharpest taunts and humiliations. He was prepared for everything. But 10 million was something those people could not come up with. Despite their immense wealth, they couldn't easily produce that much money. So, the person who bid on him tonight was not one of them. Then, who exactly had such deep pockets? Soon, Manager Liao brought Luo Nan to the booth where Bai Li was. The moment he saw Bai Li, a professional smile immediately filled Manager Liao's face. He slightly leaned forward and introduced Luo Nan to Bai Li. Ares introduces Bai Li. Chapter 236. Conflict. Chen Chen's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a sinister glimmer flashing in his eyes, and a malicious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It was as if he intended to tear open Luo Nan's scars. And he spoke slowly. Luo Nan, you don't think you can escape the past and start over, do you? He suddenly leaned forward and said ominously, let me tell you, it's impossible. You might escape tonight, but what about tomorrow? The days ahead are still long. Next time, I will personally shatter your bones. Bai Li keenly sensed that Luo Nan's arm muscles suddenly tensed, and for a moment, the air seemed to be filled with a suffocating atmosphere. She could even clearly hear the faint cracking sounds from Luo Nan's bones due to anger. Chun Chun. Luo Nan's voice was icy, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. What will you do if I say one more word? Chun Chun interrupted with a smile, completely unconcerned about Luo Nan's warning. Instead, he laughed even more arrogantly. Save it, bankrupt young master. You can't even afford the cheapest bottle of wine now. Just look at yourself. What are you pretending to be noble for? Your family is already in ruins, and you expect someone to look up to you? Chapter 237. Interim results. The previous chaos completely dampened her interest in this booth, and even the entire Emerald Nation began to annoy her. If possible, she didn't want to stay here any longer, but she still had questions to ask Luo Nan. After pondering for a moment, she could only take Luo Nan to a private room. This way, no outsiders would disturb them. Jiang Mingfei understood Bai Li's intentions immediately. Taking the startled Noir with her and decisively bidding farewell to Bai Li, leaving the space to her and Luo Nan. The private room at Emerald Nation was also top-notch, living up to the phrase drunkenness and opulence. The lighting design in the room was unique, with warm yellow light softly cascading down, creating a cozy and private atmosphere. Bai Li walked to the wine cabinet, selected a bottle of fine red wine, opened it, poured 2 glasses, picked one up, and handed it to Luo Nan. Sorry, little brother, but to get some information from you, I can only get you drunk first. Luo Nan looked up at the wine glass Bai Li handed over, hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take it. He took a gentle sip, the spicy liquid flowing down his throat. In the dim light, Luo Nan raised his eyes to look deeply at Bai Li, as if trying to remember her appearance. His attitude was much better than the previous indifferent deadpan, and he sincerely thanked her. Thank you, President Bai. Chapter 238. Exclusive agreement. Although tonight's incident was not significant, it deserved careful handling by Emerald Nation. After Manager Liao relayed the message, the decision-maker of Emerald Nation finally arrived. In the private room on the top floor of Emerald Nation, a crystal chandelier cast a yellowish glow on the black marble table. Bai Li leaned against the genuine leather sofa, facing the manager of Emerald Nation, who had a face full of 4 smiles. The profits generated by Emerald Nation were enough to keep its shareholders and management well-fed. This manager was no exception. The flesh on his face was almost squeezed into a ball by his smiling demeanor, making his small eyes appear even more cunning. Bai Li felt displeased upon seeing him, and at that moment, listening to his incessant chatter made her even more impatient. She said coldly, "So, can you fulfill the promises made by Manager Liao?" The manager leaned forward, his hands clasped over his protruding belly, speaking in a flattering tone. "President Bai, please rest assured, we will definitely make good on our promises. We will send you a rectification report every week on time, and you can bring your team for surprise inspections anytime. We will have no objections." "That will do." Bai Li had no expectations of them solving more problems for her, and spoke in a cold tone. Chapter 239. Tragedy. When Bai Li received Luo Nan's favorability points, she had already bid farewell to Jiang Mingfei and was on her way back. Receiving Luo Nan's favorability points again did not surprise Bai Li. In dire straits, encountering a benefactor's help would move even the hardest-hearted and most guarded individuals. But what exactly was Luo Nan hiding? Because it was Ahu driving. There was also a privacy film on the car window. Bai Li opened her character card book without any reservations. 2 character cards had already appeared in the booklet, one belonging to Jia Lai, and the last one was Luo Nan's. Bai Li did not touch Jia Lai's character card. She was not curious about her memories of him. One could say Jia Lai was a very pure and honest northern boy, true to his appearance. Bai Li had no reason to check Jia Lai's memories. Luo Nan's situation was more complex. He was deliberately concealing some information. Even his card's surface was shrouded in a barely discernible shadow, the golden edges winding with dark patterns, resembling deliberately hidden cracks, making it look particularly unusual. This made Bai Li even more curious about his family's case. She wanted to understand the entire sequence of events before making further plans. Ahu drives slowly. Bai Li leaned her head against the soft leather chair back, without hesitation, directly choosing to view Luo Nan's memory fragments. Chapter 240. Core. The case. Luo Nan's memories contained more intricate details about the case's secrets. This included his father's testimony. Due to the inability of family members to meet with the detainee during the review period in Luo Nan's memories, there was only a scene where the lawyer conveyed his father's original words. On a gloomy afternoon, a suffocating atmosphere filled the small meeting room. The lawyer adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, opened a document bag, and pushed a file toward Luo Nan, which contained a written version of the conversation between Luo Nan and his father. First, your father stated that the key evidence causing him a fatal blow, such as signed contracts, financial flows, and warehouse footage, had all been tampered with and forged. He is very certain that he never did these things. Hearing this, Luo Nan let out a sigh of relief. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully read the text on the document. As he flipped through the pages, Bai Li, in her spiritual form, also glanced at it. The content was indeed generally consistent with what Luo Nan had described to her before. He had not deliberately concealed any information in this part. However, the lawyer's subsequent words contained key information that Luo Nan had previously hidden. Seeing that Luo Nan had finished reviewing the materials, the lawyer slightly adjusted his sitting posture, clasped his hands on the table, and continued to elaborate on his views. But you must understand that forging this evidence is no easy task. Each piece of evidence requires extremely high professional knowledge and substantial resource support. Chapter 241, Understanding and Support. Bai Li rubbed her forehead, feeling as if she had once again been drawn into some kind of dark conspiracy. The neon lights flickered and flowed on the car window, casting her side profile in a mix of light and shadow. This incident was evidently more troublesome than she had imagined. In fact, Luo Nan's favorability had already met the task requirements, and Bai Li could completely let it go. However, she hated the feeling of leaving things half done. Moreover, given the current situation, Luo Nan was very likely to encounter danger, and she couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, he was her precious task target. Ahu, send 2 people to secretly follow someone named Ares from the Emerald Kingdom, and pay special attention to any suspicious individuals around him. If he is in danger, be sure to protect him. Ahu continued to drive steadily at a constant speed, and upon hearing Bai Li's command, he immediately replied respectfully, "Understood." When the car turned onto a familiar street, it was already early morning. Bai Li thought Jing Yi would be asleep, but when she peeked through the car window at her home, she found that the lights were still on. Jing Yi couldn't still be awake, could he? Chapter 242, General Schemes. Bai Li sank into the soft bed, the cool satin wrapping around her heated skin. Jing Yi's bent arm propped up beside her ear, his breath warm yet restrained. The moonlight outlined the taut line of his jaw, and his usually calm blue eyes were now turbulent, as if they were about to swallow her whole. Bai Li instinctively clutched the silk sheets beneath her, her throat tightening. Jing Yi, just as her voice escaped. It was interrupted by the touch of Jing Yi's fingertips. "Miss," he said softly, his fingers lightly brushing her damp hair at the temple. "I'm very happy that you spoke the truth to me tonight." Bai Li's eyelashes trembled. Jing Yi's palm pressed against her cheek, hot to the touch, his voice barely above a whisper. "But next time, could you please not make me guess where you went from others' movements?" The tremor in his tone was evident. Bai Li had never seen this side of Jing Yi before. The always composed Jing Yi now showed signs of almost vulnerable cracks. Bai Li thought to herself, "Didn't we just resolve this? Why is it like this again?" It was rather heart-wrenching. After all, in this regard, Bai Li's experience was still not as deep as Jing Yi's. In fact, sometimes, when a man appropriately shows weakness and acts spoiled, it is often purposeful. Chapter 243, Contestant List. Most of the matters to be dealt with were still related to the talent show and the film Heavenly Palace. After all, these were the 2 biggest projects of the company, and the focus was on them. The preparation for the talent show was, compared to Heavenly Palace, progressing a bit faster. Heavenly Palace was still in the fundraising stage, while the talent show was nearly ready. The dozens of pages of preliminary project proposals that Su Yakin had shown her back then had now expanded into thousands of pages of detailed project documentation. This included program flowcharts, specific competition systems, risk contingency plans, cost-benefit models, and most importantly, the list of contestants and mentors. Today, the project team brought over the final confirmation list of contestants and mentors. When Bai Li opened the contestant list, she was immediately dazzled. The contestants were truly diverse. They came from different regions and countries, and their backgrounds varied widely, including dancers, young actors, singers, and internet celebrities with some entertainment experience, as well as ordinary people with no relevant experience, and the proportion of ordinary people was not small. The list clearly displayed everyone's headshots, each handsome in their own unique way. Some were sunny and cheerful, others were cool and deep, or the kind that was warm and gentle, clearly the nurturing type. Chapter 244, Yu Xinglan. Bai Li flipped open the mentor list, and one striking photo immediately caught her eye. It was him. The beauty of this person left a deep impression on Bai Li. If she remembered correctly, Xiao Hao had once told her that his attractiveness score was a solid 97. In the promotional photo, his peach blossom eyes, which seemed to speak sweet nothings, had slightly upturned corners. and a small beauty mark cleverly placed under his eyelid looked like a star ready to fall, highly recognizable, complemented by a lip pearl. Despite being a face full of affection, it gave off an exceptionally cold vibe. His pupils were light in color, and when he stared at someone, it felt as if they were covered in a layer of ice. The gaze in the photo pierced through the paper and met hers, sending a shiver down her neck. His nose was high and straight, the contours of his face clean and sharp, and his skin was pale to the point of being almost translucent. He looked like a beauty carved from ice, exquisite yet fragile. Yuxinglan, Bai Li murmured his name. Her previous roommate, Tang Tang, was a fan of Yuxinglan and had recommended him to her in their dorm. That was how Bai Li came to know about Yuxinglan. At that time, it seemed Yuxinglan was reacting to a group broadcast from Day and Night Entertainment, and because of his outstanding looks in the video, Bai Li remembered him. Chapter 245, The Echo of Fate. Yuxinglan's throat moved slightly. His first reaction was to refuse. He was all too aware of the heavy implications behind signing a contract. The shadows of his previous company still felt like an invisible chain, choking him. Memories etched in his bones crawled up his spine. Unreasonable clauses. The more than 300 days of being shelved, and the compensation that had almost emptied his savings upon breaking the contract. But after carefully listening to what Brother Shun was implying, Yuxinglan found that the words of refusal were stuck in his throat, and he softly asked us. The emphasis fell on the U.S., and he noticed the subtle plural. Brother Shun's eyes instantly lit up, nodding eagerly. Yes, including me, and Xiao Xiao. In terms of positioning, Brother Shun, as the manager, would still mainly be responsible for business connections. Xiao Xiao had once been his assistant, and after he established his personal studio, she also took on financial matters. The three of them, including Yuxinglan, were the entire staff of the personal studio. If Day and Night Entertainment had only proposed signing Yuxinglan alone, he would not have considered it. But the other party actually wanted both Brother Shun and Xiao Xiao as well. Those two had suffered too much alongside him. They squeezed into a studio with a monthly rent of $3,000, with a 3-square-meter break room, served as both a makeup room and meeting room. And the moldy corners were piled with unopened instant noodle boxes. Chapter 246, Pre-release Fame. An otherwise ordinary day suddenly erupted in a long silent group chat. Princess, please get rich. Sisters, wake up. Day and Night Entertainment has released a talent show. Star Creation Laboratory. Hurry and check out the preview. The long-dormant spirit of talent shows has been ignited. I can't wait any longer. Flower Fruit Mountains escaped Mother Monkey. OMG. I finished watching it long ago. The quality is top-notch. The 3-second teaser video, the pretty faces behind the beautiful faces, I love each one. Is that okay? Can they all debut? Rampaging old man cosplaying as a maid. Crying, I haven't seen a talent show without ugly guys for so long. It's so good for my eyes. I'm really tired of those unappealing talent shows. Lena Bayer. It turns out the sisters never left. Our group can be lively again. Wagwishan's escaping Mother Monkey. Ridiculous. The main show hasn't even aired yet, and it's already trending. The contestants all have super topics, and several fans have already reached tens of thousands. So hot. Wagwishan's escaping Mother Monkey. The voting channel has opened. Is anyone investing? Smirking. Chapter 247. First interview. Brother Shun brought Yuxinglan to the location of Day and Night Entertainment Company, Little Crown. He looked up at the towering structure in front of him, and his first feeling was shock, followed by a sense of stability. This wave is stable. No matter how many people come to Day and Night Entertainment, they will all have such a feeling. The towering Little Crown, standing by the Huangpu River, was bathed in sunlight that painted its outer walls a light golden color, with the glass curtain walls reflecting the shimmering waves of the Huangpu River. Standing shoulder to shoulder with surrounding skyscrapers, its magnificent momentum making his throat tighten. Inside the lobby, it was resplendent, bustling with well-dressed office workers in suits. Brother Shin thought of his own 20-square-meter, peeling-walled, dual-purpose studio, and a sour feeling instantly surged to his nose, almost bringing him to tears. If he could really work here in the future, he would have to buy a couple of new suits. Although there were more than just Day and Night Entertainment in Little Crown, Bai Li was the owner of Little Crown, so Day and Night Entertainment was naturally the main service object of Little Crown. Therefore, in the lobby, there was a dedicated front desk and receptionist for Day and Night Entertainment, prominently positioned right at the entrance. After confirming their identities, the receptionist's eyes curved into crescent moons. These two were esteemed guests personally greeted by the higher-ups, naturally enjoying the highest VIP treatment. The receptionist immediately took them to the exclusive elevator to go upstairs. Chapter 248, A Sincere Heart. When the door to the conference room was pushed open, Yu Xinglan was looking at the company brochure handed to him by the HR director. The gilded parts on the page reflected his lowered brows and eyes, with his eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, making his profile appear even colder and whiter than jade. The next moment, the sound of chairs moving rose and fell around him. He instinctively stood up with everyone else and raised his eyes to look at the door. Today was the first time he saw Bai Li's appearance. The morning light flowed along the tips of Bai Li's hair, softening the gray suit she wore. His first impression of Bai Li was that she was very young. Since the conference room was filled with the backbone of day and night entertainment company, all seasoned veterans who had been in the industry for decades. The average age in the room was relatively high. Yu Xinglan had thought that the person they referred to as president Bai would also be of similar age. However, Bai Li's youthfulness was beyond his expectations. Although she wore a standard professional suit, she exuded a hint of youthful spirit. But this girl, who looked even younger than him, was indeed the president Bai who controlled the entire day and night entertainment. Realizing this, Yu Xinglan's expression became more serious. He did not harbor any contempt due to the other person's age. Chapter 249, A Highly Challenging Chess Game. At night, as the lights came on, Bai Li, dressed in a silk robe, sat at her desk, her hair still carrying the gentle warmth left by the hairdryer. Jing Yi stood behind her, his bony fingers holding a jade comb, gently combing through her hair. On the desk, a porcelain plate was filled with neatly cut, easy-to-eat apples, their fragrance wafting through the air. Bai Li used a silver fork to pick up a piece, slowly chewing while reading the documents spread out on the desk. Today, Jing Yi did not go to the company. He was organizing this document. Dongying Pharmaceutical, Hengchang Biotechnology Group, Jinling Pharmaceuticals. Bai Li read out a dozen names in succession. As the list grew longer, her brows gradually furrowed, and she finally clicked her tongue. There are quite a few. Jing Yi paused for a moment. Luoshi has entered the market with new medical consumable technology, grabbing 30% of the market share in just 2 years, equivalent to flipping the table in front of these old pharmaceutical companies. Luoshi Pharmaceutical, which is Luanan's father's company, has surged with the new medical consumable technology, seizing 30% of the market share in just 2 years, taking a big slice of the pie from many people. This time, Luanan's father's case, with its intricate methods and substantial financial backing, is not something a single company in the industry can handle. There is definitely a huge interest alliance behind the case. Chapter 250, Filming Day. After several rounds of the lottery, Bai Li's wealth map has long surpassed the boundaries of traditional recognition. Now, she not only possesses a huge amount of liquid assets, but also controls a series of astonishing physical assets. These include, but are not limited to, the city center villa she currently lives in, a cutting-edge laboratory, a custom top-tier private jet, a 1,000-acre wilderness horse farm, a private island with 3 kilometers of white sandy beach, and a self-sufficient offshore ecological farm. Along with these assets comes a vast NPC team. Bai Li hasn't calculated exactly how many NPCs she has, but she estimates that even if it's not 10,000, there are at least several thousand, including elite members covering all fields such as finance, intelligence, technology, and security. Such a large workforce, when Bai Li wants to mobilize it, carries an extremely impressive force. That night, after Bai Li issued the command to investigate clues, an entire NPC team was mobilized for her, conducting a comprehensive investigation around the New Moon Group. However, all investigations require some time. Before obtaining any concrete clues, Bai Li was not prepared to act rashly. Chapter 251, Twice-Cooked Pork. Time rewinds to half an hour ago. At that time, Jia Lai was still in the makeup room, undergoing transformation by the makeup artist. Just like outside, it was crowded here too. Contestants and makeup artists filled the entire room, with makeup mirrors and tables arranged closely together, creating a hexagonal structure like a beehive, dividing the small space into countless busy little compartments. The buzzing of hairdryers and the rustling sound of makeup brushes against skin mixed with the chemical scent of foundation and setting spray. Jia Lai sat on a folding chair in the corner, scanning the array of bottles and jars on the makeup table in front of him. Utterly shocked, what are all these? Round boxes stacked on top of each other, various shaped tubes neatly arranged, and even trays of color palettes, with colors more numerous than the watercolor paints he used in elementary school. Is this makeup or painting? Zhao Lai's understanding of makeup was that lipstick was for the lips and foundation was for the face. The makeup artist's mouth curled slightly, and the facial cleansing device in her hand had already activated its gentle vibration mode, inwardly muttering, "Great, another makeup novice has arrived." While cleaning Zhao Lai's face, she felt relieved. Chapter 252, Diamond. The recording site of Star Making Laboratory was brightly lit, with lights pouring down like a waterfall in the center of the studio, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. The contestant area spread out in a pyramid shape, with each seat numbered, representing their ranking. The closer to the top of the pyramid, the higher the ranking. The seats under the pyramid's peak are unremarkable, but those at the top have unique designs. The backs of the chairs are inlaid with gilded numbers that shimmer under the lights, not only catching the eye, but also greatly enhancing comfort. The top one seat, symbolizing the champion's throne, is designed to be exceptionally extravagant, with a fully crystal-carved backrest resembling a blooming nebula, making it the visual focus of the entire venue. After the contestants enter, they must find their imagined ranking position to sit down. When Zhao Lai entered, his artistic photo flashed briefly on the big screen. Against a dark-toned background, the young man's features were exquisite, but today there were too many attractive people in the program. Moreover, a mixed-race beauty had just entered, causing a stir in the audience. Thus, Zhao Lai's appearance didn't create much of a commotion. Everyone's attention was already drawn to the next entrant. Chapter 253. A successful start. The first episode of Star Making Laboratory was online for only 3 hours, and its viewership easily surpassed 10 million. The entire internet buzzed. Top host Zhao Ming's control over the scene was incredible. Contestants were so nervous they forgot their lines. But his few jokes warmed the atmosphere back up, emotional intelligence at its peak. How much budget did the stage effects burn? When contestants danced, the background screen turned into a galaxy. This audio-visual effect could easily pass for a blockbuster movie. Wasn't the initial stage rating standard too strict? Only 10 spots in Class A. The production team must have a script. The competition for the top one seat was edited like a palace drama. Those two contestants were acting too hard, weren't they? Bai Li sat in her office, watching the constantly updating data from backstage, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. The project manager was also unable to hide his excitement as he handed the report to Bai Li. "President Bai, we have achieved a great victory this time. We occupy 6 out of the top 10 trending searches." Recently, the entertainment industry had been quiet, with no significant news or major scandals. Against this backdrop, Star Making Laboratory surged in popularity, reaching unprecedented heights. Chapter 254. Encrypted files. The study was brightly lit, with tiny dust particles floating in the air, slowly drifting in the beams of light. Bai Li sat at her desk, took a deep breath, and opened the encrypted file on her tablet. The file contained the concentrated investigation results from the NPC team regarding the case of Luo Nan's father. It was said that the investigation results were conclusive and had essentially locked down the mastermind behind it. The first page of the document presented abnormal transfer records from a bank in the Cayman Islands. 3 months before the Luo family's incident, the New Moon Company transferred a total of $1.3 billion in batches to a Swiss account. Jing Yi stood behind Bai Li, his fingertips lightly tracing the decrypted data chain on the tablet. These funds were laundered through blockchain, ultimately flowing to anonymous accounts in the Cayman Islands. Bai Li's eyes were filled with confusion. But isn't blockchain untraceable? In theory, yes, Jing Yi nodded. But foreign colleagues had reverse-engineered some of the node IP addresses and locked down several frequently used terminal locations. As he moved, a satellite map slowly unfolded on the tablet, with several marked red dots shining brightly. Following these terminal locations, they identified key figures in the money laundering network, unraveling this intricately disguised financial chain. Chapter 255. The Bound King in the Emerald Country. Manager Liao had long learned of Bai Li's arrival and was waiting at the door. As soon as Bai Li's figure appeared in his sight, his eyes sparkled, and he hurried forward, a smile plastered on his face. "President Bai, I've been waiting for you." Manager Liao's exaggerated welcome successfully brought a smile to Bai Li's lips. She had experienced this manager's style before and accepted it well now, chuckling lightly. "No need for pleasantries. Lead the way." "Okay." Manager Liao responded cheerfully, beaming. As he turned, his gaze inadvertently swept past Bai Li, catching sight of several burly bodyguards behind her, clearly her personal protection. One of the men instantly caught his attention. His professional instinct compelled him to take a few more glances. This man was definitely not just a bodyguard. With a restrained appearance, elegant posture, and special aura, he was the best of the best. Based on Manager Liao's extensive experience in reading people, if this man were to come to their Emerald Country, he could guarantee he would be the top star. The only flaw was that he seemed too cold. Those unique blue eyes were fixed on him, carrying an endless chill. Chapter 256. The Dawn of Hope. The moment Luo Nan's fingertips touched the file bag, he couldn't help but tremble. After quickly reading through all the financial chains, Luo Nan realized the value of the document in his hand. His knuckles turned pale from gripping it too tightly, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down in his taut neck, as if trying to swallow the turbulent waves surging within him. Yet the final voice still choked out. "Can I really have these?" After asking, Luo Nan felt his question was ridiculous. Since Bai Li had handed the file to him, the answer was already obvious. The evidence lying in his palm was sufficient to become the fulcrum that tipped the scales of justice. For him, this evidence was invaluable, almost carrying all his hopes for the future. It was like walking alone on a winter night when suddenly someone ahead lit a lamp for him. The warmth ignited in an instant made it hard for him to believe and accept fully. He didn't know how Bai Li obtained these records of the financial flows, but it wouldn't have been easy. This financial chain was incredibly complex, involving multiple forces and numerous people, including several heavyweight figures. Chapter 257. Internal Experiment Report. As the most authoritative official experimental base in the capital, it usually had strict access controls. And only in cases involving special or significant matters would its precision testing equipment and top technologies come into play. At this moment, in the bright laboratory, the chief researcher held a laser pointer, precisely circling key data on the projection screen while explaining to the audience below. After testing, these samples all contain the same German-imported lubricant, which happens to be a special formula recently patented by Hunks Bio. Below, several men in sharp suits sat at the conference table, their expressions serious. Time had left noticeable marks on their faces. Some had gray hair at their temples, radiating a long-established aura of authority, surrounded by a unique pressure that only those in power possess. If someone were to barge in now, they would surely mistake it for an important high-level meeting. Especially striking was the young man sitting in the middle. Compared to his older colleagues, he appeared particularly young. Yet the calm demeanor he exuded was not lacking in presence. He sat upright at the head of the conference table, his posture as straight as a pine tree. And among the big shots, he not only did not feel overwhelmed by their aura, but appeared at ease, seemingly in control of the entire rhythm of the meeting. Chapter 258. Fearless. As Zhou Chongjing's voice fell, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. The cold light reflecting off the mahogany conference table fragmented the tense expressions of everyone present into shattered shadows. Zhou Chongjing slowly stood up, the creases of his suit pants hanging like they were meticulously designed, faintly outlining the contours of the muscles beneath, his whole person resembling a drawn tang sword. Hidden within the seemingly elegant arc was a sharpness capable of sealing blood. His knuckles lightly tapped the table, the sound steady. "Since there are no objections, let us proceed as discussed today. In the future, I will need everyone's cooperation in the investigation." His tone was gentle, with a hint of a smile at the end. However, his slightly gray eyes had already swept across everyone present, devoid of warmth. Leaving the conference room that felt as if it were frozen, Zhou Chongjing raised his hand to loosen his tie. He walked alone into the smoking room at the end of the corridor. He leisurely took out a cigarette and lit it, not placing it in his mouth, but letting it burn quietly in his hand as he gazed out at the vast, flat plains. After experiencing such a tumultuous high-level meeting, Zhou Chongjing felt surprisingly calm inside. Chapter 259. Siblings. The breeze of late spring carried the scent of pine needles and moss, lifting a building surrounded by bamboo groves at the end of the mountain road. In the western suburbs of the Magic City Yanin Private Club, a woman dressed in traditional attire walked ahead, turning to guide. "Miss Bai, please follow me." Bai Li nodded slightly and followed behind, observing silently. The woman was wearing a Song Dynasty-style robe, and as she moved, the silver thread-embroidered lotus flowers swayed gently at her waist. Quite beautiful, accentuating her figure well. Bai Li, having been successfully influenced, planned to buy a few sets for herself after returning. She followed the woman through a long corridor. The dark green glazed tiles resembled overlapping mountains, With golden wind chimes hanging from the eaves, the tinkling sound startled a few sparrows, which fluttered past the white marble corridor covered in wisteria. Along the way, they encountered no one else. The place had already been booked for the day. There would be no second group of guests. The corridor was over 100 meters long, with hollow window frames carved with entwined patterns, filtering the sunlight into flowing fragments of gold. Wisteria vines cascaded down from the top of the corridor like a purple waterfall. Although it was a sunny day, a slight chill seeped into the skin. Bai Li walked slowly on the bluestone slabs, with sunlight filtering through the flower bushes, illuminating her delicate face. Chapter 260. The deal. Zhou Chengjing raised an eyebrow at the mention of a reward. Bai Li held up 3 fingers, 3 conditions. Since Zhou Chengjing had initiated the conversation, Bai Li was no longer polite, meeting Zhou Chengjing's burning gaze calmly. First, as we discussed earlier, help the Luo family overturn the case. I need Luo's father released and all records cleared. At this point, Bai Li deliberately paused, observing Zhou Chengjing's expression. His expression showed no change, indicating an agreement. The teapot happened to boil at this moment. The steam rising from the tea enveloped Zhou Chengjing's brows and eyes as he leisurely turned the golden tea strainer, pouring the tea into a celadone cup. The aroma of cedar mingling with the fragrance of Longjing tea wafting over. As he poured the tea, Zhou Chengjing leaned in closer, and Bai Li could smell a faint cedar scent. His shadow was elongated by the sunlight streaming in at an angle, casting over half of Bai Li's body. He asked lightly, "The second?" Bai Li continued, "This case involves 2 relevant forces, which you should also be aware of. The head of the Security Bureau, Chun Liyuan, is involved in bribery and illegal investigations, and the Zhou family, manipulating the Drug Administration, colluding with Hengchong Biotechnology Group." Chapter 261. A complete victory. The NPC team, led by who was tracking more clues worldwide according to the hints given by Zhou Chengjing. What Zhou Chengjing needed was not only superficial punishment, but also solid evidence to thoroughly crush the political business alliance and the big boss behind it. Her NPC team excelled in navigating gray areas. Such a team, with powerful execution and seamless cooperation, could hit targets accurately, and their professionalism was extremely high. It would be impossible to cultivate such a strong team without family background, coupled with Zhou Chengjing's intelligence. Their combined strength and clear division of labor made the investigation speed exceptionally fast. As Zhou Chengjing said, he was in the light while she was in the dark. As the head of an entertainment company, Bai Li's identity was advantageous, making it difficult for anyone to associate such a well-trained team with her. The private phone in Bai Li's hand was continuously receiving encrypted information, details of offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands, internal approval scandals from the Drug Administration, and email copies of illegal operations from the Security Bureau, all converging into her database through different channels. "Miss, the Zhou family's money laundering network in Switzerland has been dismantled." Who handed the evidence chain to Bai Li. They had transfer profits through Hengchong Biotech's patent licensing, involving amounts exceeding 100 million. These encrypted emails contained voice recordings of the head of the Drug Administration and core members of the Zhou family. Chapter 262. Foster sister. The Luo case was like a key, opening the Pandora's box of collusion among the powerful in the Magic City. When the first cockroach was discovered, it indicated that the nest of corruption had long been entangled. Taking out one was merely scratching the surface. Layers of disguise must be torn apart to strike at the evil nest and eradicate them all, or else they would breed anew after a while. But how easy is that? Those shady dealings are like tumors parasitizing the fabric of the city. Without thunderous means and sharp blades, it is impossible to uproot them completely. Worse yet, merely killing pests is a temporary measure, still treating the symptoms without addressing the root cause. In the rotten soil, new pests will always sprout like bamboo shoots after rain. Only by thoroughly cleaning the source of filth and reshaping the ecological environment can the roots truly be severed. Yet, those who can and are willing to do such things are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The reason is simple. The difficulty of cleanup is extremely high. Cockroaches often thrive in the dark. Only through meticulous investigation can they be found. Moreover, cockroaches are a resilient species, very difficult to eradicate completely at once. A slight mishap can lead one to sink into the quagmire, covered in filth. Chapter 263. The funeral. Bai Li followed Luo Nan up the steps. where white chrysanthemums were gently swaying in a morning breeze on either side of the white marble steps. Turning a corner, a plain tombstone appeared before them. The moment Bai Li saw the tombstone, her heart sank. Although today was a sunny day with a gentle breeze and the weather was beautiful, no amount of brilliant sunlight could warm this cold stone tablet. Shadows moved in front of the tomb, where several figures dressed in plain clothes were carefully arranging bouquets. Dad, Luonin led Bai Li closer. One man in a dark suit, hearing the voice, quickly turned around. The moment he saw the two, he immediately set down what he was holding and hurriedly approached. Luonin introduced, "Sister Bai, this is my dad." The man before her looked extremely thin, with his loose sleeves swaying in the wind as he moved. Though he was still middle-aged, gray hair had already appeared at his temples. This made Bai Li almost not recognize him. Bai Li had seen Father Luo before, but only through Luo Nan's memories. In those memories, the spirited director Luo was a renowned doctor who spoke confidently at academic forums and a composed CEO who raised his glass at business banquets. But overnight, he seemed to have aged over a decade. Chapter 264. An extraordinary gift when Bai Li returned home. Only he was there to greet her. The car in the garage was gone, and the shiny Oxford shoes at the entrance had also disappeared, indicating someone had gone out. The gilded clock hung on the living room wall, and the subtle sound of gears meshing was particularly clear in the quiet space. It was noon. The house was very quiet. The other NPCs would not move around during non-working hours. He quickly approached, holding a specially made green bamboo incense burner, and wafted the incense around Bai Li. "Miss, you went to a special place today. This incense will help dispel any bad luck." Bai Li let the incense swirl around her, suddenly finding the behavior of these NPCs quite interesting. They seemed rather superstitious, or perhaps these actions were programmed into their code. She wasn't particularly concerned. If the world she was in was a novel, it would only feature one element. With the emergence of the godly wealth system, it was unlikely that supernatural elements would appear. Otherwise, the bookstore wouldn't know how to classify it. Although Bai Li was unafraid, she didn't stop he from doing his thing and handed over the black trench coat that had absorbed the sandalwood scent for him to handle. This black trench coat was specially tailored for today, and it was unlikely she would wear it again. Chapter 265. Rising popularity. Although Bai Li had been busy handling the Luo family's case for the past half-month, she had not neglected the program of the star-making laboratory. The production team would check the program flow and progress with Bai Li every day. If they couldn't handle things offline in time, they would report relevant matters online. Occasionally, Bai Li would also visit the program's official website to check the contestants' vote counts or personally visit the Forum of Day and Night Entertainment to see feedback on the show. To give the contestants the greatest exposure, the production team would occasionally open live streams of practice sessions. This segment seemed to receive unanimous praise from the audience. 9,348 who. The official live stream is really great. It alleviates the fatigue of waiting for the main show to air and showcases the contestants' true selves as much as possible. Yu's little fan head. I'm now in Yu's live stream every day. What I look forward to most is working hard alongside Yu. Some people felt that seeing their idols work hard seemed to give them an endless source of energy. No matter what they were doing, whether studying or exercising, they could keep Yu's live stream in view, which significantly improved their efficiency. Chapter 266. Song selection. After the first public performance, half of the contestants disappeared from the camera. Those eliminated were not lacking in talent or inferior to others. They simply did not seize the opportunity to showcase themselves within the limited time, which was indeed a pity. But this is the cruelty of talent shows. Where there is winning, there is losing. After bidding farewell to teammates, roommates, and friends who had not had enough time together, a brief silence fell over the lounge. This was just the beginning. In the lounge, someone softly broke the oppressive silence. The others exchanged glances, all understanding. Regret is a constant companion in life, and the upcoming schedule would only become more brutal. The remaining contestants cherished every moment they had in the program, striving to showcase themselves fully, hoping to be seen by more people. Now, the training had entered a closed phase. This meant that the contestants in the training camp were in a state of isolation. Without phones, they could not access information from the outside world, and naturally, they could no longer know the specific rankings, nor had the specific rules of the competition been revealed. In this information vacuum, everyone could only transform their anxiety and anticipation into repetitive actions, with sweat soaking their training outfits, leaving dark stains on the floor. filling the long training hours with muscle memory. Chapter 267. Eternity. The first time Bai Li met Yu Xinglan was when she successfully signed him, and his favorability score increased by 20 points. Later, as Bai Li had expected, as her destined person in her career, Yu Xinglan's favorability score increased very quickly. Even though Bai Li had been busy with the Luo family's case, frequently absent from company affairs, and had little interaction with Yu Xinglan, his favorability score continued to rise steadily. In just half a month, it had already surpassed the 30-point mark. Today, it increased by another 5 points, reaching over 40 points. The progress was encouraging. Looking at the constantly changing numbers, a satisfied smile appeared on Bai Li's lips. It seemed that only one last step remained to complete the small upgrade task. In fact, the reason for Yu Xinglan's favorability score increase was not hard to guess. Their pursuit of career aspirations was very similar, especially in the development concepts and vision planning for the idol industry. They were almost the same. Therefore, as long as Bai Li stayed true to her original intention and steadily advanced her career blueprint, the favorability score would continue to rise. For this star-making laboratory project to cultivate new talents, Bai Li also generously threw out 5 original songs at once, which particularly touched Yu Xinglan. Chapter 268. Finals Night. The Finals Night was not presented in a regular format, but rather as a live broadcast, with online viewers exceeding 1 million. This highly anticipated talent show was about to come to a close, and the traffic peaked at this moment. Everyone was curious about which contestants could debut successfully and who could capture the final top positions. Fans who couldn't grab tickets for the live event could only stay in front of their screens to watch the live stream. Even if they couldn't be present, they were still deeply moved by the stage. Comments flooded the live stream screen. The director even specially cut to reaction shots of eliminated contestants. Seeing Xiao Xia wiping her tears in the audience broke my heart. The production team is too good with the knife. The background VCR played surveillance footage from the training room at 4 a.m., with trainees curled up on the floor sleeping, still clutching their lyric books. Paired with the sweat-off camera that hit hard. At this rate, the top 5 vocalists must take a spot. The live singing's emotional impact is so important. President Bai's songwriting is amazing. My playlist just got another song. I'll be looping this one forever, devoting my life to day and night entertainment and President Bai. Chapter 269. Celebration Banquet. In the banquet hall, the lights were dazzling and everywhere was filled with elegantly dressed people. As soon as Bai Li entered the venue, she attracted the attention of everyone present, and countless people came over to socialize and catch up. Nowadays, the reputation of day and night entertainment has not only made waves externally, but has also become one of the top names in the industry. Enough to overturn the industry's perceptions. In just under 2 years since its establishment, the company has flourished in multiple new media fields, capturing half of the live streaming market. While its first film investment topped the Apollo Academy Awards, breaking records in the film industry. Now, even a newly incubated trainees can generate topics that trend on social media. Such achievements are unprecedented in the entertainment industry, never before seen and likely never to be replicated. Leading this miracle is the young Bai Zong. There's a saying in the industry that Bai Zong has a fate destined for success, which is why whatever she invests in becomes popular. In the past, some scoffed at such superstitions and did not regard day and night entertainment or Bai Li highly, but now, who would dare to underestimate her? The golden signboard of day and night productions guarantees quality, attracting capital markets while compelling established entertainment giants to lower their guards. Chapter 270. The inside story. Brother Shun understood Yu Xinglan's personality, so he attended tonight's banquet with her. He had just stepped away to the bathroom to take care of a personal need for a moment. Upon returning, he saw the big boss standing next to Yu Xinglan and immediately put on a smile, quickly weaving through the crowd. Bai Zong, are you chatting with Xing Xing? Bai Li smiled and nodded. Brother Shun, if teacher Yu feels uncomfortable in such an occasion, there's no need to force herself. She can leave at any time. Upon hearing this, Brother Shun felt a tightness in his chest. Although Bai Li's tone was very friendly, and her eyes were smiling when she said this. As a seasoned agent who had been navigating the entertainment industry for over a decade, he felt a pang of unease. Tonight's celebration banquet was not only an important closing ceremony for day and night entertainment, but also a golden social gathering linking capital and artists. Thus, the company had specially invited many important clients. At the banquet, everyone was busy interacting with clients and leaders to expand their networks. In the fiercely competitive entertainment industry, Every opportunity could impact an artist's development. One has to ask in such a social setting, what misunderstandings could arise if an artist is unwilling to engage with capital? Chapter 271. System upgrade. Back in the car, Bai Li could finally have a relaxed conversation with Xiao Hao. Hearing the celebratory sounds of Xiao Hao drumming in her mind, Bai Li smiled and asked, "So happy about the upgrade?" She guessed that after the upgrade, not only would she gain more cashback privileges, but the system itself must also have some benefits. "Of course I'm happy," Xiao Hao replied naturally, countering, "Aren't you happy, host? From now on, the cashback ratio is 1,100, a daily target of up to 100 million. The main change with this system upgrade was the cashback ratio. Previously, the ratio was 110. Starting now, although the daily system limit remains at 1 million, the cashback ratio skyrocketed to 1,100. This means that for every 100 yuan Bai Li spends, she gains 10,000 yuan back. Similarly, if she uses up the entire daily limit of 1 million, she can receive a cashback of 100 million. What does earning 100 million a day mean? Typically, only industry giants or companies in high-profit sectors can achieve this, like finance or energy behemoths. In the future, Bai Li alone could match a large company. The total investment for asking immortals could be recouped by Bai Li in just 10 days. Chapter 272. Cold Ball 1. Basic information: name, Yu Xinglan. Identity, top idol. Age, 25-2. Personality traits: cold on the outside, passionate on the inside. Possesses an ice-like temperament, not good at social situations. Often appears distant due to excessive politeness, but reveals delicate tenderness towards those she recognizes. Perfectionist. Views the stage as a belief, meticulously refining every movement to perfection, allowing no room for mediocrity. Pure and resilient. Despite experiencing dark pasts like being shelved in a group and capital suppression, she maintains her sincerity towards art, refusing to compromise with industry rules. Martyr-like dedication. Originating from childhood trauma, she believes love must be exchanged for pain. 3. Skills and specialties: stage king. Excellent in both singing and dancing. A hexagonal warrior, stable in high-difficulty dance songs, combining explosiveness and beauty. Choreography genius. Skilled in merging the flexibility of classical dance with the tension of modern dance. Her works are both narrative and visually impactful. Sensitive to creation. Original songs often based on piano melodies, with varied styles and mature creative abilities. Bai Li murmured, indeed. She had already anticipated Yu Xinglan's personality and traits. And after reading her profile card, her feelings deepened. Chapter 273. Opportunity 100,000? The man cautiously guessed. The advertising fee he received today was already beyond his comprehension. Just an afternoon of shooting had earned him several thousand in advertising fees, surpassing his monthly salary. The director shook his finger. "No, it's 1 million. The man gasped. So much? He had thought it would be 10,000, even considered it could be as high as 100,000. But he never imagined it would be 1 million. Bai Li, listening nearby, was also greatly surprised. Although 1 million was nothing to her now, with advertising fees in the entertainment industry often reaching tens of millions, especially for top stars, it was important to realize that this was the turn of the millennium. In that era, a regular person's annual salary was only around 10,000 yuan. 1 million was a lifetime's disposable income for an average person. Enough to buy a 200 square meter property in a first-tier city. When calculated this way, 1 million in advertising fees during that time was indeed an astronomical figure, far exceeding the imagination of most ordinary people. Seeing the man was so shocked he couldn't speak. The director chuckled and explained, 1 million is the quote for the top child stars, but ordinary child stars also have a market price in the tens of thousands. Chapter 274. Childhood. As the last note faded into the night sky, Yu Xinglan completed her concluding movements. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Although her small face was red from the cold, she still maintained a smile. Click. Perfect. Very good. This time, Yu Xinglan finally completed the chute. The lift slowly descended, making metallic sounds, and Bai Li's anxious heart gradually settled as the height diminished. Yu Xinglan was finally back on solid ground. Bai Li let out a long breath. Luckily, no accidents occurred. If there had been an accident at that height, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and Bai Li feared she might never see the future Yu Xinglan again. After Yu Xinglan recorded a few close-up shots, this shoot finally came to an end. Bai Li followed Yu Xinglan back to the warm car. The interior space of the car is spacious. Although Bai Li can't identify the specific brand, based on the model. It should be a mid to high-end SUV. In that era, mid to high-end SUVs cost around several $100,000. Inside the car, warm yellow lights gently illuminate the space. A woman drapes a thick blanket over Yu Xinglan and pours out the ginger soup that has long been prepared from a thermos, with wisps of steam swirling and creating a hazy atmosphere under the light. Chapter 275. Preaching. As soon as Yu Xinglan spoke, the atmosphere at home suddenly changed. "You child." Yu Xinglan's rare rebellious remark left his mother at a loss for words. Her hands, which were organizing clothing tags, frozen mid-air. His father also paused his tea drinking, looking up to ask, "You don't want to be an actor?" Yu Xinglan seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, his hands hanging by his side, slowly tightening into fists. Years of submissiveness had nearly robbed him of the courage to resist. But recalling the hollow expressions he wore while acting, Yu Xinglan once again solidified his inner conviction. "Yes. I don't want to." "You don't want to?" His mother's voice was filled with disbelief. It was absurd for a money tree that was bearing fruit to suddenly declare it wanted to cut itself off. Afraid her child might be thinking irrationally, her voice sharpened. "Do you know how many people are fighting to walk this path?" Yu Xinglan did know. It is well known that the child star industry has always been a game of capital, and without money, one cannot enter. Families that can cultivate child stars are mostly affluent. And Yu Xinglan knew that some parents would go to great lengths, even willing to pay money or use connections, to secure filming opportunities for their children. Chapter 276. Younger brother Yu Xinglan finished a performance. Exhausted, he curled up on a single sofa in the hotel, the cold light from his phone screen casting a pale glow on his increasingly thin face. He had lost a lot of weight recently, almost to the point of looking emaciated. But fortunately, the camera tends to add weight. The thinner he is, the better he looks on camera. Coupled with exquisite lighting and angles, it can present a kind of bony beauty. However, for the sake of his health, Yu Xinglan is still trying to find ways to gain weight, such as taking nutritional supplements or eating high-calorie foods. Yet the daily high-intensity training acts like an unending furnace, consuming every bit of calorie he takes in. The hope of successfully gaining weight is very slim. In fact, only he could endure such high-intensity training. The other teammates in the group could hardly complete half of the training content. Their company lacked the financial resources to hire professional vocal or dance instructors. The training was done by external teachers, who were generally unqualified and not their full-time guides, often leaving after completing their courses. The rest of the training had to be done on their own. Chapter 277. Diverting traffic. The sun is just right, and it's a new day. The first thing Bai Li did upon arriving at the company was to open her computer. Based on the fragments of Yu Xinglan's memories, she finally managed to search for the first advertisement he filmed years ago through the vast internet. The video from over 20 years ago, having weather time, is very blurry on today's internet. It's not even 480p quality. The faces are indistinct, making it hard to recognize anyone. If Bai Li hadn't been on set while Yu Xinglan was filming, she probably wouldn't have recognized the child on the screen as him. No wonder this advertisement of Yu Xinglan's hasn't been dug up. It's so blurry that it's unrecognizable. A small figure sits in front of a small castle built with foam props, fiddling with toy models, looking incredibly obedient. Bai Li believes that Yu Xinglan must have felt happy when he filmed his first advertisement. Most beginnings are beautiful. Unfortunately, time does not always favor us, and beautiful things can become distorted over time. Bai Li once again recalled the contents of Yu Xinglan's memory fragments. Such an obedient and hardworking child should have been cherished. But ultimately, he was rejected by his own parents. Chapter 278. Afternoon break. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, sunlight floods in, and the Yangtze River flows gently. The summer sun is always exceptionally pleasant. If one were outside now, the scorching sun would likely have burned away their willpower. Thank goodness for the greatest invention of the century, central air conditioning. The temperature inside the small crown has been adjusted to the most comfortable level, including the exclusive lounge for the top-level executives. It not only has beds for short breaks, but also an independent viewing room and other multifunctional areas. However, the most beautiful viewing room has been transformed by Bai Li into a space resembling a Japanese-style room. The entire room is covered with bamboo mats for a refreshing feel, with a low table in the middle that is warm in winter and cool in summer. It can be used for dining or resting. Even though the company has multiple restaurants to choose from, Bai Li still prefers the flavors from home. If she is at the company during lunch without any other arrangements, she will bring her own meals. The NPC managing the meals at home is Michelin level, with dishes tailored to Bai Li's tastes, which is one of the reasons she brings her own food every day. She also enjoys avoiding crowds and relishing a quiet dining environment. Chapter 279. Afternoon breakdown. Seeing the figure entering through the door, Bai Li's eyes widened in surprise. Why are you back early? The person was Guan Cha. Because Heavenly Craft has a background set in a post-apocalyptic world, it requires a combination of real-life shooting and CG technology to some extent. Director Tsai Wang has already scouted several suitable outdoor locations, such as geothermal volcanoes in Iceland and the Skeleton Coast in Namibia. The more remote the location, the more it can reflect the epic feel of the apocalypse. However, shooting internationally is usually not easy. Filming in these places requires permission from the local government. Addressing environmental issues, and ensuring filming complies with local ecological protection regulations. This time, Guan Cha was negotiating with the Namibian government for the exclusive filming rights for the crew at the outdoor location. Guan Cha cheerfully entered the Japanese-style room. His voice sweet as honey. Of course, I wanted to come back early to see you. Don't be so slick with your tongue. Bai Li knew he was deliberately being so cheesy. She smiled with her brows arched. How did it go? Guan Cha nodded towards Jing Yi, who was sitting beside them, casually greeting him, and then naturally sat down beside Bai Li, crossing his legs. Chapter 280. Limited Merchandise. Tang Tang is a longtime fan of Yu Xinglan. Last year, when Bai Li was still in the dormitory, Tang Tang had recommended Yu Xinglan to her. At that time, Bai Li thought Yu Xinglan had good potential, but she didn't have high hopes for the idol market, so she didn't pay much attention. I didn't expect that just a year later, she not only signed Yu Xinglan, but also dramatically reshaped the domestic idol market. After the conclusion of Star Creation Laboratory, various media outlets announced plans to hold talent shows, trying to imitate it and grab a share of the remaining traffic pie. At the same time, several major talent agencies opened new idol departments. The show Star Creation Laboratory brought a wave of strong new blood to the idol market in the domestic entertainment industry, with some trainees who did not sign with day and night entertainment flowing into other agencies in the market. Although the treatment and resources might not compare to day and night entertainment, it provided these struggling trainees with new development pathways. Moreover, day and night entertainment took the lead in establishing touring stages across the country, adhering to the belief that if there are no stages in the domestic entertainment industry, they would create them themselves. They built performance platforms for their debut idols and singers. Chapter 281. Big Dog. The summer weather always changes quickly. Bai Li was still enjoying a fine sunny day on her way here. But unexpectedly, just during this short time in the dormitory, the wind began to swirl with dust and grow loud. The sun also changed its hue due to the thickening clouds. It seemed like it was going to rain. I should head back. The dorm window isn't closed. Yang, aren't you leaving? On the basketball court, a young man leaning against the iron fence, referred to as Yang, had a few leaves blown onto his shoulders by the wind. Ing Xiangyang typed a few words on his screen and, after sending them, waved to the others. You all head back first. I have something else to do. All right, then we'll slip away. Hey, today's ending is too early. How about a few rounds of poker? I have my professional course, final exam tomorrow. Dude, damn, then why are you still messing around on the court? Laughter and playful banter faded as footsteps grew distant, and the basketball court quickly emptied. Ing Xiangyang looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky, then looked down to refresh his phone screen. No new messages popped up in the chat interface. Ing Xiangyang unconsciously tightened his grip on his phone. Half an hour ago, he sent Bai Li his location. Chapter 282. Dream Chasers. Childish. Bai Li stuck out her tongue and made a face. To be honest, Ing Xiangyang's personality is too deceptive. Their daily banter and childlike teasing have almost become a routine, causing Bai Li to often forget his identity as a gaming master. According to traditional novel character setups, shoot-and-tee gaming masters all be aloof and cold, unemotional and imposing. Bai Li could see none of these traits in Ing Xiangyang. He was particularly transparent, like an open book, with all his emotions displayed on his face. When he was happy, he would laugh heartily and hug you affectionately. When he was sad, he would cry, not loudly, but silently until you felt heartache and guilt. When he was angry, it was even more obvious. His face would turn dark, and a low pressure would envelop the area around him. He would show all his sincerity to those he liked. While he couldn't even be bothered to maintain basic decency towards those he disliked. Love and hate were clear-cut. He dared to love and hate. However, Bai Li Ying Xinyang's transformed personality. Being with him made her feel particularly relaxed. In the company, she was the esteemed Bai Zong, needing to be composed, meticulous, and serious. Chapter 283. Research progress. The newcomer wore flip-flops, and the sound of rubber soles clashing against the smooth tiles echoed. When Shi Shui heard this distinctive footstep, he knew who had arrived. He slowly turned his head, and, sure enough, it was his mentor, Professor Su Jinghua. Professor Su still carried himself in that nonchalant manner. One could hardly see any trace of a national-level research project leader in him. Besides wearing flip-flops in the research lab, he was dressed in the simplest old man shirt, and his pants were even beach shorts. With this outfit, he could be thrown directly onto an island without any sense of incongruity. Professor Su, sporting a full beard, smiled at Shi Shui. Having been cooped up in this research institute for so long, he had become even more unkempt than before. Initially, when Shi Shui saw Professor Su in such a wild state, he even doubted his mental health. But over time, he gradually got used to it. To ensure researchers' mental well-being, the officials would regularly arrange psychological tests for them. Despite Professor Su's appearance, which seemed the most abnormal in everyone's eyes, he consistently scored full marks in psychological tests. In contrast, some seemingly normal young people, perhaps unable to withstand the closed environment of the research institute or due to excessive research pressure, often failed the psychological tests and were forcibly made to take a break for a few days. Chapter 284. High temperatures. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, the vertical air conditioner had been set to the lowest setting, with cold air coming out in a white mist, just enough to counteract the heat outside. On the table were some common fruits. Although ordinary, they could be considered a feast in such an environment. The director Sai Wang, mentioned by the two just now, was smiling and bowing to several people around. Everyone, I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please bear with me. Director Sai Wang was of average height, and at his age, maintaining such a youthful physique was quite impressive. He had black hair and a typical Asian appearance. He wore a quick-dry director's vest with many pockets, containing a walkie-talkie, pens, and a small notebook. His lower half consisted of khaki work pants, slightly rolled up to reveal sun-tanned ankles. Overall, he looked very spirited, with an enthusiastic smile and an air of competence from years of directing film crews. However, due to limited conditions, he appeared somewhat dusty. The others sitting around him were different. They were dressed well, in formal attire and luxury watches, clearly either rich or influential. Especially the woman sitting in the middle, young and beautiful, with an astonishing aura, stood out among the big shots. Chapter 285. Yudong. Bai Li introduced first. This is actress Yudong, who plays the female lead Lin Xiao in Tiangong. The director Sai Wang, who was about to respond, nodded in confirmation. As the producer of the film, Bai Li was naturally well aware of the female lead, and before Sai Wang could answer, she had already provided the information. However, this answer left the other investors looking at each other in confusion, revealing puzzled expressions. In fact, their doubts were understandable. If investors participate in casting, they might forcefully insert actors who do not fit the roles based on commercial interests, leading to a deviation from the original intent of the script and ultimately affecting the artistic quality of the film. Therefore, the contract signed by all parties specifically stipulate that the investors cannot interfere with the casting matters. This is the basic premise for Bai Li to accept the investors' involvement. If the investors want to make money alongside Bai Li, they must comply. Because of this, apart from Bai Li, other investors cannot know about the casting situation in advance and naturally feel unfamiliar with this name. Yudong? An investor whispered this name, frowning slightly. He had never heard of it. Similar confusion spread in the minds of all investors. Yudong, an extremely unfamiliar name. Chapter 286. Mechanical life in the distance. The giant windmill slowly turned in the weakening wind. Please follow me. Directed by director Sai Wang, several people went to the filming location in succession. Although the sun had lowered somewhat, the outdoor temperature was still high. As soon as Bai Li stepped out of the lounge, she immediately felt a gust of hot wind mixed with dust, seemingly still carrying the heat of noon. Ahu quickly took out the shawl he had just prepared, gently draping it over Bai Li's shoulders, and pulled out a quick cooling spray, spraying her from head to toe. President Li watched in amazement from the side and said enviously, "Bai, where did you get such a considerate bodyguard? Common bodyguards don't provide this level of service." In fact, he had long coveted this, but out of pride, he had never mentioned it. After all, he was a grown man who didn't need such meticulous care. Moreover, he wasn't a particularly important figure. He hadn't done anything too morally questionable in his life, so he didn't really need a bodyguard. But today, seeing Bai Li's bodyguard as 360-degree, attentive service, President Li genuinely wanted to hire one too. Moreover, if he could hire a bodyguard like Bai Li's, it would give him another common topic with her. Chapter 287. Filming site director Sai Wang had already gone to busy himself with the filming. Bai Li sat under the temporarily built studio with a few other investors. Although hot wind blew from all sides, at least they were not directly exposed to the sun, making it a good shaded place to observe the filming scene. Not far away, under another tent, a few small actors waited for their turn. Bai Li and the others had just been shown around the set by director Sai Wang, which naturally did not escape their eyes. A young actress whispered in excitement, nudging her companion with her elbow. That's President Bai. I saw her in person. She's even more beautiful than in the videos. What do we do? That's Bai Li. Although her companion wasn't familiar with Bai Li, they knew about Day and Night Entertainment. Day and Night Entertainment is now one of the leading companies in the industry, with first-class star-making abilities, and almost all its artists were promoted from scratch. For these small actors, the allure of Day and Night Entertainment was immense. Entering Day and Night Entertainment seemed to mean they had succeeded halfway. This was also the reason he came to audition for Tiangong. Although his role had little screen time and not a single line in the film, he was just a background character. Chapter 288. Midpoint continuation. Bai Li looked at the relaxed expressions of the investors, her lips slightly curled, and her fingertips gently tapped on her knee. Although she alone had the ability to cover all the investment costs for Tiangong, doing so would be too high profile and could easily attract industry scrutiny. These investors were all carefully selected by her. They not only could positively assist Tiangong, but also held significant influence in domestic and international film investments. President Li of Longtao Entertainment was not only close to her, but was also one of the more reputable big brothers in the industry. The other invited guests were representatives of top film investment companies ranked in the top 10 in the industry. After encountering the case of Luo's Pharmaceutical, Bai Li deeply realized what it meant to attract attention. If a single tree occupies a clearing, it is too conspicuous and at a higher risk of being struck by lightning. However, gathering dozens of trees to form a forest not only spreads the risk, but also allows successful integration into the larger environment of the forest, making it difficult for even the strongest storms to shake it. The same principle applies to investment. Investing alone, while one can reap all the profits, Bai Li had already made a fortune and received a daily cashback of 100 million. Chapter 289. New update. At this moment, in the dark pocket, Bai Li's phone's screen silently flickered, indicating it was still running. Image 1 uploaded successfully. Image 2 uploaded successfully. Image 3 uploaded successfully. Image 4 uploaded successfully. While Bai Li was unaware, all the photos had been successfully uploaded, and the new update she had just edited was successfully posted on social media. Once released, the account's data surged wildly. The number of likes, comments, and shares refreshed records at an astonishing speed every second. Unfortunately, Bai Li had not turned on message notifications, and as she focused on the filming scene, she naturally had no way of knowing. The first wave of visitors to the account didn't have time to carefully look at Bai Li's content and rushed to occupy the comments section. First, Sofa. Hello, President Bai. Wow, finally, President Bai is active again. In just 1 minute, the number of likes had already surpassed 1,000, and the comments exceeded 100 with astonishing heat. The last time Bai Li posted an update, the account was still a rookie account, and after a whole night of posting, no one paid attention. Not even a single like. Chapter 290. New developments. Technical experts, sci-fi enthusiasts, and meticulous researchers all opened their imaginations. We cracked it, family. Look at the crack light spots in image 4. This hazy sense of energy diffusion, the cold, hard metallic texture of the broken pipe edges. Does it have the same visual effect as the inside of the alien engineer spaceship with the shimmering micro-light of annihilation? The art style of Tiangong is definitely biomechanical wasteland style. Love it. Image 2's plants are the key. Check the detail, screenshot JPG of the crystal fracture and the fusion method with the metal base. Seamless, definitely not simple parasitism. I bet 5 dimes. This thing has self-repair and energy conduction properties. Technical flow came out. I simply repaired the light source, In contrast in image 3, the shadow here is the outline of the shooting track's wheels. Detail screenshot JPG, and here detail screenshot JPG of the blurry figure. This person is wearing modern work clothes. So the blue canopy is just the crew's sunshade? Laughs and cries. Image 3 also has actors in costumes, although you can't see their faces clearly. The body shape is amazing, offering a heavy reward for the actor's name. Speaking of which, Tiangong has started filming, and there are actually no leaks? That's unscientific. Chapter 291. Blushing and heart racing, Shui listened to Bai Li's decisive arrangements on the phone, feeling warm in his heart. After so long without contact, his relationship with his sister had not grown cold because of it. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly noticed a figure at the corner. A jolt ran through my heart as I looked up and saw Professor Su leaning against the pillar of the Research Institute's porch, with his arms crossed. The expression on Professor Su's face was quite subtle, seemingly a mix of curiosity, surprise, and a gossip-laden smile, his eyes keenly focused on him. When Shui glanced over, the smile on Professor Su's face deepened, showing no awareness of having been caught eavesdropping, and he even waved a hand inappropriately. "Hey, Shui?" Shui froze. In an instant, all the blood rushed to his head. Had the teacher seen everything he had just said and expressed during his phone call with his sister? The psychological impact was overwhelming, and a huge sense of embarrassment nearly swallowed him whole. In that moment, Shui didn't even know how to react. Bai Li waited for a long time without receiving a response from Shui, thinking the signal was bad and the call had dropped. Curiously, she took the phone away from her ear and checked the screen again before putting it back. "Hello? Shui?" Chapter 292. Lingxi dinner was halfway through when Bai Li couldn't hold back any longer. She had too many questions piling up in her mind. Lifting her wine glass, she took a small sip and looked intently at Shui, diving straight into the topic. "Is the project really over? What were the results? Tell me about what you can share." Having finished his meal, Shui put down his chopsticks, organized his words, and slowly said, "Yes, the project has concluded successfully. The core result is an artificial intelligence core with a high degree of autonomous learning ability and emotional simulation interaction capability." When discussing his professional field, Shui's eyes regained focus and appeared steady and confident. Since these were public parts and there were no outsiders present, he elaborated further. "We call it the Lingxi core. It breaks through the traditional AI paradigm. Not only can it process vast amounts of information and execute complex tasks, but more importantly, it has a powerful emotional module that allows for emotional simulation interaction." Emotional simulation interaction? Bai Li's eyes lit up. To what extent can it go? Very high. Shui affirmed. It can understand human emotional states by analyzing voice, tone, and micro-expressions and respond appropriately with emotional warmth. Of course, it's not just simple scripted responses, but dynamically generated based on deep understanding of context and emotions. Chapter 293. Summer splash. Summer in the Magic City is humid and hot. The cicadas' cries in midsummer fill the air with noise. However, Bai Li's residence seemed to isolate all this clamor. In the yard surrounded by greenery and inside, with central air conditioning providing a cool breeze. Bai Li had just finished a video call and stepped out of her study when she saw a little one, with a cartoon-printed backpack on her back, being led into the living room by Jingyi. The little girl, with 2 pigtails and a tender face, had bright, sparkling eyes that shone with brilliance the moment she saw Bai Li, followed by her crisp voice. "Sister Bai, I'm here." She happily ran over, her little backpack bouncing, not knowing how much summer homework she had brought along. Bai Li quickly squatted down with open arms to catch the little one and ruffled her hair. "Xiaohua, did you miss me?" The little one was Shui's sister, Shihua. Her brother, Shui, was fully immersed in the Tiangong crew, working on a Lingxi core, essentially living in the lab with very few trips home. Their mother had also been arranged by Bai Li into her private hospital due to health check needs. Chapter 294. Non-confidential demonstration magic. Shihua's eyes widened with curiosity. "Yes, magic," Bai Li said mysteriously, winking. "The kind of magic that can bring robots to life. Do you want to see?" Shihua's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she put down her fork, eagerly saying, "Xiaohua wants to see. Then let's go." Bai Li smiled, taking Shihua's hand and driving her to the technical support center of the Tiangong crew. As Shui had previously revealed to Bai Li, The authorities had foreseen the immense civilian potential of Lingxi before the project concluded and had established a channel for results transformation. This was not an empty statement. National-level projects involve significant investment, and the ultimate goal is to serve social and economic development and improve people's livelihoods. As an AI with emotional interaction capabilities, Lingxi is expected to play a huge role in fields such as elderly care, education, and psychological counseling. However, it would still require an observation period before new technology could transition from the lab to the market. One reason is to verify the stability and safety of the technology, and the other is to assess user experience and market acceptance. The filming project of Tiangong just happens to provide an excellent, low-risk, and highly visible application scenario. Chapter 295, Xiao Yuan Shi Shui. Bai Li turned to look at Shi Shui, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Is Lingxi technology really a domestic innovation? Seeing the familiar light in Bai Li's eyes made Shi Shui's heart race. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. His research could truly help her and make her so happy. It's not just a domestic innovation, it's a world first. Shi Shui's voice was slightly hoarse as he cleared his throat, affirming, thanks to the advanced algorithmic equipment provided by my sister. We are the first project team to break through AI's autonomous learning capability, far surpassing other teams both domestically and internationally. While there are teams abroad researching related fields, they absolutely cannot achieve such fluidity and ease. As long as you input specific interaction goals into Lingxi, it can adapt to different roles and scenarios. Shi Shui added rigorously. Of course, ethics, privacy, and safety are paramount, and strict frameworks and regulations will be needed going forward. Bai Li nodded in agreement, fully aware of the double-edged sword nature of such technology. Compliance is, after all, a lifeline. However, Bai Li looked at the scene where Xiao Yuan interacted with Shi Hua. Chapter 296. Accurate data. He looked up and met Xiao Yuan's calm, inscrutable gaze, which seemed to see through everything. A warmth surged back to his neck and cheeks. Shi Shui hurriedly interrupted Xiao Yuan's next words. Xiao Yuan, no need to say more. I was just trying to find a reasonable explanation for my unusual reactions, which were outside the normal range. It was just fluctuations caused by changes in the ambient temperature. Although Xiao Yuan had a child's voice, it was not so easily fooled. It was even sharper than most humans. It let out a soft and in the purest tone, provided the most precise rebuttal. But data analysis has already ruled out environmental temperature factors. It methodically blocked all escape routes for the flustered man. Your abnormal parameters persisted throughout the observation period and peaked during the following behaviors with the target Bai Li, when you were less than 0.5 meters away, when engaging in direct conversation, and when showing a smile. Comprehensive judgment shows that all your physiological reactions, including increased smiling frequency, slightly dilated pupils, body orientation, etc., conform to the feelings of admiration in human emotions. Chapter 297, Unusual Circumstances. On the other side, after leaving the research institute, Bai Li took the little friend Shi Hua to play in the city center for half a day. Shi Hua is at an age where everything is curious and precious, especially since Bai Li took her to places she had never been before, seeing things she had never seen. Every experience was completely new. Enjoying afternoon tea with Mr. Magician in the Castle of Candy, experiencing a princess transformation, wearing a fluffy, cloud-like princess dress, and even playing with fairytale characters. If it weren't for Shi Hua's fear of heights, Bai Jie said, she could take Xiao Hua to the top of the city, even without going to the highest place. Xiao Hua was already very satisfied. She hadn't played so wholeheartedly in a long time, laughing until the end, as if she could keep laughing happily forever. On the way back, Shi Hua hugged Bai Li's hand, her eyelids heavy, her little head nodding, her voice getting softer until she fell asleep. Still softly mumbling, I like Bai Jie. Bai Li gently leaned Xiao Hua's head against the soft back of the chair, the electric backrest slowly reclining, supporting Xiao Hua's sleeping face. Looking at the little one's sleeping face, Bai Li felt a softness in her heart, whispering softly, sleep. Chapter 298, An Absurd Thought. An absurd thought uncontrollably surfaced. Bai Li quickly shook her head, trying to shake off the unrealistic idea. No, impossible. More fragments related to Shi Shui uncontrollably appeared in her mind. The pale and weak boy in the hospital who needed her help. Now, the calm and confident young talent leading a world-class AI project in a national-level laboratory. His growth trajectory is clearly visible. As a sponsor and nurturer, it seems she has witnessed his growth all along. Their relationship is as pure as it gets. But the more Bai Li tried to deny something, the more it came back with a vengeance. She couldn't help but remember more details. Shi Shui's occasional awkwardness when facing her, the slight blush on his ears, and several moments of wanting to say something but stopping short. Hiss! Bai Li gently inhaled, softly murmuring, "No way." Although she had a hint of suspicion, the more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. But moments later, Bai Li resolutely denied such thoughts. She was sure that Shi Shui's favorability had always been at 69 points, never exceeding the 70-point threshold. As long as it didn't reach 70 points, it was still in the stage of appreciation. Chapter 299. Chapter 301. Surging Memories. The message had been sent. Bai Li succinctly informed Zhang Yu that San Mao had reached the required weight. Her fingertips lingered on the screen for a moment, as if sending out not just information, but also that memory from 30,000 feet high that could be sealed away. Bai Li shook her head, trying to shake the colorful waste from her mind, forcing herself to be serious. According to what Zhang Yu said last time, as long as the cat's weight reached around 3 kilograms, it could undergo sterilization surgery. Now San Mao's weight was 31 kilograms, only 0.1 kilograms away from 3 kilograms, so it should be eligible for sterilization. This time, she must get San Mao's eggs taken. She was determined, but Bai Li actually had some concerns. She knew San Mao too well. Although San Mao was cute, it was also very smart and held grudges. If it was her, or any familiar person at home who took it to undergo that procedure, San Mao would definitely cause a scene. It might even retaliate after coming back. For example, giving the cold shoulder, deliberately knocking over a vase, sleeping with its back to people, or even leaving little gifts as mementos. Thinking of this, Bai Li felt a headache. These were all things it might do. Chapter 300. Chapter 302. A Choice Without Regret. How long has it been? Zhang Yu asked himself. How long have they not been in touch? The chat records had been stagnant for a long time. There seemed to be an invisible chasm between them. Even a simple greeting had become a luxury for them. He kept adhering to that one-time promise, forcing himself to retreat to a safe distance. In fact, Zhang Yu had thought about whether he would make the same choice if he could do it all over again. His answer was affirmative. He did not regret the choice he made back then. No matter how many times he could start over, he would follow his inner voice and make the same choice. And he would certainly pay the price for it. Therefore, falling into the predicament of coldness now was a fate he had to accept. The treasure was always there, but he could no longer get close, touch, or possess it. Clearly having accepted his fate, yet at this moment, when he received Bai Li's sudden text message, his heart once again uncontrollably jumped, pounding against his ribs, constantly reminding him of those harsh, unspoken thoughts. The hard-won peace was easily shattered like this. In an unseen place, Zhang Yu's fingertips tightly gripped the edge of his phone, unconsciously curling, almost unable to hold onto that thin device. Chapter 301. Chapter 303. Implicit Obsession. The morning sunlight was not particularly strong, spilling warmly over the flowers and plants in the courtyard, with the air filled with the fragrance of grass and flowers. Bai Li sat in a rattan chair in the courtyard, waiting. San Mao lay peacefully on the lap of its owner, completely unaware of the impending pain of sterilization. Bai Li took a sip of freshly brewed black tea, looking at San Mao's obedient appearance at that moment, feeling a twinge of guilt in her heart. But not too much. It still had to be done. Not only would it be healthier, but it would also allow them to spend more time together. Bai Li's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the warm cup wall, clearly just about San Mao's sterilization, and there would be a professional cat expert soon. But Bai Li was still restless. Or rather, the source of her restlessness was this cat expert. "Miss, everything is ready." Ama's voice sounded behind her, and Bai Li turned to look. It was Ama, who was responsible for catching the cat today, with 2 other burly NPCs from the stable standing behind him. To execute today's plan, the house had been cleared out, including a who, a he, and all the NPCs. Xiaohua had also been taken elsewhere to play by them and Jingyi. At this moment, the 3 NPCs, all dressed in neat work clothes, looked solemn, as if they were about to carry out some bomb disposal mission. Chapter 302. Chapter 304. New Relationship. On the surface, the two were having a normal conversation, but in reality, they were playing a game of charades that only they understood. Zhang Yu looked at Bai Li's serious expression and instantly understood her feelings at that moment. The heartbeat can no longer be hidden. He even feels a kind of ecstatic disbelief. Zhang Yu fully understands the price he will have to pay after making his choice. This is definitely not an ordinary feeling. It is probably far more complex and difficult than other emotions. The rational voice repeatedly tells him to think carefully and be more realistic. At his age, Zhang Yu can see many things very clearly. He knows that his identity does not actually match with Bai Li. With Bai Li, he cannot obtain a traditional, perfect love recognized by society. Their relationship can only exist in the shadows. He will forever be an unnamed and unacknowledged presence. But so what? Even so, he still falls deeply in love. From their first meeting to further contact, becoming friends, then becoming superior and subordinate, and later, certain boundaries quietly blurred in deeper exchanges. Throughout it all, the stirring in his heart has never stopped. Chapter 303, Chapter 305, isn't it strange? Those two people just now seemed very familiar, right? The little nurse nudged her colleague with her elbow. The colleague was engrossed in organizing and counting the pharmacy's inventory, not stopping her work, and just replied perfunctorily, "Ah? Which two?" The parents of that neutered tomcat from this morning, a man and a woman, an incredibly good-looking pair. As soon as she mentioned it, the colleague immediately remembered. Yes, there were indeed such two people. It's peculiar. Some people can completely cover their faces, yet their aura still cannot be concealed. Just a glimpse of a superior chin or neck is enough to make one automatically imagine how outstanding the whole face must be. To quote an online saying, that is the unique aura of handsome men and beautiful women, which others cannot imitate. The colleague paused her work on the medication list, furrowed her brows in recollection, and inhaled sharply. Hiss, now that you mention it, it does seem so, right? The little nurse looked excited. I bet they're celebrities, otherwise. Why would they cover themselves up so thoroughly? Especially that man. His figure is great, but it's a pity we can't see his facial features at all. The little nurse continued to indulge, and the young lady next to him, just looking at half her face, is breathtakingly beautiful. Just imagine how gorgeous her whole face must be. Chapter 304, Chapter 306. Zhang Yu's home is located in a high-rise residential area in the city center, with strict security and excellent privacy. The ground floor of the building has a separate small garden, and upon entering, there is an impressive and spacious lobby, where a dedicated lobby manager welcomes visitors. Such property standards should be considered top-tier in the Magic City. Therefore, the community attracts many notable figures to live there. Even Bai Li has heard of it. This community is highly regarded in the circle, with several big stars residing here. Is this your new house? Bai Li followed Zhang Yu leisurely, surveying the surroundings. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Zhang Yu held the elevator door for Bai Li, answering, "Yes. I transferred about 6 months ago." The door silently closed, and the elevator ascended smoothly. Bai Li silently calculated in her mind. It had only been a short time since she started working in the nightlife that he had moved here. Inside the elevator, Zhang Yu gently explained the reason for moving. "Although I bought a house a few years ago, the privacy there wasn't very good, so I moved here." Bai Li had heard Jiang Mingfei mention this. It seemed like just a small house, but Zhang Yu managed to pay off all the mortgage himself, which is already much better than most people. Chapter 305, Chapter 307. Zhang Yu really went to change clothes. At this moment, only Bai Li remained in the dressing room. While waiting for Zhang Yu, Bai Li inexplicably became nervous again. The world quieted down, with only the faint sound of fabric rubbing coming from the cubicle, clearly audible. She could even imagine how the person inside was shedding conservative clothing and putting on that aggressive and powerful black outfit. As soon as this thought arose, Bai Li felt her heart skip a beat, and her ears turned slightly red. At this moment, Xiao He had already finished the little snacks as a reward and leisurely strolled in through the gap in the door, familiarizing itself with Bai Li's ankles. Bai Li played with Xiao He for a while. With Xiao He diverting her attention, her chaotic emotions finally calmed down a bit. Thanks to the kind Xiao He, the waiting time was no longer torturous. Finally, the door handle of the cubicle turned. Bai Li paused her cat playing, looked up. The door opened the moment she raised her gaze. Seeing the magnificent sight before her, her breath caught slightly. The impact of reality was 100 times stronger than watching a video through a screen. The black outfit was extremely elastic, like a second skin tightly wrapping around Zhang Yu's tall and muscular body. Chapter 306, Chapter 308. San Mao has been recovering quite well recently. In the first few days after the surgery, the little one could only wear an Elizabethan collar, lying listlessly on the carpet. Every time its little head wanted to lick its fur or the wound, it would be firmly blocked by the plastic collar. After several unsuccessful attempts, it would let out a deep, dissatisfied growl, loudly complaining to the heavens. Every time Bai Li saw it, she felt heartbroken, yet couldn't help but laugh. Now, after several days of recovery, the Elizabethan collar could finally be taken off. San Mao was sprawled out on Bai Li's sofa worth hundreds of thousands, licking its fur madly, enjoying itself to the fullest. It looked like it was trying to make up for lost time from the past few days. The midday sun bathed it, warming it up. The little guy licked while continuously purring, as if murmuring something. If Bai Li could understand cat language, she would definitely be amused. Wiping its face, scrubbing its belly, and cleaning its behind. So refreshing. Brushing its head, scrubbing its back, washing back and forth. But the king always feels that something very important is missing from its body, which feels strange and uncomfortable. How infuriating. Chapter 307, Chapter 309 at this moment. Ing Xiang had returned to his computer, his face reflecting a mix of human and divine fury against the blue light of the screen, slowly clicking to start a game. The monkey sitting opposite him looked troubled. The rest of the group gathered around to watch. Monkey, your aim is too soft. So awe some, Yang Shen. A shot without a miss. The coach looked at the playful group and shook his head, sighing. It's hard to imagine that such a seemingly immature group could actually make it to the World Championship. But it indeed happened. Moreover, their team performed exceptionally well in the training matches. Their team is called Dragon's Deep, one of the leading forces in the Huawa competition area. The internal configuration is extremely luxurious, with the coaching staff, players, and logistical support all at the top level. However, they are often jokingly referred to as regulars on the international stage. The reason is that although they can always break through in the Huawa competition area, they struggle to perform in international competitions, consistently missing out on the championship. The nickname regulars is already one of the more flattering ones. They're also called local bullies, only beating their own kind and dowry maidens. Chapter 308, Cedric the Sea of Monaco is a deep black satin, repeatedly washed by money and desire. Bai Li stood at the edge of the deck of the large at-sea god, the salty sea breeze tousling the hair that had fallen on her cheeks. She leaned slightly against the railing, gazing at the distant scenery of the land until the lights belonging to the city and port gradually disappeared over the horizon, leaving only the sound of waves lapping against the boat. Looking down at the bottomless black sea, Bai Li reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Just as she was about to turn back to her room, a voice in English reached her ears. "Good evening, beautiful lady." Bai Li instinctively looked up. Sure enough, it was a typical foreign face with golden hair and green eyes. She didn't know when he had arrived, standing 5 body lengths away, leaning against the railing, smiling at her. Seeing that, Bai Li finally noticed him. He stepped closer and stopped at a respectful distance, seemingly wary of the bodyguard accompanying Bai Li, and extended his hand, saying politely, "Hello, my name is Aurora Olivia." When Bai Li saw the man's restrained hand reaching out, she smiled faintly and politely extended her hand to shake. Chapter 309, The Old Money Circle. Arthur lost interest in Olivia, who had shrunk into a ball and was too afraid to speak. His attention shifted to Bai Li, his gaze filled with pure curiosity. Meeting Bai Li's eyes, Arthur elegantly nodded slightly and introduced himself. "This beautiful lady, I am Arthur Ashworth. It is a pleasure to meet you." Before he finished speaking, Arthur's gaze lingered for a moment on Zhou Qingjing holding Bai Li's hand, and his smile deepened. To have our Cedric come out to protect his food, this beautiful lady seems extraordinary. Zhou Qingjing merely chuckled lightly at Ashworth's teasing, and then introduced Bai Li. Arthur Ashworth, Ashworth family. Hereditary member of the House of Lords in the UK, with family businesses involving finance, real estate, and art collection. Zhou Qingjing's voice was calm, his introduction casual and concise. Yet it precisely highlighted the other party's prominent background. Another man, even more robust in stature, slightly nodded and introduced himself in a low voice. Maximilian von Eisenhardt. Chapter 310, The Old Aristocracy. Monte Carlo Island. An uninhabited island on the high seas. The night is as dark as ink, heavily wrapping around the sea. However, Monte Carlo Island is still brightly lit. Luxurious buildings of varying styles stand on the island, with neoclassical white-columned palaces, modern glass-walled villas, and Moorish-style domed manors. Luxury is their only common point. At the most prominent position, near the shore, stands a towering Gothic manor castle. The Gothic spires pierce the night, and the thick stone walls appear especially ancient and solemn under the spotlight, displaying its status in an undeniable manner. It is the tallest building on the island and the venue for tonight's Christie's charity dinner. Bai Li lazily leaned against the window, watching the boiling sea of lights outside, her mind swirling with thoughts. A small island adorned like a giant gem hidden in the ocean, unabashedly showcasing its brilliance. But that brilliance is not its own color. It is a rare splendor that can only be presented through human craftsmanship. To call it an island is less accurate than to say it is a second world built by the wealthy with money. Luxury, extreme luxury, almost usurping luxury. Chapter 3:11 The calm madness. Unlike the lively banquet hall on the first floor, the semi-open private room on the upper level is relatively secluded. Huge tropical plants cleverly divide the space into independent booths, offering excellent privacy. The view here is great, allowing one to overlook the entire banquet hall on the first floor and see the exhibition stage clearly from afar. The auction is in progress. A series of dazzling jewels are successively presented on the stage for auction. Several items have already been auctioned off, but Zhou Qingjing has not raised his paddle to participate, sitting calmly instead. Do you see anything you like? Zhou Qingjing asked Bai Li. Bai Li shook her head, flipping through the auction catalog in her hand with little interest. She hadn't come to bid today, and the earlier auction items mainly featured jewelry, such as top pink diamonds, blue diamonds, or jewelry inlaid with various rare gems, none of which particularly attracted her. 20 million euros. Third and final call. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer came down heavily. Congratulations to Mr. Smith Phyllis for successfully bidding for this crown, made of Paraiba tourmaline, pigeon blood ruby, and royal blue sapphire. On the red velvet cloth is a tiny pocket-sized crown, a size not meant for wearing, only for collection. Chapter 3:12 The Crushing Game. Knock knock. Two light knocks on the door. A man wearing black-framed glasses walked in. After getting to know Zhou Qingjing better, Bai Li recognized him as his assistant, often seen by Zhou Qingjing's side. The assistant quickly approached, leaning down to whisper a few words in Zhou Qingjing's ear. Zhou Qingjing nodded slightly, waving his hand to signal. The assistant then quietly exited. Zhou Qingjing's gaze shifted from the intense bidding below back to Bai Li. I have something to handle. Excuse me for a moment. A sense of foreboding passed through Bai Li's heart. What about the auction? You'll have to take care of the bidding, Zhou Qingjing said with a slight smile, handing her the electronic screen used for raising bids. Bai Li took the lightweight electronic screen, her expression stiffening. Although the screen was not heavy, at that moment it felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. If she remembered correctly, when Zhou Qingjing invited her before, he had mentioned that she might have to step in, but she had thought that was just Zhou Qingjing's excuse. She didn't expect him to really want her to take action. Feel free to raise your paddle. No limit on amount or quantity. I'll take care of everything. Zhou Qingjing seemed very confident in her, leaving that sentence before leaving the private room, leaving her alone. Chapter 3:13 The Confrontation. Are you close with him? Wu Hai's voice was extremely low, as if it came from between clenched teeth, carrying a deliberately suppressed, yet still discernible bitterness. The pair of bright, sparkling eyes fixed tightly on Bai Li, trying to capture the answer to the question for her expression changes. Beneath the exquisite and elegant exterior lies an impatience that is thick and unbreakable. How could the person he had gone to great lengths to get close to end up with that dangerous person without him noticing? However, to Bai Li, the surging emotions of Wu Hai at this moment seemed somewhat inexplicable and even a little out of place. Wu Hai. Bai Li frowned slightly and called out his name, her voice calm with a hint of meaning to cool him down. After pondering for a moment, she continued, Our relationship can't really be considered good. It's just a cooperative relationship. Bai Li paused for a moment and added, There's a common goal that needs to be addressed, that's all. As for what that goal was, it was too complicated to explain clearly in a moment, and it was deeply entangled. So she had no intention of pulling Wu Hai into the situation. She hoped Wu Hai could understand her meaning. But the more Bai Li tried to be evasive, the more it stimulated Wu Hai's sensitive nerves. Chapter 3:14 Action Plan. The heavy alloy door emitted a sound similar to the engagement of a metal mechanism. Calling it a door was not quite accurate. It was practically a steel block nearly half a meter thick. It gradually opened only with the combined effort of two staff members, making an extremely dull sound. This was the deepest storage room in the underground castle, the place where the auction items for tonight's Christie auction were stored. Bai Li followed Zhou Chengjing all the way here, having passed through countless checkpoints. Every checkpoint here was guarded by armed guards, making it almost impossible for anyone to break through. The moment the door opened, a smell mixed with rust-proof oil and ancient wood wafted through the air. Bai Li stepped inside. The space inside the treasure vault was immense, with rare treasures displayed neatly under the bright lights. Bai Li immediately spotted the spring and autumn lotus crane square pot she had just bid on. Viewing it up close was even more shocking than seeing it from across the exhibition stand. The pot's body was surrounded by auspicious clouds with strong dragon patterns, and the white crane spreading its wings as if about to fly. Every detail was exquisite and lifelike. Even though the pot's surface was covered with spots of verdigris, it did not affect its beauty at all. Rather, these traces of history added a layer of profound historical weight to it. Chapter 3:15. The siren's whisper report to the host. There are 40 points. Xiao Hao's tender voice rang in her mind. Since the task's objective had changed to gaining total favorability points, Bai Li had asked Xiao how to turn off the system notification for favorability. The daily reminders were too frequent, like harassment calls. She directly turned on the Do Not Disturb mode. Therefore, without her realizing it, Zhou Chengjing's favorability points had indeed risen to 40. A favorability score of 40 points is the boundary between recognition and friendship. This meant that Zhou Chengjing had indeed placed her within the realm of friends. This surprised Bai Li a bit. Without Xiao Hao, Bai Li would not have dared to believe it, mainly because this person was both genuine and false, both righteous and evil. It was always difficult for her to distinguish whether every word he uttered was sincere or not. Bai Li remained silent. If these words had come from an honest person, such candor would indeed be reasonable at this moment. But the person in front of her was Zhou Chengjing. His honesty only made Bai Li feel a strong sense of incongruity. Upon reflection, Zhou Chengjing had always been a person of stark contrasts. He appeared noble and elegant on the surface, yet was actually bold and crazy. He seemed dangerous, but had not caused any harm. Chapter 3:16. The 318th palm, slightly tipsy. Wu Hai raised his hand to tuck a few strands of hair blown by the wind behind his ear, as his fingertips brushed past his earlobe. The pearl crystal earrings swayed slightly. He casually asked, "What about you? Have you finished your business with Cedric so quickly?" Although Wu Hai pretended to be indifferent, the unwavering gaze of his eyes revealed his inner feelings. Bai Li met his gaze without avoidance and replied calmly, "Yes, it's done. Everything that needed to be resolved has been resolved." After speaking, Bai Li tilted her head slightly, her voice carrying a hint of knowing amusement. "What's wrong? Young Master Wu, are you curious?" "Curious?" Wu Hai VP. He chuckled lightly and then stepped closer by half a step. "What kind of business is worth Xiao Li personally helping him raise the card while leaving me aside?" His voice was lowered significantly, not the prickly questioning from the auction corridor, but rather like silk soaked in honey, soft and tender, wrapped in unabashedly spoiled tones, with a deliberately prolonged ending that conveyed a hint of grievance. As he spoke, the sea breeze seemed to understand human hearts, brushing against the flowing silk ribbons on Wu Hai, just right to caress Bai Li's arm, bringing a slightly itchy coolness. Chapter 3:17. Marriage. Bai Li stopped in her tracks, raising an eyebrow at Wu Hai, who was blocking her path. "Is there anything else?" The smile on Wu Hai's face had now faded. "Of course. It's not just for these few questions. Monte Carlo is both paradise and arena." Wu Hai's voice was low. The earlier playful teasing had vanished, and he looked directly at Bai Li as he continued. "After tonight, your name in the top circles of Monte Carlo will no longer just be a name. It represents mystery and an enormous unknown power, along with your cooperative relationship with Zhou Chengjing." Wu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone serious. "Can you guess how many people will want to approach you, test you, or use you in the future?" This was the fundamental reason Wu Hai was most unwilling to see Bai Li and Zhou Chengjing so close. After all, they had once been friends, played together, and worked together. Therefore, Wu Hai understood Zhou Chengjing's character and methods. That person never gives his heart unless he has completely controlled the other party. Bai Li viewed Zhou Chengjing as a partner. But what about Zhou Chengjing? He doesn't open his heart, which is a form of safety. However, once he decides to give his heart, it means he has completely grasped all of a person's weaknesses, obtained all their leverage, and ensured that the person cannot betray him. Chapter 3:18. Vacation Bai Li looked up and realized it was not a staff member, but Wu Hai. Wu Hai had already returned to his normal attire, wearing a well-tailored linen shirt on top and casual long pants below, with his long hair casually tied back. Although he didn't have the finery of a siren, his looks and demeanor were enough to pull off any outfit. Even his simplest attire on him resembled haute couture from a big brand. Over these past few days, Wu Hai had certainly not missed any opportunity to be alone with Bai Li. Since Bai Li didn't leave, he also stayed, spending his days either eating, drinking, and having fun or wandering around behind her. Bai Li was almost fed up with him, having tried several hints. Don't you have work to handle? But Wu Hai brushed them off lightly. Eventually, she got too lazy to ask again and simply let him be. As long as she doesn't leave, it seems this person has no intention of moving. At this moment, upon seeing him, Bai Li nonchalantly withdrew her gaze. Wu Hai casually lay on the lounge chair beside Bai Li, propping his head up and asking, I heard from Sheldon that you plan to leave tomorrow? Bai Li nodded in confirmation. Happy vacation times are always short, and she had other plans ahead. No matter how comfortable it was here, she couldn't stay any longer. Chapter 319. The Grand Prize, Your Highness. Wake up. Your Highness. In a half-dreamy state, Bai Li heard Xiao Hao's loud voice in her mind, waking her up. Rubbing her eyes, she groggily asked, Who are you calling a servant? Seeing that she was awake, Xiao Hao immediately exclaimed, Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Bai Li instantly jolted awake, all sleepiness gone. Don't tell me I've gone back. After finally obtaining the godly rich system and turning her life around, surrounded by handsome men, how could she possibly go back to a feudal dynasty? Moreover, this line, could it be that she's pregnant? She widened her eyes, sat up abruptly, and looked around, relieved to find herself still in a luxurious hotel with extremely modern decor. Xiao Hao chuckled. Oh, finally the host is awake. Bai Li patet herchist, calming her breath, and fought to suppress her rising annoyance, muttering to herself 3 times. It's the godly rich system, can't get angry, before asking with a pleasant expression. What can I do for you, Lord Xiao Hao? Ultimately unable to hold back, Bai Li paused, gritted her teeth, and added, You'd better have something to say, or I'll delete those time travel dramas. Chapter 320. Turbulent Waves, 100 billion national treasures donated unconditionally, receiving a special mention from CCTV. The title of Lifetime Honorary Member of the National Museum and national level recognition, one heavy word after another hit Bai Li's head like a ton of bricks. After calming down and cooling her brain, she opened her phone's chat interface and messaged Zhou Chengjing. Bai Li, the grand prize you mentioned is an unconditional donation in my name. While waiting for Zhou Chengjing's reply, she briefly explained the situation to others. After sending messages around, she still hadn't received a reply from Zhou Chengjing and guessed he was likely busy, so she wasn't anxious. At this point, the matter was settled. She could only accept it. Bai Li edited another message and sent it. Bai Li, if that's the case, this grand prize is too big. Bai Li, you pay the money, so I won't accept unearned rewards. I'll transfer the money back to you later. Reflecting on the whole event, her only involvement was raising the bidding paddle at the auction. In fact, because she was kept in the dark and felt emotional at the time, she inadvertently raised the price. Although it was wrong for Zhou Chengjing to conceal his identity, he ended up footing the bill, so the matter was settled. Chapter 321. Champion, are you also a fan of Yangshan? Bai Li tilted her head slightly. Beside her was a cute-looking little girl who clearly asked this as a fan of Yangshan. Bai Li glanced at the Dragon Abyss team's sticker on the girl's cheek and smiled. Indeed, she was a fan. Since they supported the same person, she nodded. Yeah, kind of. Hee hee, great minds think alike. The girl was an enthusiastic fan who immediately started chatting. Yangshan was so handsome today. His skills and looks are on point. Watching him compete is such a joy. Wait, why is the game paused? The game screen on the big screen suddenly froze. All the players stopped their operations. The audience erupted in murmurs. What's going on? Bai Li asked curiously. The girl, having more experience watching matches than Bai Li, observed and replied. It seems to be a timeout initiated by the referee. Similar to traditional sports, esports can pause mid-match in the face of uncontrollable emergencies or significant issues affecting the fairness of the game to ensure the smooth running of the event and competitive fairness. At this moment, the commentators also received the news and began explaining to the audience. Chapter 322. Intimacy. After the match, the awards ceremony concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. Bai Li also moved with the flow of people, preparing to leave. However, the director's camera evidently exposed her. A reporter took advantage of the exiting crowd to blend into the VIP area. President Bai. Hello, I'm a reporter from CCTV and also your fan. The reporter held up their work badge, excitement written all over their face. Can I interview you for a few questions? It won't take much of your time. Once someone started, others quickly followed. A young man squeezed in excitedly, holding up his phone. President Bai, can we take a photo? Curiosity among onlookers grew, and more people stopped to raise their phones. Bai Li frowned slightly. At that moment, the crowd was dense, and gathering like this could easily lead to danger. Before Bai Li could give an order, Ahu and the others stepped forward, discreetly protecting her in the middle. In such a crowded environment, they would undoubtedly follow Bai Li closely. Sorry, there are too many people, and for safety reasons, Bai Li politely declined. Just as her words fell, a strong arm suddenly reached from behind to grasp her hand firmly. Bai Li was startled, instinctively wanting to pull away, but she heard a voice she knew all too well. Come with me. Chapter 323. Sober? Drunk? Upon being discovered, Ying Xiangyang and Bai Li both froze. Bai Li's face turned bright red. This was the first time she had been caught being intimate with someone. Ying Xiangyang moved back slightly, leaving one arm wrapped around her waist, protecting her by his side. Although his ears were also red, he managed to maintain his composure. Seeing Xiao Ke return, Ying Xiangyang tightened his embrace a bit and explained to Bai Li, "It's fine, that's my teammate Xiao Ke. He won't dare to say anything." Bai Li nodded, recognizing him as someone who had just been on the field. Hearing Ying Xiangyang say that, Xiao Ke was taken aback, misunderstanding the situation even more. At that moment, he was filled with the anguish of encountering the wrong person. When did Yang Shun become so thick-skinned? Winning the championship means he can let loose? What do you mean I won't dare to say anything? I will say it. Xiao Ke firmly retorted, refusing to yield to Ying Xiangyang's intimidation, stating with righteous indignation, "Not only will I tell the coach, but I'll also tell my sister-in-law. True love is invincible, pure love forever." He would fight against all heresies. Xiao Ke felt extremely cool at that moment. How could there be such a righteous man like him in the world? He was almost moved to tears by himself. Chapter 324. Thrilling battlefield. In fact, the Dragon Abyss team had arranged hotel rooms for every team member and staff. However, to conveniently take care of Ying Xiangyang, Bai Li directly brought him back to her hotel room. Ahu and the others placed the large decorations on the sofa and left discreetly. The crystal chandelier was off, and in the presidential suite, only a few warm yellow wall lamps were lit in the foyer in the corner of the living room. Two hazy shadows were cast on the expensive handmade carpet. A faint scent of cedar lingered in the air, and the tranquility allowed them to hear only each other's heartbeat and breathing. Ying Xiangyang's wine was neither bad nor particularly good, in addition to his voice being gone. He had a particularly clingy flaw. His eyes had to stay fixed on her while being glued to her side. Fortunately, the sofa in the presidential suite was spacious enough for both of them to lie comfortably. Ying Xiangyang felt like all the bones in his body had been extracted, heavily pressing down on her, his chin resting on her hair, and his arms tightly wrapped around her waist from behind. His hot breath sprayed over her hair, and Bai Li felt like a catnip pillow being held and sniffed by a large cat. Chapter 325. The morning after, as consciousness slowly unraveled from the void. The first thing Bai Li felt was the heaviness of her eyelids, followed by a soreness throughout her body. Memories of last night surged into her mind, vivid with warmth and detail. Bai Li suddenly opened her eyes. What greeted her was not the ceiling of the presidential suite, but a solid chest. She was firmly enveloped in an iron grip, her cheek pressed against warm skin, the rhythmic heartbeat resonating in her ears, pounding against her eardrums. With the scent of shower gel wafting from the tip of her nose, and her body feeling dry and fresh. The last memory was quite vague. She completely could not remember having taken a shower again, which seemed to have been taken care of by Ying Xiangyang afterward. This bad dog, even in his stupor, had the sense to take care of her, indicating that he wasn't drunk to the point of losing consciousness. Perhaps he was genuinely drunk at first, but he was definitely sober afterward. They say that when a man is drunk, he can't perform. Bai Li could not see any signs of that in him. Clingy and overbearing, with full aggression, even in his sleep, he tightly held her in his embrace, as if afraid she would slip away while he was asleep. This man's stamina and desire for control over her were at max level. Chapter 326. The voice of Berlin, Ying Xiangyang. Bai Li called his full name. Her voice not loud, but carrying an unprecedented seriousness, looking at him. Ing Xiangyang obediently raised his eyes, his pupils clearly reflecting her image, mixed with extremely complicated emotions, hiding a loneliness she had never noticed before. Undoubtedly, Ing Xiangyang loved her deeply. Even without the affection statistics from Xiao Hao, Bai Li was very sure of this. But the sadness in his eyes did not seem feigned. It appeared there was something important he was hiding from her. Why do we feel like we are drifting apart? Bai Li gazed into his eyes. Was it simply because we don't see each other often, or because there's more news about me outside? There were only these two options. One was a distance in the objective sense. But if it was just because they hadn't seen each other for too long, feeling sad about it, then after such intimate contact last night, they should have been fine by now. So the answer could only be the second one. Meaning Ing Xiangyang felt subjectively that they were growing further apart. Was it her current status that made this little dog feel pressure? Seeing Ing Xiangyang's hesitating expression, Bai Li was sure her guess was almost spot on. Chapter 327. Countdown to sunrise. It was the first time for the team members to come to Berlin. Since they were already here, they naturally wanted to take advantage of a few days of rest to visit Berlin's famous attractions. Unfortunately, their English was not great, and the team's translator had already returned home. Fortunately, during ordering food, a few words like yes, this, that, and how much were enough to get by. Otherwise, these big men would have trouble even eating. At this moment, they missed Ing Xiangyang, who was like a walking translator. Little K asked longingly, where did Yang Shen go? The monkey, knowing a bit, glanced at Little K's glum face and kindly reminded him, don't ask. Asking means happiness is gone. In fact, Little K knew in his heart that Yang Shen must be off having fun with President Bai. He was just full of sourness that he wanted to vent. Why? Why does Yang Shen have a beautiful top-tier girlfriend by his side? He could only settle for eating with these smelly men. And even Michelin 3-star food didn't taste good anymore. Little K sighed heavily. People really are infuriating. Chapter 328. Being recognized, the brilliant first ray of sunlight ignited the pyramid-shaped Matterhorn in an instant, the entire peak bursting forth with pure, intense, and blinding golden light. The whole mountain shone like a burning crown atop the Alps. Even more breathtaking was the calm, mirror-like surface of Lake Stelly, perfectly capturing this golden crown, creating another equally brilliant golden triangle in the underwater world. The lake's surface, bathed in holy light, presented a dazzling golden hue. Heaven and earth, mountains and water, were connected and permeated by the same sacred golden color. Wow, Bai Li exclaimed, involuntarily holding her breath, her eyes wide open, staring at the scene before her. She could hardly think of any other adjectives, only so beautiful. So beautiful it nearly left her speechless, making her heart tremble and her eyes warm. The cold air seemed to warm under this golden light. All that could be heard on site were suppressed gasps and the sound of camera shutters clicking. Beautiful. The weather is so nice today, so rare. The visibility is high, perfect for taking photos. Seeing those around her pull out their phones to snap pictures, Bai Li couldn't help but take out her phone to capture the moment forever. Chapter 329. Being exposed on the screen was a draft of the news revealing that Bai Li and Ing Xiangyang were actually a couple. The information was complete, with both text and images. This was the result of his hard work over several days, but at this moment, he had to delete everything. A few days ago, a video from the TOE finals went viral. In the video, the large screen at the finals first displayed a still frame from the game, followed by an unexpectedly stunning face that occupied the entire screen, instantly causing low murmurs from the audience. The reason this video went viral was simple. One was that the stunning face in the video was the newly prominent Bai Li, and the other was that the location in the video was the highly anticipated esports finals venue. When the glamorous top-tier beauty and the esports finals, two unrelated tags, collided, it was hard not to go viral. Netizens flooded the comments section of this video. What? President Bai is watching the TOE finals? Is the entertainment industry entering esports? President Bai is personally inspecting? Turns out rich people also watch esports. Every time he saw comments like the last one, Xiao Wang felt a wave of frustration. Wanting to type a rebuttal, a bunch of ignorant mortals. What do you know? Do you think Bai Li went to the venue to watch the game? Wrong. Chapter 330. The Time Technique. Jing Yi pushed the door open, holding a stack of materials. Are there any more signatures needed? Bai Li was shocked. She had been signing documents since she arrived at the office in the morning, and after finishing signing and stamping, she had been busy until now. Signing one after another felt even more exaggerated than a celebrity at a signing event. At this moment, she truly realized just how big the entertainment industry was. These were documents, not merchandise, all involving real money transactions, linked to at least millions in cash flow or key decisions. You've worked hard. Jingyi, as always, was calm, his voice carrying a hint of subtle concern. He had tried to minimize Bai Li's workload as much as possible and, after handing the documents to her, sorted the files on the table by category. You are the one who has worked hard, Bai Li sincerely said, because these were documents handed to her by Jingyi. She didn't need to review them word by word. She trusted Jingyi's reliability. These documents must have gone through his strict scrutiny and improvement, with clear processes and accurate terms. So, she only needed to quickly browse the main content before flipping to the last page to sign her name with peace of mind. Chapter 331, Prometheus. In the lobby of the Parson Hotel, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows framed the snow-capped mountains outside, while the interior was warm as spring. The glacier chandelier softly illuminated the dark marble floor. The air was filled with the crisp scent of an expensive perfume, and an invisible magnetic field made everyone behave elegantly and solemnly, including the staff, who seemed to have undergone strict selection and training, exuding a unique aura. Just after checking in, Bai Li saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man waving to her in the lounge area. "It's Arthur. Thank you, just put the luggage in the room. No need to guide me further." Bai Li politely declined the attendant's further assistance and walked toward the lounge alone. After 6 months, she was no longer the new face on Monte Carlo Island who needed Zhou Chongjing's introduction to fit in. Due to her intricate connections with Zhou Chongjing and her close yet ambiguous partnership with Wu Hai, especially after that extravagant spending of billions on Monte Carlo Island, she had been fully accepted by the hidden upper echelons. Zhou Chongjing seemed happy to bring her into his world, and she did not hold back. With her own sharpness and insight, she had already navigated it with ease. Chapter 332, Not a Good Bird. Arthur was engaging with the audience, suddenly turning his face towards Bai Li, saying, "Speaking of innovation, Bai Li, how is your movie project progressing? The one Cedric mentioned? It seems to be about sentient machines." Cedric, referring to Zhou Chongjing. Tiangong is of great significance, and its recognition and importance from the authorities are naturally linked to this man. Bai Li later learned that when applying for the priority commercial rights for the Lingxi project, it was Zhou Qingjing who gave it a push from behind. No wonder the approval came so quickly. Silas frowned slightly. A movie? Sentient machines? To him, this sounded more like sci-fi entertainment than serious technical discussion. The evaluative meaning in his gaze towards Bai Li diminished somewhat, seemingly classifying her as a successful investor in the entertainment industry rather than a true tech peer. Bai Li caught Silas's subtle change in expression, but she maintained a proper smile, neither denying nor confirming. The movie is progressing smoothly. We are pushing the boundaries of visual effects, striving to make the visuals appear realistic and credible. Chapter 333, The Bill. The relaxed demeanor of Zhou Chongjing faded, replaced by a sharpness familiar to Bai Li, characteristic of a political player. "There's a small trouble," he began, his voice calm, "that we may need to solve together." Bai Li silently raised an eyebrow. For Zhou Chongjing to call it a trouble, it could not be a small matter. "Let's hear it. Just received news." Zhou Qingjing's gaze swept over the quiet snow-capped mountains outside the window, continuing, "An international bill on artificial intelligence ethics and governance is about to be introduced. I will send you the specific details later. The core requirement is algorithm transparency. If this bill is enacted, it will become a benchmark for countries to follow and create global resistance, which would be very detrimental to the future development of Lingxi." Bai Li's expression darkened. This is a small trouble? If what Zhou Qingjing said is true, it's far from small trouble for her. Publicizing algorithms? Absolument impossible. Requiring the disclosure of core algorithm logic or accepting a stringent regulatory framework is tantamount to handing over the lifeblood of technology, and Lingxi's leading advantage would be completely castrated. If this compliant label is imposed, Lingxi's substantial commercial interests, technological sovereignty, and international influence will all be affected. Chapter 334, Stunning Presentation. Arthur's villa is situated on the hillside, extremely luxurious. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the snow peaks of the Alps were silent and picturesque in the twilight. The interior of the villa is decorated in a modern style, with the most striking feature being the transparent, standing fireplace in the center of the living room. Where 3-meter-high flames leaped skyward behind the glass curtain wall, creating a spectacular play of light and shadow. Bai Li had never seen such a fireplace. After observing it for a few seconds, she thought it was quite interesting and decided that if she bought a house in the snow-capped mountains in the future, she would install one like this. Tonight's salon was not large, a private gathering exclusively for elite magnates. There were not many people, but each one was a heavyweight figure. Among them were several European parliamentarians who had significant influence over the artificial intelligence ethics and governance bill, as well as a few magnates controlling huge amounts of tech venture capital. Apart from Silas, almost all the prominent figures in the new technology sector were present. Bai Li stood in the corner, calmly confirming details with Shi Shui, who had been brought over from the country overnight to explain Lingxi technology at the event. As one of the heads of the Lingxi research and creative team, Shi Shui's contributions were second only to his mentor, Professor Su. Professor Su still needed to oversee the development progress back in the country, making Shi Shui an excellent choice to share about Lingxi today. Chapter 335, In-Depth Cooperation. The salon gradually dispersed late into the night. Guests left with their respective gains and thoughts. Arthur, however, eagerly poured another drink for Zhou Qingjing and Bai Li before letting them leave. "You've worked hard today, Shi Shui." Bai Li patted Shi Shui's shoulder. After the salon ended, Shi Shui still felt a bit dazed. In just a few hours, he had glimpsed a completely different world beyond the ordinary. Bai Li understood Shi Shui. When she first attended a similar banquet, her astonishment was no less than what Shi Shui felt now. At that time, she truly realized how closely intertwined opportunities, wealth, and power were in a certain dimension, flowing unobstructed. But unfortunately, this is something only those who enter this circle can experience. And stepping into this circle is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Bai Li's gentle call brought Shi Shui back to reality. He shook his head, looking at Bai Li with a complex and difficult-to-read expression. "Sister, thank you for bringing me here. Today, he was able to participate in such a high-profile salon entirely thanks to Bai Li. It was only today that he truly realized what Bai Li was facing. He once thought there was a gap between him and Bai Li, but he didn't expect it to be such a chasm. "No need to thank me. You were exceptional enough," Bai Li replied with a smile. Chapter 336. The Ship of Desire. Have you ever thought that our cooperation could be deeper and longer lasting? Upon hearing Zhou Chengjing's words, Bai Li's heart stirred, and she turned her head to meet the man's deep gaze. The snow-capped mountains outside the window glowed with a cold blue light under the moonlight, casting flickering shadows on his pronounced brow and straight nose. Deeper? Longer lasting? Bai Li felt that it wasn't just her imagination. Zhou Chengjing was indeed hinting at something. She leaned against the expensive leather chair, pretending to be confused. What aspect does Zhou Shixiang refer to when he talks about depth? Is it strategic cooperation, or? Bai Li cleverly avoided finishing her sentence. But the unspoken implication lingered in the cramped space, carrying a certain unspoken ambiguity. Zhou Qingjing's lips curved into a shallow arc as he called her full name. "Bai Li, you know very well what I'm talking about. Why pretend not to understand?" The darkness in his eyes made Bai Li's heart race. Perhaps it was the accumulated interactions over the past 6 months that had slowly relaxed her taut nerves. She had forgotten when it started, but she no longer considered this person in front of her to be safe and reliable. Realizing that Zhou Chengjing was serious, Bai Li concealed the flicker of darkness in her eyes and silently called out to Xiao Hao. "What is Zhou Chengjing's favorability score?" Chapter 337. The release of heavenly work since Asking Immortals. There had not been a second phenomenon-level film that exploded in popularity in the domestic market for a long time. One reason, of course, was that the success of Asking Immortals was not replicable. Many tried to emulate Bai Li's approach, cutting down on actor expenses and putting the bulk of the costs in a film production, but they soon realized that it was simply unfeasible in practice. Like Bai Li, those with money who weren't afraid of losses were not common. Who else could have the courage to invest $1 billion in a gamble? The second reason was that the audience's aesthetic was evolving. Asking Immortals had raised the threshold of expectations for films to another level. Films that relied on cliches and hollow star power could no longer satisfy the audience. The emergence of Asking Immortals did not bring real prosperity to the domestic film industry. Rather, it was more like a shot of adrenaline. While it gave the industry a brief burst of vitality, the already declining industry could not be saved by just one shot of adrenaline, and it instead showed signs of fatigue and lack of follow-up. In such a situation, heavenly work emerged. The Spring Festival slot had always been a battleground, with festive comedies, family-friendly animations, and passionate war films competing fiercely. Chapter 338, Urgent Matters. Heavenly Work not only stirred waves domestically, but also broke the curse of Chinese science fiction struggling to go global, becoming wildly popular in the international market as well. Overseas mainstream media praised it overwhelmingly, garnering countless fans. The box office soared, which also caught the attention of certain forces. Long before Heavenly Work was released, Silas had already learned through his network about the private technology salon held at Arthur's Villa during the Davos Forum. Linksy technology shone at the salon, making a strong impression. Even Silas had to be wary. Before Heavenly Work was released, he attempted to use his commercial influence to shake certain country cinema chains, urging them to reduce or even pull Heavenly Work from their schedules. At the same time, he pressured film market regulatory agencies to protect the local market, using reasons like unclear technology safety reviews to obstruct the release of Heavenly Work. Silas's reasons for targeting Heavenly Work were very simple. It was not just a film, it was a super advertisement for Linksy technology on a global scale. If Linksy technology were to ride the wave of a hit film, it would be a devastating blow to his newly developed project, the Hefty H9. Chapter 339. Not a joke. When Bai Li arrived at Wu Hai's house, the sunset was just right. Bai Li was familiar with the process and smoothly scanned her face to enter Wu Hai's residence. The two houses were too close, facing each other directly, and the relationship between the owners was very close, to the extent that both doors had each other's fingerprints and facial recognition. It was unclear when it started, but Bai Li could now do this without needing to say hello, directly entering as if she were the second owner. Although the gate and wall still physically existed and served as a barrier, in a certain sense they no longer mattered. Habit can be a frightening thing, to the point where Bai Li didn't even realize that such intimate actions had already far exceeded the boundaries of ordinary business partners. The servants working in Wu Hai's house greeted Bai Li without any surprise. "Miss Bai, good afternoon. The young master is on the first basement level. Do you need me to take you there?" "Thank you." "No need," Bai Li nodded with a smile. Just a moment ago, the background sound on the phone with Wu Hai was a jazz tune. She recognized it as coming from the sound system in his basement. Ordinary people enjoy natural landscapes, relishing the breeze and sunshine. Chapter 340. Provocation and Entanglement. Bai Li's heart raced like a drum. After verifying with Xiao Hao, she clearly understood that the reward Wu Hai was asking for was not a matter of commercial benefit exchange, but a response that transcended business partners and the limits of friendship. Their eyes met. Both were intelligent people. Everything was understood without words. Wu Hai, this unfathomable man, actually had a genuine fondness for her. Past scenes flashed rapidly in her mind. His nonchalant amazement and probing during their first encounter on the cruise, their reunion at the antique market later, his omnipresent strong intervention after they became neighbors, and then participating together in the Apollo Academy Awards dinner, their relationship gradually drawing closer. By now, their bond was already inseparable. Each seemingly casual approach was wrapped in a growing affection. At countless critical junctures, Wu Hai stood behind her, providing strong support. And they were no longer just business partners prioritizing profit. Bai Li's success today, reaching the global stage, was inseparable from Wu Hai. He had long occupied that most special position in her heart. A jazz piece miraculously ended at this moment, its final notes trembling in the air before dissipating, leaving a heart-pounding silence. Chapter 341. The Technology Empire. Meanwhile, with Wu Hai's help, Bai Li was working intensively to mobilize global resources to ensure the production capacity for Xiao Yuan. On the other hand, the internet inevitably saw some discordant voices. This was something any groundbreaking product had to go through before its launch. 13,000 for a robot? Are you crazy? There's still too many rich people. Movies are movies, and merchandise is merchandise. After watching a movie, feeling emotional, and spending over 10,000, isn't that just pure foolishness? Who exactly is so eager to give money to capitalists? Some products are hyped to the heavens, but if they can demonstrate even half of their claimed functions, that would be impressive. I'm just waiting for the first batch of guinea pigs to flop in their reviews. The movie is good, but as for the merchandise, forget it. At this price, do they really think they're Prometheus? At least that company is the world's #1 tech firm, with guaranteed product quality. What can a film company that suddenly ventures in a high-tech product produce in terms of core technology? Is it just an assembly plant with a brand label? Some of these voices genuinely come from price-sensitive consumers, but many are hired trolls from competitors trying to muddy the waters. Critics latch on to keywords like money-grabbing and gimmick, confusing the concept of Linksy technology and labeling it merely as movie merchandise, trying to bring it down across major social platforms. Chapter 342. On the core sister, happy birthday? What brings you here so suddenly? Bai Li did not answer Shi Shui's question immediately, but noticed the change in his expression. Shi Shui was now wearing a pair of rimless glasses on his nose, which gave him a certain authoritative air at first glance. Indeed, Professor Su's team is currently the core force behind Linksy technology. Shi Shui, having developed independent research capabilities, was decisively pushed out by Professor Su to tackle a research direction on his own. Therefore, Shi Shui was no longer just a student or assistant. He had become a senior researcher capable of leading a team to study topics independently, affectionately referred to as Director Shi by others at Linksy Technology. This might be the refinement that comes with a high position. Shi Shui had shed his previous youthful awkwardness and was now tall and steady. With the addition of the rimless glasses, he exuded an air of cool maturity. Only the eyes hidden behind the lenses, when looking at Bai Li, remained clear and bright, holding indescribable, profound emotions. Shi Shui gently closed the door behind him, shutting out the noise from outside. The office was left with just the two of them, and a subtle tranquility filled the air. Chapter 343. Birthday party this year. Bai Li did not plan to make a big deal out of her birthday. She only intended to spend it quietly at home. She was an orphan and had no idea when her actual birthday was. Her birthday was the day she entered the orphanage. No one ever remembered her birthday, let alone celebrated it, an activity reserved for healthy families. Bai Li had never developed the habit of celebrating her birthday. However, various forces managed to find out her birthday date through various channels and went to great lengths to send her gifts. Bai Li heard about this from Jing Yi and her secretary and decided to let them be. After all, it was a means of business interaction and relationship building. Later, when she heard that the number of gifts was overwhelming, Bai Li simply appointed a team to be responsible for receiving and registering the sources and values of the gifts for later reciprocation. And then she no longer inquired about it. Once the professional team was in place, Bai Li left it to them. As a result, on her birthday, Bai Li was completely shocked by the sheer number of gifts. Physical gifts filled 10 entire trucks. Luxury goods were just the basic items. More were priceless collectibles. Chapter 344. The competition begins. Note: this chapter and the following ones contain a lot of competitive content, involving much vying for favor, underhanded battles, etc. The intensity of the conflict is high. If you are sensitive to this kind of content, please watch selectively. Yanga, long time no see. Guan Cha was dressed beautifully today, having dyed his hair a light brown that glimmered with a golden sheen in the sunlight, making him look several years younger, exuding an intentionally crafted innocence. Ying Xiangyang glanced at him and huffed through his nose. He didn't go looking for him, yet he came to find him himself. They knew each other from being in the same university club. Previously, Guan Cha had brought Bai Li to participate in club activities, which also served as an opportunity for Ying Xiangyang to reunite with Bai Li. Originally, Ying Xiangyang and Guan Cha had a senior-junior relationship, but once Bai Li was involved, their relationship became somewhat delicate. "Don't call me bro. I don't remember having any younger brothers," Ying Xiangyang replied coldly. After the world competition, to facilitate future developments, Ying Xiangyang dyed his hair back to black. Chapter 345. The Way of Interaction. Note: this chapter contains a lot of competitive content, involving much vying for favor, underhanded battles, etc. The intensity of the conflict is high. If you're sensitive to this kind of content, please watch selectively. Hey, Director Shi. Guan Cha went to the front yard to get something and saw Shi Shui just coming out of the room. Guan Cha had helped Bai Li a lot in her career and had heard a bit about this rising star at Linksy Technology. As far as he knew, Shi Shui was not just an ordinary researcher. He was a national-level talent and required personal protection when going out. That was all he knew about Shi Shui. He was unaware that Shi Shui had formed a bond with Bai Li long before him, so seeing Shi Shui here took him by surprise. This front yard guest room was where Shi Shui temporarily stayed when Bai Li brought him back 2 years ago. After he left, Bai Li had not had anyone tidy up the room, leaving it for him and Xiao Hua to use whenever they wanted to visit. Bai Li went to Haicheng during the day and brought him back, so he naturally still stayed in the same room. Chapter 346. Special Gift. Note: This chapter contains a lot of competitive content, involving much vying for favor, underhanded battles, etc. The intensity of the conflict is high. If you're sensitive to this kind of content, please watch selectively. Jingyi saw her first, putting down the exquisite candlestick he was adjusting and slightly bowing. Miss, we are almost ready. There are just a few gifts registration details that need your confirmation. The previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly shifted. The several busy individuals almost simultaneously raised their eyes to look. Serving tea is a technical job. At this moment, who you greet first is a major landmine. Even Bai Li felt overwhelmed in front of so many skilled people. I'll handle it. I'll be back in a bit. Bai Li simply raised her hand to inform everyone and quickly followed Jingyi to the back warehouse. Ving Yehandit Hera Tablet, tapping a few spots on the screen with his fingertip. The two disappeared around the corner. Guancha retracted his gaze. A faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his voice just loud enough for those around to hear. What valuable gifts need to be registered now? Chapter 347. Competing for favor this birthday was particularly lively. Bai Li noticed that they were only superficially harmonious. In fact, the undercurrents had never ceased. Just the seating arrangement during dinner was a complicated affair. Jingyi naturally sat on Bai Li's right hand, which was his usual position, and he would not budge. The position to the left of Bai Li was still empty. Bai Li waved her hand and, under the gaze of several people, called out, Ing Xiangyang. The reason was simple. She didn't know what terrible things would happen if she didn't call him. Ing Xiangyang curled the corners of his lips and pulled out the chair to the left of Bai Li, sitting down steadily. He even glanced at Guancha, his expression calm and unruffled, but the implication of his gaze was unmistakable. Guancha's smile froze for a moment, but it was quickly replaced by an even brighter smile. She turned gracefully and walked to the seat next to Ing Xiangyang. Zhang Yu quietly took a seat at Jing Ye's side, having no strong attachment to the seating arrangement. Shi Shui sat down opposite Bai Li, his gaze lightly resting on her, seemingly unaware of the invisible undercurrents in the air. If someone looked closely, they would notice his gaze was slightly downward, landing on the necklace on Bai Li's chest. His sister was still wearing the Lingxi heart necklace he had given her. Realizing this, Shi Shui's eyes brightened a bit more. Thus, the seating arrangement subtly settled. Bai Li, main seat, Jingyi, right, Zhang Yu Shi Shui, opposite Bai Li, main seat, Ing Xiangyang, left Guancha. Bai Li thought that the seating arrangement was already the most subtle moment of the atmosphere. She was wrong. The banquet was just the beginning of the contention. Everyone wanted to serve her dishes, wanted to talk to her. It was easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Hands passing napkins coincided with dishes falling on her plate. Just as she was amused by a funny story, someone immediately followed up with an even funnier one. When discussing the arrangement of return gifts, several people subtly compared the weight of their gifts, with every word carrying the meaning of vying for her affection. Only Bai Li, who had maxed out her intelligence and social skills, could handle such a scene with ease, gracefully navigating the waters, smiling in response, cleverly shifting topics, or simply using food to silence someone eager to express their views. While others only needed to balance 2 bowls of water, she had to manage 5. Indeed, running a harem was not something just anyone could do. Although it was happy, it was also particularly exhausting on another level. When she encountered a situation where she couldn't balance the water to avoid certain topics, she could only silently and diligently eat. In the end, she successfully overindulged herself. She rubbed her round belly and secretly decided never to let them all be in the same frame again. Although the feeling of being cherished by others was great, she also had to remain vigilant against the potential escalation of conflict. Jing Yu was pushing a cart with cake over, catching Bai Li's movement. Do you still have room to try the cake? This cake had been meticulously crafted in the kitchen for months, using top-quality ingredients, and was 1 in 100 in taste. Bai Li sucked in her stomach, feeling that she still had a second stomach for desserts, and took the cake knife from Jing Ye's hand. Come on, the kitchen staff has prepared for so long. I have to give it a try. She had forgotten her promise to Wu Hai. The first piece of the cut cake was sent to the next room. The cake was too big. After her group finished their share, there was still more than half left. Bai Li had to take the remaining cake downstairs to share with the NPCs. It didn't matter that the cake was large. They had enough people and wouldn't waste food. Bai Li unusually ate 2 pieces, and the reason was simple. It was too delicious. The cream had only a faint sweetness. The cake was fluffy with a subtle salty flavor, and the remaining taste was the original flavor of the ingredients, The collision of eggs and milk, the fresh ingredients' natural taste, surpassing all additives. Bai Li immediately ordered the kitchen to make a few more for tomorrow. She planned to take one to find Jiangming Fei and have Jingyi take the rest to distribute among various departments at the company. Chapter 348. Happy and complete as night deepened. The noise settled into tranquility. In the courtyard, several star lamps quietly lit up, their soft glow embellishing the night. In the center stood a huge projection device about 10 meters wide, playing Tiangong. Due to its blockbuster success, Tiangong, like the previous year when Xian, had also received an extension. 2 months had passed, and it was still showing in theaters. Coincidentally, today its box office successfully broke the peak of world film history, becoming the #1 film in global box office. Bai Li, as the largest investor and producer of the film, had watched the completed film several times. But on this special day, she quietly watched it to the end once more. The final scene of the movie froze on Dr. Lin Chio's smile, followed by the screen turning black, the familiar theme, song melody, flowing out. Of course, this theme song was also a quality piece she participated in producing. Each film's production cycle was particularly long and required tremendous effort, but fortunately, each one had yielded significant returns. As the film ended, it was time to say goodbye. Bai Li stretched lazily, letting out a soft yawn. The servants appeared, methodically cleaning up the aftermath. Bai Li looked at the few men with distinct styles. The moonlight and the dim light inside the room cast on them, resembling a beautiful painting. Chapter 349. Afterward. Final thoughts. The main text thus joyfully concludes. Thank you for watching, dear readers. This is my first time writing on Tomato, and I was completely in a state of trial and error at first. But gradually, I found some ways to navigate. To be honest, I never expected to write 1,000,000 words in my first book. Not only did I receive a lot of love from readers, but my writing skills have also improved significantly. Although I am already quite satisfied, there's still some regrets, such as not capturing the focus in the early chapters, the romance line pacing being slow, and the career line lacking strength in the later stages. But it's okay, because I will only get better at writing. Next, I will have a second and third book, and even more. The second and third books are already within my range. Here, as a little promotion. For those interested, please give me and my books a follow. Love you all. The second book is a dual male lead. Title: Transmigration. The reader saves the overbearing male lead and is forced to love. Synopsis: dual male leads, transmigration, cultivation, dual purity, happy ending. After an unexpected demise, Lin Yanbai binds to a transmigration system. As long as he helps the overbearing male lead, Xiao Jin, become stronger, he will gain a chance for rebirth. Xiao Jin is the most beloved male lead of his previous life, a powerhouse, tough, and few words.